Kia ora, and whoa, hang on, kia ora. Kia ora, there we go, third time's the charm. Welcome along to the Oceanic Challenger League. My name's Matt Smite Ross, and the fan favourite, the absolute legend, Billy Brereton, aka Blue Pandatron, is joining me here tonight, mate. Welcome back to week number 2.
Another week, another Playday here at the Oceanic Challenger League, and I've got a feeling this is the week of redemption arcs. Last week we had some big upsets, but this week I think this is where those teams that were struck down fight back, get themselves some points on the board, and look, why don't we get into it? It's going to be an absolutely stunning week to kick things off here. And look, Smite, it's Rainbow Six. It's always going to be a good time.
Look, I know you want to get right into it, but we've got a few things to cover first. There's definitely going to be a few new viewers here thinking, oh man, how does all this work? OCL, OCN, how do I get involved? Well, don't worry guys, let us learn you a thing or two about how all of this works.
Welcome to Rainbow Six Esports for Oceania in 2021. We're proud to share with you the timeline for our 2021 season and the format of our Oceanic Leagues throughout the year. Through a sustainable approach to the region, we now have 2 clearly defined tiers and a proper flow through from our newly created Oceanic Challenger League to our returning Oceanic Nationals. Both leagues will meet for 3 stages in the year-long season, with participating teams accumulating points based on results from each stage. So how exactly will each stage be played out? We have 8 teams per league, playing single round robin best of ones with overtime. A regular win is rewarded with 3 points, while a loss gives 0. When the 2 teams fight up into overtime, the winner gets 2 points, while the loser gets 1. At the end of each stage, the top 5 teams will qualify into our new Gauntlet format playoffs, while the remainder of the teams will have their placements and points locked in. Playoffs for both OCN and OCL will be best of 3s, with best of 5 grand finals. At the conclusion of each stage, teams will be allocated points based on their final standings. For OCN teams, the conclusion of Stage 3 will show us which teams have earned enough points to enter a promotion relegation tournament and fight for a chance to enter the Asia Pacific Regional League, whereas OCL teams that accumulated enough points will have their promotion opportunity into the Nationals, OCN. For both OCN and OCL, the top teams from each league will compete in seasonal finals to be held on LAN, where we will crown a champion in each league. This will be a great opportunity to celebrate Rainbow Six Esports in Oceania and come together as a community. We will have more information on these events later this year. Ubisoft's commitment to the growth and sustainability of esports in the Oceanic region is higher than ever, with 2 exciting leagues of 8 teams, broadcasting over 9 months of the year, and direct pathways through to the coveted APAC League and ultimately the 6th Invitational. Opportunities are abundant for players in Oceania. You won't want to miss this exhilarating year of R6 Esports, so follow us at R6 Esports OCE to stay up to date with our season, support your favorite teams, and catch exciting content from the best players in Oceania.
And there you have it. That's how it all works. So pretty simple stuff, and I like how it's all very well laid out, exactly how you take the path all the way to the top. Panda, you know, one of the changes for this season that I'm really happy about is that overtime change, right? It really rewards teams that fight all the way back to maybe not quite make it for the win, but at least bring it to overtime. They can get 1 point at least.
Yeah, it rewards hard work at the end of the day. I mean, you're looking at previous iterations of the competitive format. Draws were a thing, so it could end feeling quite numb at the end because neither team was the one coming away with the victory. You battle all the way to round 15, the full final round of a complete Rainbow Six match, and then you lose, and you just don't walk away with anything. This system, it rewards the hard work that these teams are putting in. If you can take your opponent to an overtime, and even if you still lose, you're guaranteed to walk away with something. It just makes things that much more competitive coming into the end of the season. And look, I'm a big fan of it. I've seen it in effect a number of months now, playing and working over in NA, and I'm really excited to see it come to the forefront.
And you know, I also mentioned the path to pro, right? That's obviously going to be the goal, making it all the way to the top for these teams, but along the way, they're going to be wanting to pick up some of that cash prize money. So let's take a look at the prize pool. All the way at the top, 4,500 big ones, definitely going to be on the eyes of all these players, but it still goes all the way down to 5th place. So all those teams making playoffs for the stage 1, that's all in the money. So teams certainly going to be looking for that one. So you might be looking at the top, But make sure you look out for those battles in the middle of the pack too. 5th and 6th, they're definitely going to be a hot contest as well, Billy. So, I mean, how good is it to see all that cash getting injected straight into the veins of Oceania's esports system? So good.
I mean, it's phenomenal, and people will look at that and think, it's a total of 10 grand for the year. No, that's every single split. So it is a total of $30,000 up for grabs through each of the 3 splits here in 2021 for the Oceanic Challenger League. And look, I mean, it's no small chunk of change. It is going to help them, keep that dream alive of wanting to be an Oceanic ANZ Rainbow Six Pro player. And look, once they get even further, they get the prize pools get even bigger. And look, it's all going to start somewhere. And why don't we have a look at our new avenue into the Oceanic Challenge League?
Exactly, right? I mean, you guys at home, you might be thinking, oh man, I wish I could play for that much money, make my way to the top. Well, guess what? You can, because LPL is putting on the amateur division as well. So along with a $1,500 prize pool you can compete for, you can also make your way into the OCL for next year as well. So you got to sign up, go to letsplay.live and sign up there through the amateur division. And you've only got until the 4th of April. And if you'd let me check my calendar on my hand here, that's this Sunday. So make sure you get in there real quick because it's going to be closing soon. Don't put it off to the last minute and then miss out because I know plenty of teams that have done that. But speaking of teams, Billy, let's move on. We got a few to talk about ourselves. So let's take a look at our list. Now, quick note on the leaderboard here. Obviously, if you followed last week, you'll note that HackUasians, they may be sitting at the top here, but that's not quite how it works. The points are actually their round wins. So all you have to do to adjust this is bring HackUasians down below the next 3. So they're actually in 4th place with Fury just below them. Everyone else with 7 points, they're the ones that won it nice and cleanly, got the 3 points, whereas HackUasians got their win in overtime, so only 2 points, essentially. So other than that, it's all in the correct order, but we'll have the points ready and correct for you guys next week. So, Panda, with that all said and done, what stands out here for the leaderboard?
I mean, there's a lot to dive into here. Obviously, we had some very, very close matches, and we had a couple of one-sided matches. The big dogs at the moment, they're sitting top of the leaderboard on round differential alone. It was a 7-1 blowout against the Swingsman, so that is why they're in that position. But we had 2 upset matches, to be perfectly honest. Pride, they lost out in their matchup in week number 1 against Donut LFO. We did think it was going to go Pride's way, and Fury got taken, like we said, full distance all the way to round 15, and they lost out to HackUasians. So there is some interesting positions that we find teams in here, and I'm excited to see how we get that leaderboard starting to flesh itself out as we head towards the middle of the split.
Yeah, I mean, we've mentioned it a little bit before the show, actually, is that this is a bit of the week of redemption. So let's take a look at the matches that we are going to have to give the teams that chance to maybe get their points on the board that they sort of deserved earlier on. So first match is going to be Skyfire versus Pride. And then after that, we got Fury versus Exto. So starting off with these 2 here, Panda, what can you tell me about these matches just briefly?
Well, I mean, these ones, I honestly, I think they're going to be quite high intensity. You got Skyfire, who came into the season very, very strong, took that victory against Exto 7-3 on Clubhouse. So they're riding that high of a win. Pride, unfortunately, like I said, weren't able to pick up their win in their first week. They're going to be looking to bounce back. They want to start that redemption arc and secure themselves top 5 going into the playoffs. Fury versus Exto. Exto, they had an unfortunate loss. They're not quite the Exto that we have seen in previous seasons, in previous competitions over the last 12 months. Fury, again, a same situation. They were handed a rather devastating loss at the end of the day. They almost beat HackUasians. It literally came down to a 1v1 at the very, very end of round 15. Tester went absolutely huge and secured HackUasians that win. So there's a lot riding on these 2 matches tonight. And all 4 teams in this competition are going to be going and absolutely gunning for the throat. And there you go. Our other matchups, Donut LFO versus Swingsman HackUasians. There's a lot that could be said, but look, there was a little bit more expected from Swingsman coming into week number 1. That we expected at least some resistance. We didn't really feel that, so the onus is on them to step up. Donut LFO have proved themselves to be a capable team. So we very rarely could see a repeat for Swingsman that we saw last week. And then our final matchup of the night, the big matchup that I am super excited for. Big Dogs came in, had a huge performance to round out our night last week. HackUasians came in, took a map away from Fury. HackUasians have had a long history. They've put up with a lot over the last 6 months. They have basically been vilified in this scene. They have come through a redemption arc of their own. They've come into week 1, they're looking strong. We need to see if that can carry on, especially on the shoulders of a standout player like Pika, who really did have a huge impact last week.
I mean, it sounds like you're really keen for that match, and I understand why. But Panda, I'm going to have to put that on the back burner for a bit because we've got a few matches to get through before we even get to that one. So let's take a look at our first matchup. Bringing in the first team, it is going to be Skyfire. So going through this roster, you've got MT, Jax, Dragos, Broken, Seppi, and Kaken. So, Panda, I mean, these lads had a pretty alright performance last week, so let's talk about them.
Yeah, I mean, Skyfire, they've come in, like I said, huge improvements being seen from them over the last 6 months. They have improved at every single turn, and it's so good to see them playing this higher level of Siege. They play an interesting style. You're looking more at a 4-1 split, so MT, Jax, Broken, Seppi, and Kaken will be doing your traditional push together on the attack, traditional site setup on the defense, and then Dragos, he goes off, he does his own thing, is just an absolute force of destruction if he's not droned out or spotted out on cams. So it's an interesting, a very, very unique style of play, but it's one that we've already seen come into great effect.
All right, and now their opponents as well. Now, these guys actually were really entertaining to watch for me last week. I love their strategies. So it's JCZ, Pluto, Elements, Namni, and Kieran. Now, I do know that JC is actually being subbed out tonight again for ARBS. So with that all said, Panda, what can you tell me about these guys?
Now, I know a bunch of the Pride guys. I've talked to them in the week since we've had week number 1. And they told me for a fact they came into week number 1, there were nerves, they weren't quite sure what was going to happen, and that really did cost them at the end of the day. Coming into week number 2, there's a lot of confidence, they're feeling good, they've got some of the most mechanically gifted players in the competition, and we saw that come into effect, and there's a lot that they're looking to find coming into this matchup today, but hopefully, they've had a few issues in week number 1, hopefully the only issues they have this week are mechanical.
All right, well, now we get to do the fun bit. We get to do the 1v1s here. So let's take a look at our featured player matchup. And it's players with 2 different roles here. You've got Kaken and Elements. So I know you're a big fan of Elements and his mouse shenanigans here, but how does he stand up against Kaken here in terms of their impact to their team?
Look, I mean, you said it. You hit it right on the head. It was 2 different roles that they play. Kaken is the hard support for the team. He plays the hard breach. He plays the smoke anchor style. He ended week number 1 with a 1.4 rating. Went 9-3 in kill deaths. Had a cost of 80%. So big stuff being put in by him. It's not every day that you see someone playing this role pull out a performance like this. Now on the other side of the card, Elements. Yeah, I'm a big fan of him. One of the most mechanically gifted competitors in this competition. A lot of potential behind him. Unfortunately, the team couldn't translate that. He himself, he didn't quite as good a showing in terms of the overall rating, but he still went 12-8 at the end of the day. Was 3-1 on entries. The guy is a gunner. That much is for certain. And I want to see the team ride that. I want to see the rest of the team match what he is bringing to the table, because if they don't, they could find themselves sitting bottom of the leaderboard 0-2 after this week.
Well, we're not too far away from getting into that first matchup, but there's one last thing we've got to check out before we hit the field, and that's where are we going? And is it going to be Chalet? No, it's going to be Oregon this time. That's all right. I still love a good Oregon, but we'll get the Chalet eventually. So, Panda, before we jump into the match here, Oregon, tried and true. A lot of teams very comfortable on here. What are you expecting to come out of this one?
I mean, it's Oregon. We've seen Pride on it already. They did go full 12 rounds, so they've shown they can get at least 5. That much we know for sure. We know that they play this map very, very well. We haven't seen Skyfire on this map. Well, not a huge amount. Most of it was in the qualifiers, and they still played that very, very well. They're a team that plays maps like this incredibly. Their roam game is such a priority for them. They are going to play this with, that off-site presence on the defense. They're going to be playing with Dragos off on his own, playing Ash on the attack. They have an understanding of this map. Both teams have a very, very solid understanding of this. And we're going to just jump straight into it. Operator bans are going to be coming in. It is Skyfire to ban away first. They're starting on the defense that could give them that momentum they need to ride it over the finish line in the second half.
All right. So, Thatcher, going to be the first ban of the day. Now, my question here is, Panda, do you expect the Pulse ban to come out again? Because Empty Jacks did cop that one last week.
I mean, I think it would be a wasted ban. And honestly, Ace is another one. They're going to be taking that one. That one is a priority, taken away from Kaken, who played it so very, very well on his attacking rounds last time. And yeah, he's even acknowledged it. Defensive bans, they're very interesting in a map like this. Cade makes a lot of sense. No surprises whatsoever. We're seeing that taken away. I just don't think there's enough priority around a Pulse on a map like Oregon for it to warrant a ban. Final ban, I'm anticipating probably a Where Am I, maybe even a Mirror would be the other one. It's going to be Valkyrie instead. So I'm wrong. I'm totally off base. It's information gathering that they want to deny here. So there is a lot that has still been left in the pool.
Yeah, a lot of bans. I mean, they're feeling like last week, right? Valkyrie, I don't think she even saw play at all because she was banned in every single match. So no surprises to see it. Again, on a map like Oregon as well, just so many great outside cams that you can put up, as well as some real sneaky ones as well, like especially around Trophy whenever you're upstairs. But there it is. We're finally going to be perhaps unleashed, unless the 6-pick does come out here, as MTGX straight away onto the Pulse, but it's a bait.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think there are enough positions on a map like Oregon to even warrant a ban, let alone a pick. So, yeah, no surprise that we see the 6-pick there. Heading up to dorms, the mute is going to make infinitely more sense. You want to deny that hard breach. You want to set yourself up as best you can to try and slow the push down, which, I mean, we know how aggressive and how competently Pride can play their game, and especially with Elements and Namni playing that entry role, this is... Skyfire are going to need as much time as possible to set themselves up for a win.
All right, well, it's straight to the updoors here. Let's see how it does turn out here. We got Pride on the attack this time first, so that's going to be always quite interesting. They had the real magic came out when they were on the defense, but their attacks also had some pretty fun styles to it too. But taking a look here, coming into it, I mean, we've got everyone on the operators that they're going to need to be on. There's not too much to go through. Plenty of utility, of course, on the side of Skyfire. I mean, with the Jaeger and the Wamai, that's just so much utility to burn through. But they've got the tools for it over on Pride. Between the Ashe, the Zofia, even the Capitao can start burning through all of that.
Yeah, look, it's going to be an interesting matchup. I know for a fact that we're looking at a slightly weakened Pride. Obviously, Arbs is a sub. He's not going to be the tried and true core player that we're expecting from this roster. And I know for a fact that Elements, I talked to him earlier today. In fact, he's looking to shift away from that IGL role. They're going to be looking to try and bring someone in to fill that once, coming into next week, I believe, is the plan. So it's going to be interesting to see how they still manage to cope coming up against the Skyfire roster, who can be very, very unpredictable at the end of the day. So they're going to need to try and anticipate that. At the moment, though, we're looking at a pretty much stock standard approach. You're going to have players heading over towards, looking towards master bedroom, getting that walk-in closet open. They're going to be trying to open up attic as well. It's a two-pronged assault, which is basically the way to go. And then Elements is going to be trying to look to push up armory stairs if he can, if not join up with his teammates. And there we go. On your screen, Dragos, that unknown wild card here for Skyfire, who can just be an absolute force of destruction.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone was watching last week, you definitely know you got to worry about this man here. Broken's going to have a pretty big job on him too, but luckily, as so am I, he's going to have all the tools needed to hold the attic for a long, long time. First blood, though, is going to go over to Seppi. The Jaeger player will be falling down. Oh no, Arms, get out of there, mate. He's going to be all right, but the surprise magnet there could have spelled disaster.
They are just looking to get themselves up to deal with that defensive utility, so they can start to pressure into the bomb slate itself. But losing Seppi early, that 416 is such a powerful weapon. Not having that to defend is going to make things so much harder. Frag grenade goes deep, but it's Elements to find Dragos, that player downstairs, swinging in Arbs. Can he find the player behind the shield? MTGX will get the trade, bringing down Namni. So they are finding those kills. They have the man advantage. Elements still alive, but Broken has not been flushed out yet. Someone needs to force him out of this position. Elements to go down. MTGX swinging in with that M590. This is back on even territory.
Yeah, and Broken, he's just holding the fort here. He's still got 2 ADS active to go, so he's going to be so hard to flush out of there. The question is, how long does Pride keep trying on the attic? It's such an important position. They may have pushed him away from the shield here, but the Banshee going off, the information is there. Pluto just holding strong, waiting to see if he can bait anyone in. Broken has fallen all the way back to sight, and now they've spotted him out. Almost clipped his head off, but he's going to survive so far. 25 seconds left here, Panda. They're going to have to go for the final push. They've lost one, but look at the health bars here. Skyfire are not looking all that good here. They've just got to go a little bit longer. There's C4 over the wall, and it's going to be MTGX to secure that one. Just only Pluto remains through the attic, and he knows the jig is up. Skyfire take out round number 1.
MTGX coming in hard, swinging with the full team ace here. 5 frags under the belt, playing mute no less. He aggressively pushed into walk-in closet, found his frags there. He locked down that entry through trophy. The man is an absolute powerhouse. He might be known as the Pulse One Trick in ranked, but he's so much more capable than just playing the one operator. Massive round to be picking up there. Pride, they are going to be kicking themselves. They had the positioning. They got themselves in early enough, but those M590s are just it. You don't want to be forcing into those in those tight angles. You want some sort of utility to at least inhibit his ability to find those frags. And now we're going back down to the basement. He switched off the mirror. He's going to be back on the mute again. This is going to be scary.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to eliminate two main threats, Namni and Elements, pretty early on. It just kind of let him go a bit wild, but we're going to be sending ourselves down to the basement. Now, a lot of teams, they like to hunker down here. Not a lot of roaming upstairs unless they're trying to do something a bit special. It's looking like maybe we might have Broken hanging out upstairs, but more likely just going to go to reinforce the hatches here. But I wonder, perhaps we do see Dragos maybe go for a bit of that wild card play, go for a bit of roaming here, but he'll always have the option to hang out back downstairs if he needs to.
Yeah, I mean, he is that roamer for the team. He will go off and do his own thing, even if it doesn't quite work out for the boys, but there he is. He's off and dining at the moment. The rest of the team are going to be hunkering down in the basement. Rooney and Jaeger on the board. It fills a similar niche role to that Wamai, but it also threatens the damage that those Surya gates offer if you have to face tanking without that utility available. Skyfire, I mean, taking around like they did in the opener, losing just 2 players and your captain getting a full ace, that's going to be weighing on Pride. Hopefully they can bounce back here in round number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was some early destruction that really cost them in round 1, so they just got to get back into it here. Make sure they don't lose some of these 1v1s here. Don't let anyone go a little bit too wild like MT Jax got to in that first round here. But it's quick, reasonably quick entries here. They've got control of the backstairs here already. Namni is going to be able to put some threats there, but they smell something's up, and now he knows that they know, and so it's going to be a bit of a challenge down there in the hallway. But Dragos, he's just all the way across the map here. Namni now just poking his head out and through the wall. Just a little hole there for Dragos. That's all he needs.
I mean, he is the king of misinformation. This is entirely what his role is in the team. He plays those uncertain positions where Pride have no reason to believe that someone is going to be playing, and that's exactly what we saw. He was playing around Zulu. He found that big kill on Tanamni, who unfortunately had a rough showing last week. Not the capable performance that we know he can pull out at the end of the day. And there we go, Dragos looking for more. He's going to be punished second time around. Elements does get the trade there, but it is just a little bit late. They would have liked to have that utility on the board in the hands of Namni with those reaching rounds, dealing with the bulletproof utility. But they've still got time. They've still got the positioning to work with. Pride still looking to execute. Kieran might be able to swing on to Arbs if Arbs isn't... sorry, no, Arbs not Broken. Arbs usually the Aruni player, but there we go. Broken had no idea that he was in such imminent danger. They can now start to clear the utility and march on towards the bomb site.
Oh, nice. Oh, that bolt there. Whoopsie. That's just going to end up on the stairs, cutting them off a little bit for a little bit of time. But now they do have a bit of more control there. If they don't mess it up a little bit more, they can push forward down through the back stairs. In the freezer, though, Kaken is just going to get hit by the concuss. Actually, in the bunker elbow, my mistake. Is going to be eventually pushed here, but he still has that position. Seppi sneaks up, and he's going to look for more. Just gets traded out, though. But how much time is left? 30 seconds left. What can they do here? MT Jack's still online, but it's a 2v2.
It's the dual SAS operators for the side of the defense. Pluto and Arbs. They're going to have to win some big gunfights. They have a distinct lack of vision or information gathering potential. Those M590s, they're the things to watch in this situation. MT Jax, he's already done big work with it in the previous round. He's looking for the burst. He just whiffs there. Arbs able to connect on the head. Pushing in, they need to start getting this diffuser down, but Kaken's in a great spot. Rotating in through Boiler. He might be able to find the flank and deny the plant. Arbs the man to cover. Pluto is looking to stick it out here. Pre-fires, lines it up, and Kaken! That is some real damage being dealt here to the Pride roster.
And he just reads them like a book as well. You could see they were looking down the hallway, but had no idea he'd be going through the freezer. And so he just gets those 2 free shots in quick succession too. So there was no chance of a retaliation. So definitely playing the situation perfectly there for the man. Second round now on the board for Skyfire. I think they're feeling it here, Panda. They're getting into form again.
This has very much been a case of you cannot come into competitions like this underestimating your opponents. I talked to Elements and a couple of the guys on Pride. They said they were feeling confident, but Where is that confidence now? Round number 1, MTJax picks up that phenomenal ace on the mute. Round number 2, Kaken clutches up in a 1 versus 2 situation to deny the round in a situation that really should have been Pride's. Arbs just not paying attention, not watching the angles he needed to. That swing into freezer. This is why teams set up the bomb site like that. So you have that ability, the lines of sight that you can contest in a post or close to post plant situation. And this is why Skyfire are now 2-0 up. A lot of teams have been sleeping on these guys for a very, very long time. And to see them come in, bring this level of dedication and improvement, oh boy, teams are going to have to start paying attention soon.
It's all about consistency though, Panda, because now we head over to the tertiary site. This one where teams, they have a little bit of flexibility. It looks like Skyfire is going to go for the meeting hall kind of hold, and that's obviously going to be going for a lot of the attic. The other thing that's coming into this one is on your screen right now. It's broken on the clash. So, I mean, look, talk to us here, Billy. What's going on? Why would you bring a clash for this?
I mean, it's not the first clash we've seen in OCL so far. There's been one other player that's brought. I can't quite remember who it is off the top of my head, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was broken again. It's an operator. It serves 2 purposes. One, obviously the utility that she brings. She has that CCS shield. She slows you down with the shock. And not to mention the fact that she's bulletproof. So she has that added benefit of being a mobile fortress almost for your teammates, but it's the mental game as well. You run into a building as an attacker, you see a clash, instantly that's going to start to trigger you. Seppi though, he's in attic, he's looking to contest on the building supplies, but decides better of it for the moment. Oh no,
man.
Namni watching the cross, just can't connect his shots there. That was a free pick for Pride, and they just did not make the most of the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, that was a risky play, and it should have been punished, but he manages to escape, and it's just incredible. So now he gets to play the attic. No shield, though, so he's going to be a little vulnerable, but we'll see how long he can hold out. Meanwhile, though, Dragos, he's still holding the hatch, but everything should be on Seppi right now because the breach is coming through. Everyone should be entering. They know they've got to be careful, but MTJax, the man, he's got the Nitro Cell in hand and can make magic happen with it.
Elements off the board. It's his Sophia player too. He was a key figure in Pride's game last week, leading the frags on the server. Having him removed in this round is going to mean that Pride will struggle. Not to mention the fact that Broken has relocated into Attic to provide Seppi some of that support. You can see Pride, they realize that Attic is no longer an option. They have to go elsewhere, but Seppi's going to find a kill onto Namni regardless of the fact. And no matter what Pride seem to do, there always seems to be an answer coming out of Skyfire. And with a minute left to play, I just don't think Pride have an idea of what to do.
It's such a challenge because even if they deal with Seppi and Broken here, there's still MTJax with the hole underneath their entry as well, covering that too. I believe he got the C4 through that before too, so Attic just seems like it's a brick wall right now that Pride won't break through. MTJax, he's fallen back a little bit, but it's because he's got the backup upstairs. Kaken, meanwhile, downstairs, he's got that line of sight up through the hole, through the hatch too, so it's such a tough place to go through. Kieran, though, pushing right up to the clash, but here's that bulletproof you were talking about. What are you going to do about it, mate? And it turns out you're just going to fall over flat dead. Is the next one going to fall as well? Arbs, he's looking to challenge down the back stairs as well. Fights all over the place, but Pride, they're just fallen. They've maybe gotten 1 kill in the attic, and that's on Seppi, but what can they do with it with 15 seconds to go?
I mean, this is just going to be absolutely crippling. MTJax again doing such significant damage to the M590. Can't find the follow-up. Pluto will get it, but Kaken, the other SAS operator, not running the M590, running the FMG9 instead, will be the one to secure a 3rd round, a flawless rotation of bomb sites here for Skyfire. And this is just going to be crippling the mental of Pride. They need to do something to bounce back soon, otherwise they're going to find themselves in the same spot that EXO found themselves in last week. And the Pride boys, I mean, it's in the name. This is not something that they're going to handle very well if they go down to Skyfire. I know they've been talking. They believe wholeheartedly that they should be able to contest this and take the win. But at the moment, it's looking bleak.
Well, the good news is we're still a little while away from their chance at defense. But if they want to make it a good chance, they're going to have to start winning rounds right now. Otherwise, Skyfire are going to go into the next half with that advantage. We'll see if it does begin, as we are going to head right back upstairs. But I mean, Panda, the main problem seems to have been in the attic so often, and arguably that's one of the most important points to hold here on this side.
I mean, it always has been since its release. Attic was such a priority for both attacking and defense. You want to hold on to it as a defender as long as you possibly can. You don't want to overcommit to a gunfight because the utility available to attacking teams means that it's not a guaranteed thing. Luckily, with that Wemai and Jaeger on the board, it's a little bit more defensible at the moment, but it's a time thing. You need to hold on to it for a certain amount of time. You can then pull back and hold your angles after the fact. And Skyfire, they have that understanding. They understand it as well. You know, classroom is a very, very contested point of aggression for attacking teams. You go below, you look to deny whatever breach denial is there. From walk-in closet, you can start to open things up because you need a multi-pronged attack on a bomb site like this.
Alrighty, so let's see how they handle it this time here. Could be disaster again for Pride, but it could be all glory for Skyfire. I mean, I guess those are the same things here because, I mean, we talk about, you know, Pride maybe getting a bit tilted, but on the flip side, of course, you've got Skyfire who are on a roll, and you can tell this is a team that's going to be able to do a lot with momentum, especially a player like MT Jax who's popping off. Didn't have the greatest week one, but he's certainly having an excellent one so far now. Let's see if he can keep it up, though. We've been talking about consistency a little bit here throughout the night, so we'll see if it does translate into later rounds, but he definitely plays with verticality here. He's pushed up quite far forward, but is just going to back off here. Doesn't want to play that risk any more than he needs to, so no danger, nothing just yet.
He's going to be holding the same position that he did at the Pride again last time. Switching between games and the trophy door, just holding the top end of the door. If he can find one pick hit, it would be absolutely devastating. A bit of lag, but Element's going to be tagged up, not quite fragged out. So he might be able to still find something. Kieran as well being damaged quite heavily. Skyfire are holding on to this one tooth and nail. They need to find some way to get into the bomb site, some way, even just one frag could be the opening they need for Pride to explode in, set themselves up for the plant, and look to take a round away finally.
Yeah, a little bit of damage done so far, but for now, everyone keeping their head on their shoulders. Pluto pushed up, but Empty Jack's certainly going to be ready for him in the trophy, but little does he know, there could be more than one member in there, so a trade could be on the order here. The drone waiting for it, but it's going to be Namni to fall downstairs to to Seppi. But the battle continues as the C4 comes out. Drago's not going to connect onto that one, but there's a whole lot of chaos going on downstairs. They still got to make their way up before they can even finish off this round. Empty Jack's guarding the door. Pop goes the shotgun. Where's the next one? He's standing ready, waiting for it. Seppi's winning his battle downstairs as well. Kieran looking to try and get some vengeance, but look at the health bars. Look at the players alive. Panda, I think this one's done again for Pride, and Skyfire are about to pick up another one.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see off Pluto's play there. He went for the knife rather than taking the gunfight. Flawless round win goes the way of Skyfire. They have just taken control of Oregon here. I did wonder, I said that at the very, very start, will their performance on Clubhouse translate to a map like Oregon? And it is. It very, very much is. This is the same level that Skyfire were bringing into week number one, and this is putting them, in position to be one of the favorites to take the lead at the end of the season.
Yeah, and they're certainly starting to show out why. And again, I have to bring it up, the pulse. I mean, we got to talk about what it does to the mental, right? You never know. You never know when they're just going to randomly lock it in. I know you say there's not a lot of room for pulse here, but they've always got to wonder, maybe it does come out and you're not going to be ready for it. But, of course, we get to see that it's just normal. It's the mute again, and it certainly paid off wonders in earlier rounds, so I'm not too surprised to see him playing it again.
Yeah, I mean, we're only just heading into round number 5, and MT Jax, he's 8-3-2, having contributed to 11 frags so far. And we're not even going to the half yet. The defense from Skyfire has been stalwart. There's been no breaching it whatsoever. In fact, I don't think a single member of Pride has actually managed to get onto the bomb sites yet. So, actually, no, they did. They got it. They almost got it down last time they were down here. But that's still 1 from 4. Only 25% of the rounds played, they've actually managed to get into the bomb site and actually look like they might be able to take it away. Skyfire, they are just playing on another level. And I mean, this might even be a stronger Skyfire than their previous iterations.
Oh, this definitely looks stronger than last week, I'd even imagine, too. Just completely washing their opponents. But for Pride, this is the site that they did get the closest to on attack. This is the one where they did step foot on the site. So they can take some hope into this one here. So early entry onto the western side of the building here. Namni going to be clearing out room by room, but he's going to have to be careful. Once he hits those freezer stairs, that could be where Seppi is going to be holding down. As we can see, he's actually pushing up a little bit, perhaps hearing a footstep here and there. And they'll see that it's 3 members coming in, so it could be a big focus on a bit of a freezer push here. Maybe a bit of a difference here for Pride.
Well, different approach could be the one. They need to find some avenue in to start
Dragos
making their way into finding points. And Dragos, yeah, he's tucked away in dorms at the moment. I did talk about that solo play that he does look to find. He could be finding something big for this position. It really does depend on how Kieran has set up those air jabs. If they can deny something with that, they might be able to deny him from having an impact in the round. But you see that the remaining players, they're getting themselves back into the bomb site, waiting for the initial push. Utility starting to dump down. They're pushing down freezer stairs. Broken has even pulled back into the bomb site rather than contesting in through freezer. This is about to be a very explosive execute.
Oh man, but they've got to remember Dragos is nowhere to be found. He could just be coming up right from behind them. They've got the hole in the wall here to be able to just completely flush them out, even through the small laundry there as Kaken gets a new haircut. But here's Dragos. He's inching his way down, making sure he doesn't get cut off on the way. They're creating new rotates to adjust to Pride's new attack here. But it's Dragos here with a surprise flank. But what more can he get from it? It looks like another one. That's 2 for nothing so far. He needs to see what else he can find here.
At the moment, with a minute left to play, Elements is still in freezer. He's still a very capable fragger. Unfortunately, they do lose Pluto to Broken with that P10 Roni. He's going to swing it anyway, doesn't care. He's avenged his teammate now. It's a 2 versus 2. Seppi and Empty. Jax versus Arbs and Elements. Elements, of course, is going to win his one against Seppi. Can he find even more? Arbs, he's the one to do it instead. Pride finally get themselves on the board after 4 very terrifying rounds. They take it in the 5th.
And this is something I like about Pride, is that if something's not working, or sometimes even if it was working, they'll just try something else. And this is something that clearly Skyfire, they were trying to adapt to on the fly. They had to change up where they were positioned, and it still wasn't quite enough. So there we go, Pride, even with Drago sneaking up behind them, managing to get their first round on the board. Let's see if they can keep it up here. Make it a 4-2 half. Maybe that's not so bad, and then they can come back on the defense here. But one last chance here on the attack. Let's see what they can do.
I mean, at the moment, majority competitions 4-2 defensive split is the norm for Oregon. So not crazy out of the normality of a map like this. But 6-pick from the Vigilante Jaeger. That one makes a little bit more sense. Probably a little bit telegraphed given that he wasn't in the initial roster. But there are unfortunately terrifying warning signs on the horizon here for Pride. They are down in a very, very unfavorable position at the moment. They need to take this round. They need to give themselves something to work for in the second, work from, rather, in the second half. Namni as well, just unfortunately being put out time and time again by Dragos, who has been unseen and uncontestable on the whole with these roams that he's finding. Just these phenomenal flanks, almost reminiscent of old Shaq on the Big Dogs.
Oh yeah, and we'll get to see that later on tonight.
And Pride, they've still got one more opportunity here in this half to close the gap a little, but this is not a situation I think they ever imagined they'd be in.
Yeah, it was certainly a wash, but remember, they could take inspiration from Haku Asians last week, who were down a mile and still came back to win in overtime. So no one is out until they're out here, Billy. So Pride, let's see how they can make the best of this half, maybe pick up an extra round. But going in here, remember, they went from the western side. There was a freezer push, this time heading over to the back stairs to see if they can maybe once more catch Skyfire a little bit by surprise. But Seppi's up here. I mean, he knows that this is a common push, so why would you not guard it out? So they should have a pretty good idea of what's going on here. Namni making his way down in this position before, is being live droned, should spot out Seppi on the defense, may even be able to swing him, but nope, into Harry Potter will keep him safe. But Namni will keep that line of sight locked down.
Yeah, this is a position they do need to flush out. I don't think they can go down tower stairs anymore. It's just it's not tenable anymore. And you can see that Pride, they're repositioning over towards Con. They're going to try and push in through bunker. And maybe they might even just relocate over to a freezer execute. They're trying to bait Seppi in with that drone, but he's not having a bar of it. but they're still dead focused on Step. He's walking up. Namni almost caught on the reload there. That could have been absolutely devastating. He's still looking for this angle. T2, he might be able to find it. The stuns are prepped and ready. Pre-fires as well. 3 of them stacked up. Pluto's going to be tagging the elbow. The stun goes in. Seppi's full white screen. Are they going to shove? Are they going to push that angle at all? And all broken. White screened and all. Finds a kill on a Kieran. He's slowing this push down single-handedly almost. Seppi just tucked into the corner watching his teammate. No, my lord, he pushes up and finds Namni as well. This is going to be absolutely brutal for Pride to try and claw it back.
Yeah, 1 minute on the clock, and they've made almost zero progress right now. Skyfire just shutting them out entirely. There's still some presence on the stairs as Element's making his way down. He's going to have to be flawless in his execution because his teammates are falling all around him. He gets 1, he's going to get 2, but he's still going to need more than that to pull out the win here. Pushing forward, knowing there's not much time left, but he's got a lot of progress here. What can he push forward into the site? But nope, it's going to be from the hallway instead to take him down. And Arbs still all the way outside. 1v3, I mean, we've seen it happen before, but with a Skyfire like this, I think they're going to get a 5th round.
Unfortunately, it seems that Pride's troubles are following them from week 1 here into week number 2. I thought that maybe they were going to be able to bring it back in some way or another, but Skyfire just not going to give them anything whatsoever.
Located by attackers.
He's stuck in boiling. He has to force in, and there's Syria Gates in his way, unfortunately. He's got 1 frag grenade, so he's going to have to go for it. That's 3 frags. He needs to find Dragos, almost taking him off the backside. Toxic Canis is in play, and it's going to be Kaken with that terrifying M590 yet again to take him down and secure a 5-1 half.
Yeah, and this is just...
It's just scary. Yeah, look, that's the only way to put it.
Scary because Skyfire now on 5 rounds means they just need to secure 1 more to at least lock in that overtime. And that means a lot more with the changes here where overtime at least guaranteeing you 1 point. But of course, they could just skip it entirely at this stage. So Pride, they want to start that win streak and they want to start it now. They get to do it on the defense here. This is where they were quite fun to watch last week. They were doing occasionally different strats, interesting strats, but we'll see if it does play off here because they're going to need more than just a surprise round to even claw back to overtime.
Well, we're going to see some interesting stuff. Pride, they play their own style of defense as well, as you see with the Oryx and the Ella on board, but they need to do something huge here, no question about it, as they head into the first round of the second half. They have just been tripped and kicked through every single round of the opening half, and 5-1 split. There are very few teams that will be able to manage to come back from that, and I do have faith. I want to see the Pride boys bring it back and take this map for themselves, but the odds, they're just not stacked in their favor right now.
Look, I know Pride have got a lot of fans, and they've certainly got one in me whenever they do this hold. So send them your energy at the moment, whether you're in Twitch chat or you're watching later on. Definitely put your hands into the sky and send them your energy because they need it right now. And it's going to start off with another slightly surprise round. But if Skyfire were watching last week, this shouldn't be a complete surprise to them. It's a hold they've done before. So let's see what they can pull out here. Skyfire, surely they should have an inkling of this one, but do they have an inkling of Arbs hanging up all the way on T3 here, right at the top, ready to catch anyone on the entry? He hears the windows being open. He hears the barricades being slammed, but do they have an idea? They're going to have to drone him out or at least suspect something, but it's all
I think
very
the top of the head may have been
cautious.
seen there. They know him for sure now. This is a very risky hold. T3, it's not every day that you're going to find something from it. And we've seen Pride do it before. We've seen this hold played in previous weeks. And unfortunately, it's Elements to go down first. Broken finds the opening frag. Arb's in a bit of trouble. Can he swing and find anything? And no, he's to go down as well. MT Jax secures the kill with the secondary. It's looking like Skyfire might be able to move to map point here in Oregon.
Yeah, it seems like desperation plays are coming out of Pride as another and another falls down. And we're very quickly left with just Pluto. Pulls out the pistol, can get 1, but again, he's gonna need a hell of a lot more than that to get out more than just a few feel-good frags. I mean, look, 2 feels pretty good, but man, they know where he is. They know what he's got. If he's using a pistol at that range, it's likely he's pulled out the shotgun, and that's exactly what we see. So what can he pull out here? Down in firepower. Can he even prevent a plant? 3 enemies to get down. Now droned out. so they know once more for sure where his position is going to be. He keeps swapping rooms to try and confuse them here. Pulls out. No, the air jab is going to cancel his surprise and will knock him down on the ground. No clutch play here. Skyfire lock in match point.
6-1 here in Oregon, and unfortunately Pride just have not been able to break the curse. They lost last week in a very, very close matchup, and this one is not even remotely close. 6-1. This is the same level of beatdown that we saw out of the big dogs against Swingsman, and you have to feel for the boys. They're not playing with their full 5-man. They've got a sub in. They are trying to find themselves someone who can step in and fill that IGL role, because Elements wants that freedom to play offside and play their own and be that devastating unknown factor that we see in the likes of Dragos. Going down to the basement, though, there's not a lot of room to work with.
And again, just that little bit of what-if play coming out from Skyfire. I love the fact that they just use their 6-pick all the time, right? Whether they actually want to change or not doesn't really matter, but it's the what-if. Like, what if there is a no? I mean, you look and you see no Zofia, so you're like, probably not. But for now, it's always going to be a question, especially in a round where Skyfire are going to be feeling so comfortable, right? I mean, they know they've got plenty of room to fall down, so they can have a little bit of fun. Clearly, they're going stock standard here, so no surprises, but that question has got to be in the mind of Pride, who are definitely questioning everything, their own play style, and what they can do against whatever Skyfire's pulling out.
Yeah, I mean, that's it in a nutshell. A lot of questions to be answered by Pride going into the coming weeks. And hopefully, when they do find that fifth who will fill the IGL role, they might be able to bounce back and really start to contest top 5 going into the end of the season. But at the moment, it's not looking great. Skyfire, though, that's literally all that can be said for them. They're looking phenomenal at the moment. Just understanding and reading their opponents to the point of being nigh unstoppable. They've only dropped the one round so far, and every single one after that first have gone the same way. Just empty jacks to putting in work. The rest of the team there following up behind them where they can. And Skyfire, honestly, with the way things are going, it looks like they might close this map out in the next round.
All right, it's going to be a push from the tower stairs here, clearing out any potential flanks to make sure they don't get any surprises coming in. Of course, Drago's going to be the wild card to go where he wants to go. Opening up the hatches too. Glad you've got the Mav, but they'll quickly find out there is a Shuriya gate locked onto that hatch, so another small thing they're going to have to deal with if they want to drop down through it. And so they're going to be just opening the way for now. Skyfire just wanting to do everything by the books, but as we can see coming out from Pride, there's no crazy wild cards, right? They're not doing anything crazy on this round here, so it's just going to be a bit of a hold. And actually, the Shuriya gate not... Oh no, it is on the hatch. Just a bit weird from the parallax angle.
Well, it's Dragos and Elements to go toe-to-toe around the freezer stairs. Common position that you see a lot of teams playing. You chuck that barricade in, you play from the stairs and look for that angle towards Zulu, but no, nothing found. Broken, though, going to be heavy tagged for the moment. I think he may have just impacted himself there. Already we've seen some problems around the banisters on these stairs. Arb's going to be tagged, but nothing significant for the moment. Minute 13 on the clock. There's still room for Pride to bring this one back. Broken in such a tenuous position. Dragos as well, just above half. The frags could come in very, very quickly. Looks like we might even see that hot drop through the E-box hatch and for that explode on the bomb site. But you look at the angles that are being covered. Pride, they are ready to meet them.
It's got to be telegraphed because they had to get rid of the Shuriya gate. Broken's going to fall down on the stairs as well. Another Shuriya gate going to be opened right up, but there is a player behind that riot shield. The drop comes in, but it's immediately met. Just like you said, Skyfire, they're going to have to go right through the bunker here by Kaken. Gets the defender out, so has the rotate for himself, but won't be able to get the kill through it. And so now, instead, actually was a trade, did get the kill, but does fall himself. But just empty jacks here on the attack. And again, he's met on the stairs by Pride. So they live to tell another story here for one more round. Perhaps the win streak starting now here, Panda.
Another ace. 2 aces in a single map, and on Oregon at that. Both of them, though, on the defense. It's not every day that you see an ace with a Naruni, not to mention the fact that she was running the DMR there as well. But if Pride can pull that in again... I mean, Arbs is only a sub. That's wild, the fact that he was able to be the one to step up big where his team needed it. But it's not over by a long shot here for Pride. They still need 4 rounds in a row and they're not allowed to make any mistakes because already. Oh, okay, Pluto. All right, buddy. Look, hey, I think this is purely mental. I think this might even be a bit of respect being thrown towards MT Jax. It is his go-to, and it's what he's known for. Even though we have yet to see him play here in the OCL. But Dorms, last time it didn't work. It was unfortunate. It was 1v5 at one stage, and Pluto he found 2, but that was it. He then got stuck by an air jab and was fragged out. This time they're going for the same setup. They're going for that same level of aggression, which is something that Pride have been able to play off previously. If they can make it work this time, it just gives them that opportunity to come back.
Do they know about that drone hole down there? I mean, you've got quite a lot of information. I like to call it the Twitch drone hole because it's just so useful as a Twitch to get in there and get rid of any wall denial. But for now, it's a similar hold by Pride. They're going to go to the strategy that they like to do, holding behind the tower instead of just back where Elements does like to sit. Now, remember they had, I believe it was one defender pushed up quite far, but not punished just yet. Namni actually just going to throw some questions towards Skyfire here. Like, oh, is someone going to spawn peek us? We got to watch out for that. But it's going to be Arbs in the same position as before. But again, Skyfire shouldn't be surprised by this. They should definitely be considering everything, especially with the drones they've got in position.
Well, Elements, he's done some early chip damage. MT Jax, not quite as healthy as I think he'd like to be in this position. They know that they're going for the same hold. Pride, they need to hunker down and win their ones here, because Skyfire have proved that any smidgen of momentum is something that they can ride to a victory. 2 minutes coming up soon, and Broken is in, pushing in through Master. Kieran will find the opening. That's Seppi to go down. That's a big portion of their entry potential. Losing out on the hard breach. They do seem to have the avenues open to get in. Obviously opened up by Pride earlier on, but losing that out means that they are going to have to potentially go for the one avenue push. Broken, though, in Trophy, I don't think they have an idea he's there. He could really undercut what Pride are trying to do. Utility being tossed. Dragos as well going to contest tier 3, but it's Elements. He's found Broken as well. They're just taking apart the Skyfire attack. Oh, MT Jax saw the prone form. Dragos will find the kill onto Kieran, but MT Jax has yet to find his frag. Seppi, no, never mind. Namni, sorry. Still, unfortunately, unable to find much of anything. And all of a sudden, as we head to the second half of the round, we're back at a 3-3.
But you can see how cautious MT Jax was being on each of those swings. I love to see it because it pays off. But he's going to need just a little bit more. It's a 3v3 here. Dragos, he's looking to just find a way into the tower. They know if they can crack that, then the round is all but won, just like last time we were on the site. But Arbs hasn't been eliminated immediately. MT Jax does go down, and I cursed Arbs upstairs as well. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. But Pluto, once more, here at the end to see if he can pull out that clutch play. But he's got backup this time in the form of Elements.
He's an addict. He's seen one. Can he find the frag? Pluto as well, just going to be playing that misinformation game. Does have the RG-15. Elements, you can see him back aside. It's going to send some significant damage down towards Kaken, who finds himself in a bit of trouble. Dragos as well spots the head. Can't quite shoot it out. 34 seconds on the clock. Something has to happen. Oh, Dragos almost in position to catch the back end of Pluto, who's still running that Epo 12. Kaken will look to swing in, goes to the pre-fire shield. There's no one there. Dragos in from behind, finds the triple. This could be a real hurt. And Kaken, he swings the other way. Skyfire, they take it, and they take it handily. 7-2.
Yeah, it looked like maybe the beginnings of a fairy tale were starting to happen there for Pride, but at the end of the day, it was just such a stellar performance coming out from Skyfire that it just felt like there was no way they could drop this map.
Yeah, just the way they approach things, the way they set themselves up. You look at that. MT Jax and Dragos both securing themselves double digits at the end there, both sitting on a 2.0 KD, 10 and 5 at the end. Namni left with a big old donut. 0, 3, and 9 in the map was well and truly shut down, mostly by Dragos.
Yeah, excellent performance coming out from the boys there on Skyfire. They'll be totally stoked to get that one, nabbing themselves 3 points for getting the win by just completely avoiding that overtime. But Panda, the beautiful thing about the OCL here tonight is that we've got 3 whole more matches to go. So, guys, after the break, we're coming back with a big one. It's Fury versus Exto. Kia ora and welcome back, everyone, to the Oceanic Challenger League. We've just gotten through a match number 1. Skyfire coming back with a bit of a fury, I gotta say. But speaking of fury, we'll be getting to them in just a moment. So, Panda, I mean, look, pretty sick match number 1. It's good to see Skyfire looking so on form.
I mean, I came into this week, I was hoping it was the week of redemption arcs, but no chance. Unfortunately, Skyfire is the villain that wins at the end of the day. They shut down our, peppy young protagonist, unfortunately. Yeah, just no chance of the comeback there for the boys on Pride. They've got next week and they've got the weeks after that as well, but for the moment, they remain lossless in the competition so far. It was an absolutely stunning showing from Skyfire. They really did just take control of the map from start to finish, despite the losses they did have. 2 very, very interesting aces. One off the bat in round number 1, MT Jax just going wild on the mute, and then Ubs towards the tail end of it single-handedly defends the basement bomb site with a Rudy. It's just not something you see every day.
Yeah, I mean, everyone got to have their day there, at least if they're, playing for the Skyfire rosters. So we do have to move on, unfortunately, Panda, because we've got 3 more matches to go. But luckily for everyone, they're 3 fantastic matches. And I'm keen on this one because you mentioned Redemption. I think this is the real one for it. It's Fury versus Exto. And man, both of these teams are going to be hungry for a win because, I mean, Fury, even with their 1 point, oh man, they would have wanted to get that win. So let's get right into it. Let's take a look at the first lineup. It's Fury, like I said. They are very hungry to come back and get this one. It's President, Angmo, Twent, Edpan, and Pun. Man, these guys look beautiful, but what do they look like when they actually hit the game?
I mean, Fury, they started so strong last week. They took the half 5-1, and then they lost the next one 5-1, getting taken to overtime. And then they just couldn't translate it into a win. Yes, they did go full 15 rounds. Yes, they did get a point, but it's not nearly the sort of performance that they were hoping for in the opening week of the OCL. Pun, though, he was a standout performer. He had a phenomenal rating at the very end, 1.36, the highest in the lobby despite their loss, and a massive 93% cost at the end of it. 4 plants under the belt was one of the linchpins as to why Fury were able to take it as far as they were. He got 13 frags, died the 9 times. He was just an integral part of how that match played out. But look, why don't we go over to the other side of the coin? We'll take a look at their opponents for the night. It is Exto Gaming. You have on the board Cairo, Tesla, Mitchie, Sawyer, and Geordie. Some OGs of previous Exto rosters coming in the fold, plus a couple of new faces. They suffered a very, very rough loss. I think they're going to be feeling a little bit better having seen Pride go down in a very, very in the exact same fashion last week. So they can potentially look to ride that and say it wasn't our fault. They were just a better team at the end of the day. We can just improve. Let's take this match up here. Another very, very capable team. Not quite what we have seen from previous iterations of the Exto roster. They were a real powerhouse coming into the middle of last year. So they're going to be looking to bounce back, return to form, and take it to a higher seeding coming into the end of the season.
Yeah, I mean, like we've been saying since the beginning of the match, right? I mean, higher seedings, definitely what they're looking for, but definitely just vengeance for last week. If not against the team that took them down, at least against someone. Make someone else feel bad. But we do have to take one more look at the individual players. And I think we've got 2 stellar players to look at here in Pun and Tesla. I mean, you've mentioned standout performances for both sides here, but who is going to have the most impact on this match, do you think?
Well, I mean, it's great. I will apologize now. I did get Tesla and Testa from Hackuations confused last week towards the end of the broadcast. It was a late night. It's fine. But coming into this head-to-head matchup, Punisher and Tesla, former teammates from the PC419 roster, proved themselves absolutely devastating, running through the Oceanic Nationals relegations qualifiers through the lower bracket, back-to-back best of 3s in the lower bracket, all finishing on theme pipe, which they don't have to worry about now. But they just brought an intense level of gameplay to the table, and there's a reason they very, very nearly qualified for the Oceanic Nationals. Coming into this matchup, Tesla, he's not quite playing the role we're traditionally used to him. When he was playing PC419, he was one of those key entries. He was playing the Zofia on the attack, did a great job of that. He's playing the Sledge now for Team Exto. They've got Mitchie on the Zofia role, whereas Pun, he plays what would be considered a fragmite if he played the thermite, but it's Hibana that he plays on attack. He's the support. He goes to those plants, but he's also an incredibly capable gunner on the backside of it. So I think definitely he is going to be one to watch. The biggest problem, though, we've seen from Fury is their ability to close out a match. So hopefully Pun can be one that helps them push it over the finish line and secure themselves their first win of the season.
Yeah, luckily for them, though, is that it was only a little bit over the line that they'd need to push it. So it wasn't too far from before. So my next question, Panda, is going to be, did we get Chalet? So I keep it a surprise. I don't look at the map beforehand. And it's going to be Villa, though. This is a new one. We haven't seen it yet throughout the season. So keen to get onto this one. Maybe we'll get the Chalet later on, just hint teams. But what can you tell us about Villa coming into it? I mean, do you favor either side here, especially seeing as we haven't seen it in OCL yet?
I mean, off the bat, I do have some interesting stuff to look at. I mean, Villa, again, it's a map that's similar to Oregon, similar to Clubhouse. It's one that favors the deep style of Rome on the defense. You want someone hanging around very far from sight. They can then pinch in later in the round to look to try and execute and deny that inevitable attack that will be coming. On the attack, there's also just so many angles, so many entry points that you can get yourself into the building from and then look to explode on the bomb side. So this is... I wouldn't say it was a hard 50-50 in terms of being both, even between attack and defense, but it is one where if a team favors themselves on a particular side, they can pick up some significant rounds on the board and a half, and it can be quite hard to come back from if you then find yourself in an unfavorable side.
So I just want to move on and talk about the team's results from last week, right? Obviously, we've done Fury's results to death. I mean, everyone remembers that story. Well, let's talk about Exto because they played Skyfire, who we just saw have had a pretty fantastic run throughout the first 2 weeks, but they only picked up 3 rounds. Do you think that still says a good amount? Do you think that's Exto playing at their peak?
Yeah, I mean, look, this like I said at the very, very start, this is a far cry from the the Exto of yesteryear. It was on Clubhouse, which is a map that does play a lot for Skyfire. They have been seen on it quite a few times, but it's not like we saw overwhelmingly poor results out of EXO. The lowest rating we had was Cairo, who was 0.72, and even then he still did some significant work. He was involved and he actually put up some decent numbers. He went 5 and 8, not the best showing, but when you're facing the overwhelming force that is Skyfire, as they have proved to be not only last week but this week as well, I think that this does give an indication that maybe against the less aggressive, overpowering opponent, they could really shine. They could really bring themselves to the forefront. Well, unfortunately, Fury, they could be the ones to find the brunt of that.
Yeah, it kind of does hurt because both teams desperately want this win, right? But obviously one of them has to lose. I guess the best best result would be, an overtime victory to kind of share the points out a little bit. But I think neither team is going to be happy with that, right? Exo sitting on 0 points. Fury kind of having that happen to them last week will certainly not want overtime to happen again. I think even an overtime win wouldn't be enough for these guys. So, I mean, look, both teams have big fan followings. Both teams have got a lot of promise for them. We've seen a lot coming out of them. I think it's just going to matter once we actually hit the field. Do you think, Panda, that there's going to be a lot of emphasis on what happens in the early rounds, right? If a team starts getting the ball rolling, will they just be impossible to stop?
Well, unfortunately, we did see Fury take a 5-1 half last week, and that really didn't account for much because they ended up losing anyway. So I think it's very much a case of it's too early to tell. Exto, who knows how much work they've done in this previous week to improve. They could be coming in the same level. They could be coming in with some improvements. They could be coming in vastly improved. So we don't know until we're going to get there. But on a map like Villa, and with the way things are gearing up to be playing, you have to favor Fury a little bit more. I know the community for sure does, but it's no reason to count out Exto, especially in a situation like this. Both teams have been dealt losses in their opening week and losses that they probably didn't expect to be taking. I think there could be, that I talked about redemption arcs. They could be pushing for that again here.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's definitely just going to be both teams super keen for that win. We are, just as an update, guys, waiting on one more player to jump into the lobby. As soon as they do, we'll be jumping straight into Villa to get things rolling. So for the teams that, go through these vetoes here, I mean, what's on their mind when they're gearing towards a Villa? Why would they not pick that up as a ban? Because it's been banned in, obviously, all the maps we've seen so far. So as I just see the next player join, we should be jumping into it immediately. I mean, what do you think about Villa, Billy? Do you like it when it pops up in ranked?
Look, I like me a bit of Villa, I do, but that's for other reasons. I think Villa, it gives you freedom just because there is so much expansive space. There's so many buffer rooms you have between you and a bomb site when you're entering the building. So defenders, they have that room to work with. They can play the deep roams and they have that ability to pull back without being immediately threatened from a number of positions. On the attack, you have the entry. There's so many different ways to get into the building. There's so many different crossfires you can set up. The verticality comes into play. This map really does just sort of have it all. You've got to play very, very well, very coordinated. You have to win your gunfights because if you don't, you find yourself in a position where there's 30 seconds left. You have no guaranteed way into the bomb site without running through one of the doorways, which is a choke point that is probably going to be met with some pretty brutal gunfire. And it's really a map that can go either way.
And any surprises, because I'm all about the surprises, right? Any little pocket picks that you kind of expect to come out of this one, I mean, particularly from either side. Or you think standard?
We have
standard?
We have seen Warden played previously. A data that can be played, especially on the split bomb site. You sit him and walk in. People are going to be dumping utility in from the side of the attackers. You activate his glasses, and he's good to go. Same with Ella. You can play Ella with the FO12 in that walk-in closet. It is terrifying to push into, say the very least. So there are some strategies, some pocket picks that we could see. Pulse is another one that does tend to make his way into Villa. If we head to the tertiary bomb site, if you go down to Dining Kitchen, you're probably going to see it played then just to contest the verticality of, that's where teams are going to be trying to get that advantage to execute onto the bomb site. In terms of crazy out there picks, I don't think we're going to see too many. Maybe an Echo could come into play, but I think that's about as diverse as we're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen some Pro League teams go for strategies that do kind of ignore the hard breach and just think about storming the site. The likes of seeing like Lion and Finker pop up as well. So is that something you'd expect coming out from lineups like Fury or Exto, or do you think they'll stick mostly to their own style here?
I think we're just going to see them play tried and true. There is that much on the line here. Yes, at least Fury picked up a point last week, but if Exo can win this, they take the advantage. As long as they don't take it in overtime, which case they'll probably end 2 points each on the night. But I think there is a very real possibility that we see some very, very hard-hitting, very, very conventional Siege tonight. I don't think we're going to see anyone looking to take risks. They're going to play their game. They're going to play it as well as they possibly can. And this is one of the ones that I pegged tonight to go full 15 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Fury don't want it to go to full 15 rounds. I mean, they had a super long one last time, and just to lose it out in round 15 would be such a pain. I mean, Exto are kind of the other side, where it was a reasonably kind of quick, not a blowout by any means, but, quick loss by all things considered. But we've sounded the alarms. The bells are tolling, and we do finally get to head our way over to Villa. So let's jump right into it. Let's check out the bans and see what it's going to look like right from round number one.
Well, I mean, you're looking at probably a Nomad is almost one of the ones that you guaranteed to see in terms of the bans, potentially a Thatcher, an Ace, Maverick even to an extent. There we go, Nomad off the bat, being banned out here by Fury, which is something that Angmo did play last week. It was his go-to on the attack, that flank watch, and I think now that they're on the defense, they want that freedom on the roam to pick up some big rounds early on. And Thatcher on the other side of it, again, no surprises whatsoever there.
Yeah, I mean, that guy, he's always getting kicked out of here. Why would you not ban him here again? Along with the Nomad, again, just sort of makes sense. Mirror, another one that you can pretty much always safely ban. You're pretty happy to take that operator off the table if you're not planning to use it. And then my prediction here, Valkyrie. I mean, it's been banned every single round so far. So let's take a look if it's that going to be the one again. And that's right, Valkyrie. Nobody wants to deal with all these pesky cams. No one wants to be the one who's forced to play Valkyrie, forced to play IQ to sniff them out. So just ban it. Just get it out of here.
Yeah, just the information potential that she does offer. There's so many positions for those black eye cams on Villa. So it makes a lot of sense. Everything so far that we've seen banned out has made a lot of sense. Now, though, Fury, they have that freedom on their own. Where are we going to see it played out? And I don't think we're going to see Twent stick the pulse here. It's just not an operator that you see traditionally played on the site. I would imagine a Maestro or a Jaeger is going to be the one brought in. There we go. Twent is going to pick up the Jaeger. Tesla, though, he's bringing something a bit different. Zero, we haven't seen a huge amount of it, but it is an operator that is making his way into the competitive pool. Plus, Mitchie playing the IQ. They understand how they want to attack this map. Exto, they're fired up and ready to go.
Yeah, definitely coming into this one with the plan. So let's take a look. The Zero definitely going to be an interesting one to watch. And I may have said no one wants to play IQ, but you've got Mitchie over on that one too. So ready to sniff out anything that they can. They're going to need to as well, because there's going to be a large amount of ADS, of magnets. You don't want to be able to deal with those. Plenty of soft floors to be able to shoot through, so IQ can definitely take advantage of that on Villa here. So you're going to have to be creative if you want to keep them away from Mitchie, sniffing them out and just basically clearing the way for the rest of his team to just chuck down all of that utility. And definitely going to wanting to be able to use that. I mean, you've got so much on the line. The Zofia and the Ash can clear it out for sure, but it's always nice when you get to use the utility on its actual intended target.
And already we see Fury's plan starting to come to form. They've gone for a bit of an extension here, and President looking for the bullet holes early.
Oh, dirty.
We've seen this be hit or miss. I mean, if a team has the drones in position, if they have their heads on a swivel, it's something that can be punished quite heavily. And Prez, I think he's realized that. He's going to pull off the angle for the moment, not willing to over-aggress if he doesn't need to. And already drones going in, information being gathered here. You can feel the tension, Fury. They're a bit jittery. No surprises, though, in terms of their setup. This is a stock standard approach to Aviator games.
Yeah, but I like it how they're putting a few little wildcards in there with the bullet holes, just trying to see if they can catch anyone by surprise. But here we go, starting to clear things out, starting to test if anyone is sitting over on the stairs to pull them out here. Tesla coming in, just poking his head into the hallway. Where are the Argus cams going to be used out, though? That's going to be the real question. A lot of people like to use them for denial. Oh, no, there it goes. It's Ang mode to be the first one to fall. The Goyo is no more, so that one picked up by Cairo. So what more can they push off? Because Edpan, he's inching up. He's looking for that flank here. He's inching up and he's found his target. Mitchie will be avenged. And so he'll fall down. President up at the top of the stairs holding it as well. But that is now a 4v4.
Yeah, it's a big pick to be finding. With Mitchie off the board, that's no security in figuring out where this defensive utility is. And in fact, Fury, they're going to hunker down. They're going to reinforce off behind them. And Panor, I don't think he quite realizes that any moment there could be someone jumping in that study window to start to contest. Sawyer outside as well. They're looking to establish the crossfire. They're looking to set up those Argus cams for the information side of things. Magnets in the way, though, going to make it hard. Jordan from below, he's looking to destroy whatever defensive utility is set up in Classical. They are covering all their bases here for when this execute does inevitably come. And Cairo, look at the positioning. Fury, though, they find one off of the back of President, taking down Tesla, losing out on that zero. No more information, no more S3000. Such a good gun to have, and unfortunately, they're not going to have it in this last gunfight of the round.
Yeah, that's a rough one to lose for sure. So now on the back foot here, they've got a lot of damage done through the floor here with Geordie just rushing around here, putting holes absolutely everywhere, causing questions to come up when you go through any kind of rotate. But it's Cairo. He knows that anyone could be popping out from down the hall on 90, and Edpan is exactly there. So he's got to be cautious of this. It's stopping his push entirely. He knows there's threats from both sides, but he's not being baited by the shots from in the site. So he's just going to be holding that one out. And now it's going to be Jordan coming upstairs, but it's just going to be locked on down by Edpan. And he's not going to be flanked either. He's looking to make it a 2-for-0 down the hallway. He can get it done while Pun gets Sawyer in the background, and Fury pick up round number 1.
Despite a phenomenal start from the Exo lads, it does get shut down. And I mean, Ed was a big part of that. The big flank through living, found the kill on a Mitchie, and just being able to stay alive, rotate back up into 90 and just shut things down from there. Geordie just didn't have a chance. And now as Fury, they get themselves their first round. They're going to be heading over to Split now. And again, I think we're going to see this Pulse 6 picked off here. President, it's not what he conventionally runs. They're going to be looking for something a little bit different. Might even see that Maestro make its way in here. But on the attacking side of things, it's looking similar. No, it's going to be Whammy instead. So they're doubling down on that utility denial. But Fury, they were very, very hard to flush out of those positions. And I don't think there was a chance Exo was going to win that round.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much to go through. I mean, a lot of teams are pulling out the Jaeger Whammy combos just to demand so much attention from the enemy team and just dumping the utility on it. Basically guaranteeing there's going to be a Zofia on the enemy team just to help in the clearing out. Of course, even with the capture nerfs a few patches ago, right, it's still just such an impact on the round, and it's still working out well. As you can see, both teams, a lot of teams are just bringing them almost every single round. You've also got the SAS combo, the mute and the smoke here. Just plenty of denial, but plenty of rotate holes too. They're both rocking the shotguns, so clearly wanting to just keep a whole lot of Falls opening up sightlines absolutely everywhere. Otherwise, one of them would be bringing along their SMG instead. But here we go. It's just going to be the shotguns instead. Plenty of utility here for Fury. Can they win the gunfights off it? Oh, Edpan.
Well, he's on the run. He's on the roam. 3K in that last round. I've talked about, just how deep a roam you can afford to have on a map like Villa. You can get all the way down to the basement, look to pinch in from any of the avenues, returning to the first floor. But positioning for Fury, they're looking to double down. No surprise that we see someone hunkered and walking. He played that with one of the M590 operators. Anyone jumping through that window is going to die, 100%. There are very few situations where you're going to win that. Most of it involves a ying and just a straight utility dump. But I don't think there's a chance for that to happen for EXO at the moment. Prez finds the first one. That's Cairo to go down, who found the opener in the last, avenging Angmo from round number 1. And President, again, another key factor in why Fury were able to take week number 1's match as far as they did.
Yeah, and just like you said, their positioning, the ability to be so wide at the moment just lets them catch out those kills just like that. They have to be careful, but it pays off well when it works out. Edpan taking a bit of fire through the wall, but they don't know quite where he is. But Geordie knows exactly where Twent is going to be, so pops him down and we'll be able to work that one out as the Jaeger now falls. What can they pull off of this one, though? Because it's just one apiece, but this is where we saw the teams at before in the previous round.
Well, at the moment, as we head to the second half of the round, it is a flat 4-4, but the drone economy is looking a little bit lackluster here. Only the 4 left, and 2 of them in the hands of Tesla, who's probably not going to be looking to drone out too much at the moment. They do have the cameras as well, should they need them. But with the mute on the board, it's going to be hard to find those positions where the Argus will actually have an impact. And they can be spotted out quite easily with that green glow. Mitchie down below. He's going to be looking for information on gadgetry with that scanner of his. And if they can find some way to take him out, Fury would be a lot more secure in this round. But you look at the positioning. They have their bases covered here. Angmo still not guaranteed to be fragged out. Sawyer, I don't think he quite realizes just how close he was to being swung and taken out by that SMG-11. They know there's someone here. The utility is just being thrown in. Argus camera, second one shot. The first one was destroyed by the ADS. Edpan's there in support. Angmo, he has a lot to back him up here.
Yeah, but he's got so many angles to be worrying about. He's got the rotate holes, but he's got to the left, to the right, and now the breach, but he still gets it done as he gets Sawyer down as well. That's the diffuser. Can he get the cutoff as well? Yes, he can. Angmo, the legend, holding down the fort here on Villa. 25 seconds to go. Exto miles away from that diffuser, and they're just running around like headless chickens right now, as it's just impossible. They have to get the frags to even hope to win the rounds here. 13 seconds left, and all Fury has to do is hunker down. They've lost one, they've lost another one, so perhaps this could be it. Another one comes running into Angmo, who gets a third. What can he make it? Can he make it 4? No, not quite. And oh no, they almost get it, but Fury, time was on their side. Angmo though, what a performance.
Ang is just a fiend with that SMG-11, and that's why you run it as a secondary. It's just a bullet hose, and when it sprays, you're going to be lucky to get away with your life. And well, Fury, that's 2 rounds on the board. They played the clock. They played that 6th defender as perfectly as you can. It is always going to be on your side unless that plant goes down. And going around number 3, Fury are looking to complete the flawless rotation of bomb sites. They're going to be heading down to dining kitchen. It is the go-to tertiary. You're very rarely going to see living room library, if at all. And surprising, though, that we see this 6 picked off the castle. It's not quite as conventional, but it is something that is still played. It's indicating maybe a bit of a bunker hold. They're going to lock out Laundry. They're going to hold vertically and try and deny EXO getting in that way.
I wonder if we've kind of caused Pulse to be the meme 6-pick right now. Like, if you ever find a 6-pick, teams in OCL are just going to go Pulse and then pick what they actually want. Just to hide the pick, right? But you're right. You know, Castle is still a bit of an interesting one, so the ability to make that even a bit of a surprise, quite nice. Brings along the bulletproof cam too, so that's something that teams value quite a lot, particularly, you know, over here on Villa, long sites that you can get down that, you know, you can force the attackers to come in and flush that one out. They've even got, they're just going on the single catcher this time with just Jaeger, no Wamai this time, but they've got 3 C4s to play around with in this round, so that's going to be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's just pretty stock standard for this bomb site. A lot of teams will be looking for that vertical control. Surprising that we don't see this level, although there's only so many rooms you can make it work here. Well, at the moment, they're going for a full lockout of Laundry, plus that hatch as well. Sawyer might be able to get in and get in early. Just look at the vertical control that Fury are establishing at the moment. Mitchie going in for the full basement up clear here, trying to get in early, get that information from below with the gadget scanner, provide that over to his team so they can go for that execute. But at the moment, I mean, Fury just have not been touchable in their defense. Gemini replicated the first one into the building. Tesla gone it in, but unfortunately the Mute Jammer is going to be there. It also denies the Selma charge. Gone 6 in position. Now going to deal with it. No. Unfortunately, it's such a small radius of effect that unfortunately that's utility now wasted for Exto.
Oh no, and it seems like he took that shot like quite quickly as well. Maybe a little bit rushed too, so that is quite painful to see. As now President knows he can just simply look at the singular door, hold it down. Eventually, the Mute Jammer does go down, so they'll be able to get the breach, force President to retreat further back, but that is a little bit annoying, a little bit of time wasted, but not the end of the world at the moment.
I mean, it misplay for sure on the side of Tesla. He doesn't get the Mute Jammer. He then gets fragged out immediately. Geordie, though, will answer back with the kill onto Twin, taking down the 416, but it's Pun holding down the laundry door. Cairo just walks into his death there. The SMG-11, it's such a powerful gun in the right hands, and that's why they run it Prez. He almost swung onto back stairs, but no, Mitchie will escape for the moment. Does he go and recontest onto that opening in the wall? No, not for the moment. It is the G8 after all. He's going to have more in the mag than President does. But the question is, do they even know he's there? Was it just a bit of a fluke that he went to swing that angle?
Yeah, it may have been indeed, but still has the scanner to check out what's still upstairs. If anyone's on their phones, if anyone's checking out anything going on the cameras, then he's going to be able to see. So Mitchie's going to be definitely watching this out. They've still got 7 drones to go. So Exo have got a little bit of knowledge to play with, but not a whole lot of time, and still 4 defenders to get through. Still probably some castle barricades around the place too that are going to be quite annoying. Jordan, though, he's just going to watch his back, but it's Mitchie in the real battle. No one dying in that, but eventually gets swung on by the other player. Edpan picking that one up too. Another attacker has fallen. This is looking pretty grim here. Sawyer is going to have to get some pretty big frags, or it's going to be Jordan, and the fight's beginning right now. Angmo still not actually taking any fire. He just has to buy time. Jordan gets one. He's going to need more, though. A swing's coming, just trying to bait him and just get his attention. One more comes out. Sawyer pulls out the pistol, but he knows he's going to need more than that. And it's 1v1. 7 seconds left. Does he rush? He has to go for the plant. Pulling Pun out. Pun being ever so careful. He hears it going down, but Sawyer's got time. It's a bait! It's a bait, and he walks right into it.
Baiting the diffuser. Sawyer will pick up the first round for Exto. Pun, he possibly could have played the clock a little bit better, faked it, but he tried to take the heads up gunfight. Unfortunately, with the health that he had, it wasn't enough to secure the victory for Fury. So Exto, they get themselves on the board. They deny the flawless rotation of bomb sites as we head back to Aviator Games, which, I mean, Exto, they didn't really get too close to it. Fury were able to win their gunfights, and well, now I'm surprised we're not seeing something like the Jackal, something like the Gridlock. They need some flank watch, and yes, Zero is good with those Argus cams, but it's still not enough.
Yeah, it seems like Fury are also reading them quite well. Like, if there's not an ADS in position to stop them going out, there's a player to shoot them out. And perhaps this is something that Exo have been noticing, and they're going to pull it out, and you called it. It's the Jackal to come out. The flank watch is going to be needed here. They can't keep getting attacked from behind like this, but for now, it's going to come out with a Jackal. So how is Fury going to play it out into this one? Because they pulled off the first round defense quite cleanly. Good performance coming out from Angmo earlier on to hold this one down. So Fury still in advantage, but it looks like Exo may be clawing their way back, even if it's very, very close in the previous round.
They do take it down to a 1v1, which, I mean, in all honesty, is exactly it. It's going to be points on the board regardless. But, I mean, it's only a round difference. There's entirely a possibility that Exto could pick this one up as well. The Jackal for Tez could be influential in how this one plays out. We know that Fury like to play their deep roam, their heavy off-site presence, and we can shut those down early. It means there's no potential for that late round pinch in from behind from the defenders. We do head into the action phase. And Fury, they are relocating. Twent heading downstairs. Edpan down there as well. We saw just how much work Edpan did last time we were on this bomb site. With Mitchie pulling off the angle, this could give Edpan the opening to relocate into a much more favourable position.
Yeah, Edpan's going to be able to do a lot, but not if he's droned out. He's going to have to break his way out of there, but finds a glorious little treasure there in the kill on Jordan. Can he get out of this one alive? Because his position's certainly compromised here, but will he walk out of it with another frag here? He's looking into dangerous territory here on the entry. You can see the vault coming on in. The fire comes out, but he keeps his head on, but so does his opponent for now. Just a little bit of chip damage. But man, that is some serious value he just walked away with.
That's exactly it, but at the moment, it's still possible that EXO could bring us back. It's only an Ash. They still have 4 on the board. Tesla, unfortunately, just struggling to find any real impact in the matchup so far. We have time on the board as well, so EXO, no reason at all to count them out of this. They position themselves around bottom brown. They might even be able to get up and contest the player at top.
President must have moved all the ADS there, because they had 3 ADS on the stairs before. But President up here, FIFA going off, knows he can swing, but Cairo too quick for him, and now they're going to have to lock down the 90 hallway and be very careful about this one. A late reinforcement too, just to cut off their own rotate and just make sure no sneaky beaky's going to be coming on there. And they're just going to lock down the 90 hall.
Holding back, pulling back and hunkering down to the bomb site. Edpan, that's a dirty position. I've seen it a few times to great effect. No one expects the drop bear, and it could have been exactly what they found. 4 versus 4 Angmo. Can he find the prone play? He can. Cairo to go down. Losing even more impactful utility in this situation is not great for EXO. They need to find some avenue, some opening. At least the breaches are going off. They're starting to open up those entries into the bomb site. Angmo, with a very aggressive reposition towards the bar, might be able to use this to find some even bigger frags. As the positioning is there, 1 on classical window, 1 poised in classical to push in. There's 36 seconds left to play, and no guarantee that EXO will even be able to get close to the bomb site. I think Mitchie almost caught on a reload there, but no one to go down yet. Edpan still holding his position. Fury have not budged an inch in the last 20 seconds, and with toxic canisters in play, it's going to be even harder for EXO to get in. Shots ringing out all over the place, and oh my lord, Edpan from this position sees the player on the rappel, but it's Angmo to find 1. Can't find the second. Tesla gets on the board, but Twent's there. He loses out to Tesla as well. A 3rd for Tesla as Pun goes down. They had the diffuser, but time is not great for them. Edpan finds 1 to equalize. 3 seconds left. Tesla will have the time to go for the plant here. Edpan doesn't have the rotate. He swings in. He shuts it down. What was a momentary lapse there for Tesla costs them everything, but it was off the back of a huge resistance shown.
Oh man, you got to feel for Tesla in that one. He pulled out some huge plays that was needed to claw that round back into their favor, but just not in time. If he had maybe a split second more, he could have got into a better position, caught him on the entry for the retake, but unfortunately, that was the way the cookie crumbled for them. But we've got to talk about what happened in that round with Edpan and Angmo. Angmo in particular, feeling like just a god in that round because he was making some absolutely ballsy plays with repositioning, the swings, and even just the prone plays. That one paid off. But, I mean, the man is obviously feeling incredibly confident, but now we can sort of see what happens when it kind of bites him, right? Relying on the backup of the trade didn't work out because Tesla just got the triple anyway. But luckily for them, the round still manages to go in their favor.
Well, we're going to be heading back over to Split. Last time they won it on the clock. It did come down to the wire, and a lot of it was, Angmo just holding that position, not letting anyone into the building. So I wonder if we'll see that again. It looks like we do see a change up from Fury. They're not going to give that same avenue, although not completely dissimilar to what we saw from them previously. They are going to be going for that extension over to Aviator Games as well, which a lot of the teams are currently running, but it is a case of winning those gunfights, and at the moment, Fury, they really are winning those gunfights hands down. Edpan, 8-1-2. Angmo, 5-1-4. They are just removing EXO from the server handily.
Yeah, but again, though, EXO should be prepared for this one, particularly in Angmo's certain hold. If he does go for it again, it shouldn't be too much of a surprise. They just got to be able to take him out from it, win those gunfights. It's just one gunfight away, you win that, and yeah, the SMG-11 is one of the best secondaries in the game, but you're also the attackers who have some of the best main guns in the game. So if you can just win a gunfight there against the man, then I'm sure that they'll be able to make a big, big difference there. It could all come down to that one. Cairo also got caught out a little bit in his current position last time, so that's another avenue where perhaps if it works out for EXO, then things could completely change.
Yeah, at the moment, unfortunately, Twent still fragless. He's holding that position in Aviator. Might be able to find something dancing around the reinforcement. Spots the drone, shoots it out. Second time is the charm. The smoke, though, going to cut down the angles, playing around the breach, playing around those defensive positions. He's now tight in behind the door. Does he find the frag? Here's Sawyer just dancing around. Could be in a lot of trouble. Just goes and pre-fires the angle. No one landing their shots whatsoever. It is just a real standoff, but unfortunately, Twent decides to go back. Luckily, Edpan's there.
Yeah, Edpan getting the one with the C4, so it is just a trade at the moment, but that could be a position given up at the moment. President over in games, still hanging out, seeing if he can bait anyone on in. Edpan having a monster round at the moment. Takes over the position. President go for the swing into 90. Gets him down on the ground. Can he clean up the kill? I don't think he really wants to. Doesn't really care, but definitely doesn't want that res to come in, so will still cause a presence here. The question is, does Exo try and get him back up, or do they go for President? Looks like it's going to be a little bit of a mix here as we get Kyra back into the action.
Back at a 4v4. So 4 guns on the board for each side. Concussion goes in. Prez really being threatened to swing. Is it going to be there? Yes, it is. But unfortunately, Edpan almost finds another on the backside of it. But it is not quite to be for the moment. Man advantage re-secured here for Exto. They've got a minute to play around so they can start to drone in, start to get that information and look to position themselves for that explosive exit onto the bomb site. Shield could be in the way there, but I thought utility to deal with it for the moment. Look at the shield positioning. Look at the defensive angles that are being covered for the moment. Pun still has 2 toxic canisters left, which is enough to cover that. The trophy door for the moment. They can't get in that way if he chooses to use both of them there at the right time. And Angmo positioned in walk, and this is another angle that we've seen him play already to great effect. Edpan as well, just holding down on Statuary. The positioning is so strong. Edpan takes Cairo out, finishes him off where his teammate couldn't. Angmo might just swing this door. Will he jump out? Shotgun to the chest of Sawyer, takes him down. Just caught on the reload, caught wanting. Pun watching the cross, he finds it. Mitchie to go down. All of a sudden it's a 1v3. Geordie finds himself isolated. Only 3 seconds left in play, and what can you do other than watch it tick away? No chance. Fury pick up round number 5.
And again, it just feels like standout, confident performances coming from Edpan and Angmo. I mean, Angmo at the end just walking right up to the window, knows that he can move in that position because the rest of his team has already got everything on lockdown. President in games as well. Yeah, he went down at the end, but he drew so much attention, so much time, and even a little bit of utility coming out from the Zofia to clear him out. So the man definitely had a big effect on that round 2. And Fury now 4-1 at the moment, and it doesn't feel like this train is stopping. Exto, the only round they picked up was that one that came right down to the wire.
Down to the wire is not a situation you can play into too often when you're an attacker. And we've seen it twice now, both of them on that split bomb site. The final round of the half will be played out on Dining. And this one, it is the bomb site that Exto won off the back of Sawyer, pulling out that 1v2 clutch. He went absolutely huge, and I mean, if they can pick this one up, it gives them a chance to contest going into their defensive half. But look at Fury, they've made the changes, they've made the adaptations. This time around, Edpan is going to be playing the K 10-1-2. He's still sitting pretty, has not died in a long while. And if he keeps up this momentum, I think very much that Exto will be hard-pressed to get themselves any points this week.
Yeah, something certainly has to change for Exto, if not now, at least in the second half. But they've got one more chance here on the attack to make it work. They're bringing in Mitchie on the Bucks, so plenty of verticality they can play in here. Villa's a great map for it, plenty of soft floors to go rip out the floor underneath people. You've also got Jordan, who's been doing that a lot on the Ash as well. So if you're Fury and you're paying attention in the last few rounds, you definitely have to be careful if you are hanging out anywhere upstairs. So very scary things, but plenty of things that Mitchie can do on the Buck that a Sledge can't do, right? I mean, you can just shoot out the floor, obviously, but then get a wall and create just so many sight lines on a map like Villa.
And sight lines are so key, especially on this bomb site. If you can threaten the verticality, you can threaten those defensive positions. But last time, it was an interesting defense from Fury. They very, very nearly won it. Again, this vertical hold coming through, they want to deny those angles that Mitchie is so desperately looking for. Edpan, sorry, not Edpan, Geordie. He's going to be the one opening. Sawyer outside the balcony to Master as well. Twent holding down Trophy. They've got their bases covered. And over towards master. It was President Geordie does find Airpan. The man I was talking about moments ago, playing on red stairs, prone in fact, and losing out on the K, losing out on the Nitro, losing out on the Orge 3. That's rough.
Yeah, and you could see Edpan's plan, right, was they baited in the breaching charge, which blew open the floor as well, and he was hanging out underneath, but it's read like a book by Exto. They can tell that he was going to be down there, immediately went to that position to sideline him out. Now what can they do with it? They've got one man down. Geordie, he's pushing up pretty far here, all the way into Astro, and now they've got the top floor control here. What do they do with it? They've got plenty of breaching charges to open up absolutely everything, and of course, the buck. So, if you are downstairs, oh no, what have you walked into here, Mitchie? Just gonna fall down. He should be able to get back up, but that is a lot of soft floor and a lot of danger to go back and get him out. I don't know if they're gonna be able to get him up.
Well. At the moment, it's...
Oh no!
She's in trouble. Prince finds two! Jordan and Cairo go down, so they might pick one up, but they lose two more. Another fantastic transition of power. And for that one frag they lost early in the round, they translate back in a big way. President was one of the big linchpins as to why Fury were able to take it as close as they were, and he's proven it yet again why he's on this team.
This was the attack round that Exto was meant to start coming back in, but it suddenly swung so far back away. Mitchie on death's door as well from falling down before. This is like a 2.5 versus 4, and just so good for Fury at the moment. They've got still everything in the pocket. And the great players, Angmo is still alive here to pull out any magic. President's starting to feel himself here as well with that C4. Pun as well, a player we normally yell about a lot, still making an effect, but he will fall here as Exto push him, but only 10 seconds left. They have to start making it happen now. Angmo pushing forward as the plant goes down. He needs to get this frag, he gets it down, but they need to push forward even more. But all of a sudden, everyone falls, and Fury pick up another one here on the defense.
Angmo came in on the backside, found the final one. Twent as well, finally getting on the board. It's good to see for the Fury boys, and Twent was one of the players that did struggle a little bit more than the rest last week. But unfortunately, we find ourselves in familiar territory here for Fury. 5-1 was the half they secured last week. And unfortunately, they got brought back. It was 2-5-1 halves trades on the defense. So this has to be weighing on them a little bit. Hopefully, their first attacking round can be a bit explosive, get themselves that map point early, to translate that into a win. But you look at Exto, they're bringing something a little bit different. They're starting off on split. We see the Warden. It's going to be 6th pick, which, again, no surprises. It's interesting, though, we don't see the Jaeger. So this would have to indicate we're not going to see a walk-in closet hold. Yeah,
no Jaeger, no Wamai either. So everything's going to be freed up here for the attacking side. What are we going to see coming out from Exto's lineup? I mean, still plenty of C4s, but the Vigil's got to be the wild card for sure. 6 picked onto. It's onto Jordan, the player having the best performance for sure in terms of just frags. So he's, again, going to have to pull out the magic here. And just like previously in our first round of the day that Pride had to do, their win streak has to start right now, and it's got to start strong because they can't just rely on surprise rounds or any kind of unique strategy that's going to pull them through, because they've got to do it now quite a lot of rounds in a row. I mean, arguably another 5 rounds in a row if they don't want Fury to get into overtime.
It's
7 rounds.
Interesting setup here for Exto. When you talk about vertical holds, you think above the bomb site, but they've extended down. Mining hold. It's not something you see every day. They've locked up Laundry as well. They're looking to deny whatever pressure Twent is going to be looking to apply from below. And look at the extension. There's a lot of bases. There's a lot of spread in the Exto defense here, and that's something that could cost them quite dearly in the end. They don't have anyone in a significant position to go for refrags or trades here, and if they lose players early, that's big impact utility off the board as well. Cairo will pull back for the moment. He's going to play around Zombie. Not overrest too much, but look at Edpan leading the charge in on the Iana, something that has been played more and more in recent weeks. I mean, the G36, the Gemini, the grenades, the Gon 6 as well. It's such a well-rounded operator.
Look at their position. They're already so far forward, less than a minute in. Fury, I mean, they're just walking right over towards the next rooms at the moment. So strongly making their way through the building here, but the wild card below them, it's Jordan. What's he going to be able to pull out? He's maybe looking for any cheeky roamers downstairs, but right now, control of the building is quickly going over to Fury as they clear it out room by room. Do they have an inkling that perhaps there's a vigil below them. Perhaps there's a vigil that might be running up the stairs. They do throw out the track stingers to stop anything like that. It's not like a vigil can just stealth his way through that one. He's going to have to make his way through it, either taking some damage or making a bit of noise. So that set of stairs are definitely now off the table. But Fury, they've already cleared their way up to where they need to be. Now it's just executing onto the site as the next set of track stingers is going to go out. Banshee cleared. And now it's just up to the gunfights.
They're covering their bases here. They want that protection from the pinch. And great way to do it. Angmo, though, doesn't matter. He's going to fall to Cairo, who's pushed up and just found some big impact. That's the M249 in the hands of the grid lockdown as well. Diffuser control lost for the moment, but it is able to be secured once again. Tucked into the corner, though. Tesla just trying to hold that angle down by Bricks. He's going to do some damage onto Pun, but take some himself. Former teammates going at it together. Pun not playing the Hibana this time. It's the ace instead. Very, very solid. Pun. He just wins the heads-up gunfight. But Twin on the backside is found by Jordan. Exo, this vigil, we talked about the impact that it could have, and already it is having that impact. They have the man advantage now all of a sudden, and Fury, they find themselves back against the wall. Edpan falls as well. It's looking worse for wear here for Fury. They are feeling the repeat of last week. He will go down to Sawyer's Nitro Cell, and it's all of a sudden Prez and Pun left to do the hard work here. And Pun is not nearly healthy enough to take these gunfights.
They can cause a crossfire though, and Pun takes advantage of it. They've even got a pretty good spot for the defuse. What tools do the defenders have to stop this out? I don't see any toxic canisters coming on out. In fact, the smoke just died. In fact, I think it was to a Claymore too. But Exo eventually do just go in with the swings. Turns out you don't need utility when you just can shoot them in the head.
Well, that's it, the long and short of it. And I mean, Jordan, he makes the full rotation all the way back to the bomb site to secure the last frag in the round. And Exo, they take themselves a second here. And Fury, they need to be getting a little bit concerned. This is starting to look like a repeat of history, and that is the last thing they want. They need to pick up this round. They need to get themselves match point secure. They need to give themselves some advantage in the slightest, because to go down in a reverse sweep of the halves 2 weeks in a row, that starts to ask some serious questions, and I don't think Fury would want to know the answers.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to be 5-1 and feeling pretty confident. I mean, but every round that Exto wins from this point on, that they win in a row, is gonna build up that pressure, because there's no way Fury, like you said, like, in what world would you ever want a repeat of last week? And so the stress, the nerves that are going to come out from a result like that coming in again, you've got to feel for the guys right now. But this is a team of veteran players, right? They've been in the game for quite a long time. Yeah, last week will hurt, but they know that every single round is a new game, right? You can't let the last few affect you. And these guys know that. They've been in that position before. So I know Exo are certainly going to be hoping to push that angle, but Fury, they should be a resilient team to get through it. But even then, that is still such a stressful thing to be worrying about round after round.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to beg even more questions going into week 3 if they lose the same way 2 weeks in a row. But at the moment, they're not there yet. They still have a buffer of 3 rounds. They might be able to close it out still. Tesla downstairs, playing on that roam on the Malusi. Again, I talked about the horizontal and vertical spread of a map like Villa. You can cover so much ground and still have that freedom to retreat should you need to. Tesley's playing on Astro stairs. Window will be open up above him, so that's information about where we see Fury looking to get themselves into the building. And Geordie there as well, providing support. He's just going to drop down Skylight and look to rotate back and get himself in a position to contest it. Or Tesla spots the Gemini. And it will spot him too, but for the moment, Nitro Cell toss from Dining. Or Kitchen, rather, but it's replaced. He's going to leave it there for the moment. He might play off of information. If they don't scout this out, if they don't get the audio cues they need to, someone is about to blow up.
Yeah, that could be an absolute tilter if you can pull that one off. Twent may just walk into it, especially if he likes to contest it here. Might be able to hear it as well, especially with that drone coming in. That should definitely tell the whole story. But Twent, no, he's walking on into it. If he just knows, if Mitchie can tell that they're there, he may be able to pick up a double kill here. This is so tense, but surely they may have shot it out, actually, with the drone coming in. I need to know if that's still there. But
I think it might have been the frag grenade that Ed threw moments earlier, because it did explode in close proximity to it. So I wouldn't be surprised if, yeah, unfortunately, nothing going to be found there from Tesla. It was a tense situation. and could have really crippled the Fury attack. But you look at the drone economy on the whole, there is still potential for that information. 6 left available, 5 on the map, 1 still in the pocket. Well, positioning is going to be key for those. You need to be able to enable your entries to go in and deal that opening blow so you can look to get that plant down. And Prez, positioned by Zombie, might be the one to do it. He's going to pull out the concussion lifeline and he's going to start throwing that into the bomb site. He hits himself. Unfortunately, the changes that were made means that he is now susceptible to it. But with the minute left to play,
he's not getting back up.
Yeah, no withstand either, but look, they've got the positioning. They can look to do it, but Jordy with the Nitro. It's Cairo to find the opener. Tesla finds President as well. It's all coming apart here. This map is so vertical, and Cairo just walks in and takes Pun out as well. Angmo, can he trade? No! Cairo on the third. It's all up to Twent. He's outside, and they know exactly where he is now, and he's going to go down. Exto take the third for themselves in flawless fashion.
And like I said, each round that builds up in a row for Exto builds up that stress, builds up that nerves for Fury for that repeat. So another one quickly shut down once the action started coming out. A real good C4 coming out from Cairo, definitely locking it down early on for that one. So good performance coming out from the boys on Exto. Cairo definitely getting it into his own for sure. Can they keep pulling this one out though? Because I feel like their consistency is there for sure, but it just takes one round to drop to lose all that confidence. And finally, we see the 6-pick onto the pulse. Not people just memeing it for now. We'll see if it does eventually get locked in. There it is, and we're actually going to see it. Luckily, it's definitely one of the good sites for it. You've got a lot of vertical play. Love to pull out those C4s, and you take a look at the defensive squad, and you want to count them. I've got 4 fingers and a thumb, so we're going to count 4 C4.
Yeah, I mean, it's the go-to setup for a bomb site like this. You're going to be looking to take control of Master, take control of Statuary as well. And that's where Sawyer is going to become a linchpin in the defense here for Exto, feeding that info through to his team. It's not going to be Sawyer looking for the Nitros. It's him feeding that info to his teammates who will look to capitalize on poor positioning here for Fury. It's a case of if you stop moving, even for an instant, you could find yourself relegated to cams very, very quickly. And the setup coming in for the defense, it's tried and true on this bomb site with the Cade in play as well. It makes it that much harder to contest horizontally. So I think this could funnel Fury into a massive misplay.
Yeah, and then even on top of that, you've got Jordy, who's going to be able to roam around. He's even got the bulletproof to help it out. And you know what? Let's add a bit of spice into this recipe because he can go for a spawn peek. He's not going to catch anyone out just for now. We'll see how long he does choose to stick around, maybe even just try and listen out. But that should give him some idea that no one's going to be coming out that way. He's going to perhaps have to hunker down a little bit and maybe flank a little bit later for the rest of his team.
And makes the Sawyer, he's already started to scout one out, and he's in living at the moment, so we'll pull back. He's spotted at least Twent. Unfortunately for Sawyer, Twent spotted him on the drone as well. President pushing in, they're going to be looking to play off that drone information. Prez has to reload and get himself in a position to win that gunfight, and Sawyer's not going to give him that opportunity. Back down to the basement. Edpan's there as well. This could be rough. Edpan goes to the pre-fire. Sawyer just holding the angle, looking for the head. Edpan, he needs to win this. He needs to get the pulse off the board. If he can, that means that there is a lot more security in going for this execute. And Sawyer, he's going to play down in hard storage. It's Mitchie, though, in support. Pulls down the stairs. Somehow, Sawyer gets himself out alive. And he might even look for a run out of his own. He's on the scanner. There's one more close by. This is exactly how Exto want this to be going.
They needed to get Sawyer off the board, like you said. That pulse so critical to this lineup. Now he's going to be pulling out so much value as the round goes on. Every footstep upstairs on that wooden floor is going to be dangerous, is going to be scary. Losing Edpan as well on the Ayana, a player popping off, and someone that can bring out all that extra intel. Critical to lose that one. Pulling in Mitchie to get the flank on him. Just beautiful play by the boys on Exto. Definitely a squad that's working just completely synonymously here. Working together like an absolute unit.
I mean, they have the end game in sight. It might be a game here at the end of the day, but at the end of the road, it is points on the board in terms of standings going into that contention for promotion into OCN, and potentially, if you could take it even further, going into the Apex South League on the back of that as well. It is a long road, but you can definitely tell Exto have their sights set for that promotion tournament. And at the moment, It's looking a little bit bleak here. One drone, in fact, left, and it's in the hands of Prez, who's their entry player. Twent falls to Geordie as well. This is looking worse and worse. Tail seen, and it will be shot out, but not after he finds another one. Engmo falls. Prez, he's going to be swung on. He wins the gunfight anyway. This is why he was playing in Tier 1 in last year's OCN competition. He got picked up. He played well, but unfortunately he's decided to step back, find a different team. He's got to do it all. He's got help in the form of Pun, but not much time to work with. There we go. Pun finds one, but he's traded out immediately. It's Sawyer, who we thought might have gone down earlier in the round. Present. He's forcing in. Can he find anything? No! Sawyer tucked into the corner. He was the antagonist at the start of the round, and he was the one to shut it out as well. This has to be weighing on Fury.
And there it is, the tack pause going to be called out here. So teams can call a timeout at the moment, so they're going to get a moment to just catch themselves and breathe a little bit. And you got to believe that it's Fury calling this one right now. It's like we've been saying the whole time since it went from 5-1 to anything higher for Exto. Fury have got to be needing to just take a moment, find out how to recollect themselves. Like I said, these guys are veterans. And sure, if they've been in this position before, it might be okay, but no one wants to be here. So even a team like them are going to have to take this moment to breathe and work out what they need to do. It's just one round they've got to pick up. Then they can take it from there at least. But for Exto, they're getting this time too. They get to chat. And they should be calming themselves down at the moment because I imagine they're feeling it too. Kind of like the Haku Asian story. They can't get ahead of themselves. They need to keep themselves in the game too.
For the first time, we're going to see Living Room Library come out. This is not a bomb site that has played almost ever. And Geordie with the 6th pick off the Frost onto the Rook. They're going to be bringing something a little bit spicy, a little bit different here. It's not a bomb site that teams very often get to attack. So it could be the one thing that Exto need to equalize here. Fury, there has to be some real concern. They have attack pause. They used it. They talked to their coach. That's something I believe that's what that was for. You're allowed to pause for 45 seconds to talk to your coach in between rounds. You're allowed one of them. So I believe that is exactly what they use. I will get confirmation from it later, but I'm pretty sure that's come into competitive rule set globally now. But Fury, they have to change something up here. They have to be genuinely concerned at the fact that for 2 weeks in a row, they have secured a 5-1 half, and for 2 weeks in a row, their opponents have been able to claw it back.
Clawing it back so far for Exto, but the story isn't done just yet. They do need to clinch out another few more to take Fury into overtime at the moment. The wild card here, for sure, is going to be Geordie over on that Rook here, 6th picked off onto. So Fury going to be wondering, Frost mats, are they going to be anywhere? Unless they've spotted out Geordie for now. But again, all this extra armor, it's going to be nice. It's going to say that, hey, look, we're feeling these gunfights here. Let's just add some extra armor here, make it even better for ourselves. And just so much scarier. But Fury, they're pulling in the same lineup here. They've got Angmo still playing on that gridlock just to cut off any kind of flanks. They're not feeling the Jackal. They think if they can lock down the stairs, then it's going to be all right. But this has definitely got to be a must-win round because once Exto even it up, anything's possible.
Really, we start to see Fury getting themselves in the building. It's going to be a master push. Nitro Cell used early. That was the one coming to the hands of Tesla, but it doesn't find anything. Twent is looking to start the vertical play up. But it is not a dining kitchen site, so they've got to move over and get vertical control above Living Room Library, which, like I said, something that you rarely see. Tesla, though, he's pushed back up Astro. He hears the skeleton key going off. If he could pinch in and find that kill onto Twent now, that would definitely cripple the defense. But no, not for the moment. He's going to play it safe. He's going to play it slow. And unfortunately, I don't even think he realizes Angmo could be pinching him from behind him as well. Headpan, though, on the stairs. There's so many angles now. Tesla, he's going to walk himself in, shoots out the drone. Will give away the goat. Headpan, he's going to play it safe. He's going to stay outside. Gemini Replicator in, gives him that information. As we head to the second half of the round, no heads-up gunfights as of yet.
Yeah, Twent's still looking to get his entry into the building. We'll be able to create these new sight lines. Here's the Buck with the skeleton key, but gets away without taking too much damage for now. In fact, 0 damage on both sides. Time ticking away. Fury, they're going to need to get more presence inside, and that's exactly what they're getting here. Angmo definitely going to be wanting to lay down some of these tracks things on the flank positions, and perhaps even during the post-plant situation. But they need to get to that post-plant situation, and it's going to be impossible if Edpan's going down first, but Tesla is traded back out. But Twent We'll be walking straight into the knife of Sawyer there as Pun will fall too. It's just trades all over the place here for now, but Pun is lying down on the ground at the same time. It needs to be another one pulled back here, but again, it's just a 2v2, but President, the lone man to stand up. He almost got the clutch before. He may have to do it without his mate, but will he have time to get Pun back up? It looks like yes. C4, a hopeful one, trying to deny that, but now back to the 2v2. No, Pun's actually been left for dead. He hasn't been brought back up. President pushing up, looking for a swing, but not enough health and not enough angles. Exto even up the rounds.
The concern has to be very, very real here for Fury. Not just the players, but the staff behind the scenes as well. History is on the verge of repeating itself. Fury in week number 1 took a 5-1 defensive half, and now coming into week number 2, they're about to lose out, potentially, not just yet, but the same way. At the moment, Exto, phenomenal run so far. 4 rounds in a row, including 1 flawless. Living room as well coming into effect. And, well, Exto, they are playing this to a T. They are absolutely dominating the defensive half of things. Fury, the best they can hope for is to get around to at least secure overtime that gives them at least the safety net. But
protect your bombs from being
at the
defused
moment,
by attackers.
it's not looking like Exto is slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah, and the only thing worse than the result that Fury got last week would be to not get overtime at all. This was the point where they did win the round against Happy Asians last week, so this is where they should be looking to come back. Otherwise, it's just going to be even more tilting to be facing down that one round that could easily just swing away from you, denying you any points, handing 3 over to Exto. Exto, here we are again. They've got all the C4s in hand. They've got Geordie back onto the Vigil here. It's been having some success so far. So why change him off it again? The last round did come close, so Fury can't be too downtrodden about that. They, again, have to steal themselves. They've had that tack pause. What are they going to use with it from now? They've had 1 round down. It's got to be on these entry frags, I imagine, because Exto have been able to get that first blood so often.
Well, the question becomes, what is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back? Geordie, he's looking for that angle. He's going to bash out the barricade too, and I think Pun heard it. Very aware that there's some presence downstairs. The drone's just going deep. Yeah, see, in fact, Geordie, 12-0-6 right now, has just come alive in the second half. Fury, you can feel the hesitation, the lack of commitment. They don't want to over-pressure anything, because if they do, they could find themselves at a disadvantage. And Fury, they're going to start clearing things out from above. They're going to be taking out Aviator Games and look to sweep things over from south to north. But there's so many things that can go wrong along the way. You got players on red, you got players below with a nitro cell. And there we go. It was detonated. Edpan just lucky to escape. Drone was shot by Geordie there. Playing red, there is a Banshee as well. Geordie might be able to do some real damage here, but pulls off at the last second. Not going to be a heads-up gunfight just yet. Swinging into the classical spots. A drone shoots it. Will definitely give away his position there. And Fury, they're going to change up tactics. Twent going to be opening up master window. They're going to look to try and pinch in the statuary bomb site. Nitro cell on Anglo. The gridlock to go down yet again. Exto have been connecting with these explosives. Edpan, he's going to be playing around couch, looking to push into statuary. It's going to explode any second.
Oh man, an Angmo going down, a player popping off on the gridlock. This is going to free up Geordie with no track stingers to worry about. He can sneak around any kind of position he needs to. Stairs, it doesn't matter. So they're going to look for a few frags from perhaps the windows here. They need something here for Fury to be able to even step on inside. Edpan quite far forward, but they definitely want to get Pun on in. He's able to get into Master, but what more can he push from it? Has to worry about the hatch below him. Has the smoke to even keep him safe. Maybe trying to catch out a defender, a cheeky one from below, but time ticking away. They're going to have to start making this push, but they have to constantly be thinking, where's Geordie? Where's the Vigil? We don't have track stingers to rely on. It has to be the drones, but it's President to fall as Cairo clips him in that one. This is looking grim. 30 seconds left and only 3 players left. A good frag will bring them back into this one. The plot begins as Edpan getting it down, locked down by Punt. Anyone to contest this one. He clips them through the doorway. A second one he sees, but he has to retreat for the defense. Edpan, oh no, he has to close this one out. He does do just that. Now they've got the numbers advantage in the post-plant situation, Panda. 30 seconds left.
Line is drawn in the sand. Edpan watching that connector doorway from Astro into Statuary Twin, holding in Master Bathroom. He finds the fight. Sawyer to go down, just can't contest. And Mitchie, he's the last one. He's the last chance here to deny round number 6. And he finds Ed, but with 14 seconds left, it's not looking great. There's one in Master. There's one in the bathroom as well, rotating into Astro and Pun. Of course, it's him to shut it down. Fury, they move on to map point here. If they can win this, they deny the chance at overtime. They get themselves the full 3 points as well. And Exo, I mean, they are going to have to fight just as hard because we are 1 round away from repeating history of week 1.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know if you could hear that, Panda, but I think I just heard from across the ditch the loudest sigh of relief coming from Fury. They're not quite out of the woods yet, so I'm sure we'll hear a louder one once they hit that 7 rounds or perhaps even win in overtime. But for now, they're not facing a devastating loss. Now, just perhaps a bad repeat if they get into overtime and lose then. But for now, they've locked it in. They've got that 1 point. For Exto, though, this is where things get a little tricky because they could have been on a roll, but after all that hard work, it could be shut down in 1 round here. They could be the team denied any points at all. Luckily for them, they're still on the defense. This is the side that they've been having the most success on, so they're still looking like the likely team to pick it up, but Fury at least looked like they managed to clutch out a pretty sick win there, despite falling a little bit behind. A quick plant managing to pull them out of the depths of despair there.
I did a bit of a cheeky Twitter poll earlier today and then asked people what they thought was going to be the outcome of this matchup. 76% of the people that voted said it was going to be Fury taking out. Only 24 back in the boys on Exto, and here they are, 1 round away from OT and getting themselves at least 1 point, potentially taking the whole thing and giving, unfortunately, Fury that devastating blow 2 weeks in a row. But we're not there just yet. Fury have this 1 chance to deny OT and get themselves the whole pot of points. This Aviator Games defense, they opt not to go back to split given how it worked out last time. They're going to say we're heading back to Aviator Games. It's worked for us previously. In fact, it worked flawlessly for them previously. So why not double down on what's worked before?
Their fingers have been pretty hot on the C4 so far. A lot of them going off kind of early, not catching anyone at all, so perhaps still a little bit of nerve showing for Exto despite being on a roll. Edpan quickly and live drone looking to quickly take Astro. Has to be careful though, knows there's plenty of C4 opportunities, so goes onto the hard floor there to keep himself safe. Twent gets clipped by the side of one. Still though, will stay alive, but takes a little bit of damage in return. An early breach coming out to give them some vertical presence here. President sneaking through, wants to be able to cut off anyone coming up from Astro, but now going to be able to be live droned in the head. Angmo too, he wants to keep his head on the shoulders because they definitely want to cut off any surprises there with the track stingers, and that's exactly what they'll be able to do in Astro.
They're looking to open up as many angles as they possibly can to find any advantages they possibly can, but you look at Exto, they're not giving them up at all. You got Geordie just holding this cheeky angle down by bicycle, depending on where you are, as the call out. And Geordie, there we go, Nitro Cell. They have just been clean and efficient. Edpan to fall. And Exto have just been able to find every opening gunfight for the last almost 8 rounds. 8 rounds now, but losing the Ash, losing some of that utility clear makes it that much harder. President is going to have to step up huge here if they want to close this one out in regulation time. He sees one, sprays good, Cairo to fall, but at the cost of a lot of health. Smite, this is looking like it could come down to a knife's edge.
They've got almost absolutely every flank now cut off. It's going to be impossible for Exto to sneak up on them, but I'm not sure they really need to. Only Geordie's kind of out in the open, hiding away, but he's already kind of done his job. Sawyer downstairs going to be trying to cut off any stairway, but they know what's going on. The peak could be dangerous. Sawyer being a little ballsy, changing position here. But President, he's got such a safe position upstairs. Well, shouldn't be able to be cut off. Oh, Angmo, you got to be careful, taking a breath of the toxic fumes. could be the end of it. Some early ones coming out means that there's not going to be much for the final few seconds here for Mitchie, but not a lot of time either for Fury to make this final push. It's time for the final battle. It's time to see if Exto can bring us to overtime. A C4, it's going to do the first bit of damage, but the cleanup is there by Tesla. It's traded back with a frag onto him, but through the smoke, through the fumes, he goes down, and Fury, everyone's falling. Only one remains here on the defense, though. Fury have managed to pull it out here. Mitchie, no more toxic canisters left. A plant now completed. He's full health, but he's facing two opponents. Make that one, loses half his health. One more to go. SMG 11 in hand, going for the defuse. Can he bait out the defender? Does President take the bait? He's not going to go in for it just yet. This has got to be incredibly tense, reminding them of last week. But will Fury come out on top this time? Oh, it's so tense. It's so tight. Mitchie over the track stingers. What are you doing, mate? President cleans him up to take the win.
The track stingers coming in clutch there, and they are able to avoid the repeat of history here. I can only imagine they had nightmares of Tester clutching up the 1v1 last week, but it is not the case this time around. President keeps himself cool, calm, and collected, and takes the gunfight to secure themselves 3 points. Fury, that sigh of relief is incoming any minute now. There you go, kills on the board. President and Geordie, both 13 kills, 8 death. President, he's just a little bit higher with those assists, but I mean, I have not seen teams dig that deep in a long while.
Honestly, I'm breathing a sigh of relief right now. They're so tense at the end there, even right down to the 1v1. I mean, you've got to imagine the comms would be dead silent for both sides, but particularly Fury. They just did not want to let that one slip away, but they do it in the end. They secure the 3 points. They managed to deny Exto anyway, but on the other side, Exto, you've got to feel for them. It was a hard-fought battle, and I'm sure they would have loved to cause the destruction to Fury's morale. Even by bringing them just to overtime would have been nice, but unfortunately for them, it wasn't to be, and they'll have to look for next week. Panda, we're going to need to take a bit of a break after that one. I'm out of breath. I'm sure the viewers need a chance to go up and grab a drink of water. So we'll be right back with our final 2 matches of the day. Coming up next, it's Donut LFO versus the Swingsman. Whew, what a big one coming out from that one. Fury going to be stoked to be taking that win there. Welcome back, everyone, to the Oceanic Challenger League for Rainbow Six. My name is Matt Smite Ross, and, you know, Blue Pandatron, he's still here. He didn't go anywhere. I mean, I'm sure it was hard to stay in your seat after a win like that coming out from Fury.
I mean, look, too close for comfort, you would have to argue, but it is a win nonetheless. They get the full 3. They don't have to share the points here tonight. But, I mean, there's more than that to take away. It wasn't just a case of, you know, Fury letting the ball slip again. Exto stepped up huge
Absolutely.
in that matchup. They fought tooth and nail. They definitely deserved to bring it back at that point. I would have been happy to see it go to OT as well, just because of how well they were playing it. Unfortunately, they couldn't in the end. And, look, that's how it plays out some days. And, well, I mean, that is match number 2 done and dusted. I'm keen to jump into the stats, you know, at the end of the week and have a look at how that played out and how things look going into next week. But unfortunately, we can't dwell on things too long, and we will have to be moving on to our next matchup. And this sets an interesting stage. It's Donut LFO versus the Swingsman. And look, I'm still not entirely sure what to make of this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, look, both teams definitely have a lot of potential for sure. I mean, Donut LFO had a pretty good showing last week. I'm sure they're looking to continue that. Swingsman, for sure, they want to come back and, again, have a little bit of redemption themselves. So I think we're just going to have to dive right into it. Let's take a look at the first lineup here. It's going to be Donut LFO. They look amazing. Probably the most uwu team we've got in the league for sure. Levi, NVQ, Mixers, Tracy, and Enju, I believe, is not actually playing tonight. It's going to be Fluxus instead.
Yeah, so Flux is core. Enju is one of the subs. We'll have to fix that one later on. But yeah, Flux coming in again this week to fill out the 5 that is Donut LFO. And they came in, they did very, very well, taking a map away from Pride, who, again, just cursed, unfortunately, able to find a win. But Donut LFO, they picked up their 3 points. They're looking to pick up another 3 here. And look, they have proved themselves incredibly capable.
Now, their opponents, though, also looking their finest too. It's the Swingsman, Jeff Kage, Jake Kinsey, and Lonely. These men, they definitely want to swing a little bit harder this week for sure. But Panda, I mean, what can we expect when they meet their opponents on the field tonight?
I mean, look, I hate to dog the boys, but I feel like a dad. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. They're coming into a fairly high-level competition, one that has some serious ramifications in terms of progressing and establishing yourself as a pro in Rainbow Six Siege. And they came in last week bullied. It doesn't even begin to describe what we saw out of that matchup. They were hardly there. That's what it felt like. It felt like they didn't even show up against the big dogs. So coming into this week, I want to see more. I want to see them come and prove why they deserve a spot in this competition, because if not, I think they might have to get themselves, you know, used to sitting bottom of the table.
Well, one way to come back can always be in that 1v1. So taking a look at the featured player matchup, it is the cutest e-boy anime picture we've ever seen against a man's man here. It's Levi versus Lonely. Talk to us about what this matchup can look like.
Now, I did pick this one specifically. I picked Levi, one, because he went off last time he played. He went 16-7, had an overall rating of 1.59, a cost of 83%. The guy was just putting up numbers on attack and defense. His Jaeger play was phenomenal. Definitely something to watch out on the defense. And I put Lonely only because I couldn't put the entirety of Swingsman up there, because that would be a bit mean. But there wasn't anyone that really stood out in Swingsman's last week's match. The round they did pick up was handed to them because Big Dogs decided to rush down Laundry Stairs, go for that rush plant, and there were just enough people on the bomb site to mop them up. So I can't say that there was one person that really stood out for me this week. And I hate to put it in a negative light, but they need to step up here this week. Otherwise, the outcome is not bright.
But that's the beautiful thing Panda, is that they've got a fresh slate now. So any one of them can move in and step up, and this is definitely going to be a match that they're going to want to do it in. So we'll take a look at the map that they're going to be going towards, and like I said, I never look at these beforehand, but it's Oregon. Okay, so we're getting another Oregon in here. We're getting pretty used to this one for now. Still no Chalet. Come on, teams. But Oregon, we've seen these teams on it before, so tell me, what do you expect coming out, now that we're going to Oregon?
Look, I mean, Donut LFO, they've already proved they can play it. They've already proved they can play it well. Levi is going to be one of the linchpins in how both their attack and defense work out. The guy was just consistently putting up numbers. You need to keep an eye on him. And look, I hate to dog the boys. No one on Swingsman last week got more than 4 frags. On Oregon, which is a map that you can find those playing those defensive positions, playing those angles. And I can't put it down to one thing they need to change, but whatever it is, they need to do something very, very different coming into this week because, like I said, if not, they will have to get themselves used to sitting bottom of the table, and that's not a position that is going to be favorable for a competitive team in this environment. It's going to reduce your opportunities to pick up teams, pick up sponsors. And look, that's bread and butter of being an esports competitor. You want those opportunities, and look, I just want something more significant from them this week.
Well, you may get that exactly right now as we're jumping straight into the game here as the GLHFs are going to be coming on out. So ban phase, we've seen a lot of standard, a lot of stock coming out of this one. Thatchers, Valkyries. Do you expect anything different coming into this one, Panda?
I mean, look, we've seen what is the norm, and I'm not going to anticipate anything out of the ordinary. So probably Thatcher is probably going to be the opening, and there it is. Thatcher, possibly a Nomad, probably more likely an Ace or a Maverick or something along those lines. On the defense, probably Mirror, probably Valkyrie, maybe even a Cade if we're feeling a little bit lucky. But at the moment, Swingsman, what do they take? There we go. It is the Nomad.
Yeah, Nomad, just super strong on this map. Plenty of stairways you want to be cutting on off. And obviously flanking being pretty strong on this one. Now over to the defensive bans. We've called out Valk as a potential ban here. Mirror as well is something that is just, you're never unhappy to throw that out as a ban. So I'm predicting Valkyrie to come out here for the last ban, but who knows? Maybe we'll finally get to see her come out to play.
Could be a Cade, could be a MI. The options are infinite, and it's all down to Donut LFO. What do they not want to play into is the question. Well, we are going to find out in about 2 seconds. I would have to anticipate it. No, it's going to be a Cade. So Valkyrie, for the first time in a long while. In fact, the first time this season, is going to be available to be picked. Although, interesting that we see the priority of a Cade ban, given that Maverick is still on the board.
Yeah, so definitely going to be able to play around that a little bit. I mean, you're able to now open up the master bedroom wall a little bit easier whenever you go over to that site, but we'll have to wait a little bit for that one, as the first one is indeed going to be the basement unless anything changes here. So this is where you get a really good feel for how the teams are going to match up against each other. This one's a pretty standard one. You can add a little bit of flavor of roaming to it if you want to, which the Vigil being hovered here is suggesting, but the 6 pick is going to be picked right back onto Vigil. So perhaps this could be the little bit of difference that we're expecting coming out from Donut LFO to maybe spice things up here in this first round here, because Bunker, I mean, it is a site that you don't see a terrible amount of variation on in terms of positioning, but perhaps this is where we see it start.
So that's an interesting one. They're going to lock out blue in all tops. That's interesting. Okay, so one would have to anticipate we're going to see an aggressive hold on the defense once again. Maybe even see E-Box opened up, but it's looking like it's going to be a similar SSG-style roam coming out here. They're going to lock out Meeting. They're going to lock out Bunker. They might even open up that attic hatch as well, and that's exactly what it looks like Levi might be heading to do. Is it going to be opening? No, it's going to be reinforcing, so it's same, but not quite the same. It is basically a fortress setup. They're going to lock out upstairs, they're going to lock up downstairs, lock up in the middle as well, and look to hold it a very vertically spread defense.
I kind of like it because then over on the southern side of the map, you've got the Mute, which has just some of the most powerful Mute jammer positions in basically the entire game, right? It's just impossible to remove, can deny the hatches, and deny any drones even through the stairs, and there's nothing you can do about it. So on the other side, here in the north, you can just use the meeting hall as that bunker position, right? It's just so hard to push through. You can have such incredible positions. You've got the hatch reinforced above, so they're going to have to commit if they want to even just get into this position to deny it. So a good, strong, and interesting setup here for Donut LFO. What are we going to see Swingsman do? Because the only other real option is perhaps maybe contesting in the elbow here in blue, right? If they can get through that, maybe even catch them out before the pocket reinforce comes out, then maybe they can find something. Zoph might be the one to do it. See if Jake can push out through here, but a bit of damage on the Kinsey in the background.
Being tagged up early. Unfortunate for Ash here, but Levi, look at this positioning. Might be able to book someone here and spotted. No, just a second too late. It is going to be Jeff to find the opener, though. Nova goes down.
No.
The trade is there. Jake falls, and they've got control of blue back. And look at that Tracy. Look at all the room that he has to work with. There's no one pressuring from this side. Actually, no, now there is. All of a sudden, Jeff is in position to get himself in. No, not Jeff. Target. Sorry, Target. And he gets caught the wrong way. That's Diffuser down as well. Flux finds another as Levi falls. Toxic Canister locking out the elbow rotate. It's unconventional, but it seems to be working here for Donut LFO. Mixes above, Flux in freezer, and they are locked in the bomb site, but with no chance at a defuse. Tracy has that security of the castle barricade behind him. This unconventional defense is looking formidable.
Yeah, but here's where it's going to pay off, because they can cut off the E-box so well from above that it's going to be pretty difficult to do this rotate through. Tracy, as long as he can hold that line, then it should be all right. Mixes has so many positions held here, particularly the ones that head towards a diffuser. So, like you said, it's going to be all about getting those frags out. Jeff and Lonely, the only ones to try and pull it out. Fluxus hidden all the way back into freezer here. Actually pushed forward just a little bit, but he sees the utility come out. We'll shoot it out instead. Everyone is just in the opposite position. Who's defending here is the question. And everyone's yelling. Tracy's just going to spin around. They've got to know that frags are the only way they lose here. So they just have to play cautious, play defensively, and they'll be all right. Pushing back, Tracy's going to fall into a different position. Fluxus trying to make his way out of the freezer. And we'll get a kill at the same time Mixes picks his one up to win out of the round.
It was not this a setup that you see very often. I've seen variations and slight changes to that setup, but Tracy finds the first, finds the second, gets control of the diffuser, and is able to play knowing for sure that there is no one coming in from construction. There was no way. There was no way they were winning at that. There was no way they were getting the diffuser back. It was like watching a game of dodgeball, and unfortunately for the Swingsmen, it was the year 12s versus the year 4s. And that's exactly how it played out. No chance at resisting. And we get to see now Donut LFO head upstairs to dorms. And this is a bomb site that has been a bit 50-50 and has been very, very bloody and chaotic on the back of that.
Really fun round number one, though, coming out from Donut. I love it. I love seeing plays like that break the bends a little bit, and that one certainly did the trick for me. But let's head on upstairs. I kind of want to see a standard round just to get a feel for these teams, to see how they're going to match up against each other. It feels like Swingsman perhaps getting caught out on some interesting plays. I'd say the one that surprised me was, I think it was Jake on the Zofia in that round, pushing forward into elbow against the smoke still behind the shield. Tracy just popping him out when he's out of cover. It was quite an interesting play, perhaps a little risky, but definitely punished for it. But then Tracy turned it into not just one frag, but two. And like you said, once the diffuser's just cut off, it was just completely GG on that round. So back into round number two here. Upstairs is where we're going to hang out, shoot out all the glass in the windows so you can hear absolutely everything going on the outside. And here we go over into the attic hold, and Mixes. He always wants that cheeky one here at the start.
Same position we saw him holding last week, trying to go for that long angle. Last time he was denied. Looks like this time again he's going to be denied as well. Fluxus downstairs, chucking a few extra barricades up to try and deter the attackers pushing in. And look at that, Mixes downstairs as well. Dual roam, a bit loose, so they're not going to be playing in position to refrag off each other, but they are in position to disrupt some significant pushes coming the way of Swingsman. Watson and Kitchen, Mixes playing bottom white. Jake is going to be the one pushing up. Both see each other, but unfortunately for Jake, it's Mixes to take his head clean off. The MP5, such a great gun in those tight angles. And with Buck off the board, that vertical pressure from below is all but gone.
Yeah, especially with both Flux and Mixers downstairs. They can just completely clear out the bottom half of the building here. Kinsey's going to be the next one. He can also put on some pressure from Molo with those breaching charges. Going to have to drone him out. They're going to see Fluxus, or did the drone pop over and see him because he's now chasing it, getting into a different position, trying to catch them by surprise. Oh, Fluxus from downtown getting another headshot onto this one here, just shutting down the attack from Swingsman. Magnets out to bunker down in the kitchen.
A great hold so far from Donut LFO. They've been playing their game and playing it well. And it's those teams that tend to pick up the points more often than not. And just look at the coverage that we see out of the Donut LFO boys on the defense. Vertical angles, horizontal angles. Unfortunately for Fluxus, Jeff was in security and information off his teammate going for the long-range gunfight. Fluxus gets caught from the side, wall banged out, and that is one of the threats downstairs taken off the board. The question is, they have any idea what has happened to Mixers? And no, it doesn't look like it. He's retreated back up into the bottom side. He was playing white stairs, so not completely unconventional that was going to happen. The question, though, remains, where do Swingsman look to get themselves inside? Nova is locking down this double windows. Tracy still looking good with those toxic canisters with a nitro cell rip. I think it's going to be put back in the pocket there for Nova. Kinsey is just crawling up the stairs, spots the head, wins the gunfight. Mixer's just caught looking the wrong way. And all of a sudden, with 35 seconds left, we're back into 3 versus 2. Never mind, Jeff's found one. Nova falls to the frag grenade. They just don't have the coverage of the ADS as Levi swings. He's the big frag for this Donut LFO roster. Finds the first one to Jeff at top white. Can he find any more? Kinsey does find Tracy, spots the elbow, does get the down, and all of a sudden we're in a 1v1. Lonely tagged heavy. 17 seconds left, and Levi has all the information, has the diffuser as well, finishes off the frag. Lonely has to force into him, just dancing around these angles from games into dorms. What is the play? Lonely, he has to force something. He's going to rotate it to Kids, just swinging around all the different angles. Elbow seen, but Lonely spots the pixel he needs, goes to the pre-fire, and all of a sudden, this is the closest match that Swingsman have had.
Levi, he had to know. He had to know that there was that position where the last guy he had to worry about was, and the time ticking down. Could have played for time, but went for the swing instead, punished for it. And so with that, Swingsman, it was close for sure, and it was actually looking pretty bad at the start of the round, but they claw it back and managed to pick up that win with barely a second to go. So definitely able to bite down hard and manage to push back from a pretty tough position. So Swingsman, you know that you can't really ever count them out, at least for now. So Donut, I mean, they'll be back a little bit. The start of the round there worked out pretty well for them, so you have to give them that. So as long as they can hold on to those results early on, then perhaps they can just push on and get a few more rounds like that.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
I mean, it's only one round for the most part. They're not out of it just yet. They need to get some more rounds on the board if they want to look like they have a shot at taking this map for themselves and getting their first points of the season on the board. Otherwise, they find themselves in a very, very similar spot to Exto, who unfortunately have been denied at every step so far. Dorms again, obviously Donut LFO have an idea of what went wrong in that round, so they're going to make those changes necessary. And yeah, I think this is one of the big ones. Their ADS is not quite in the right position to keep Nova secure. He was killed with a frag grenade from Jeff. And so, okay, Nova, I'm not quite sure what that was, but hey, it's a shell into the reinforced wall. And well, as the round starts to open up, and we will see how Swings will look to approach it second time around, and whether or not Donut LFO have done enough to give them that security to take it back for themselves.
Well, we're likely to get at least Flux down here on the ground floor, perhaps even having a few teammates. Yeah, there's Mixers. Even Levi can sneak around down onto the first floor if he needs to. In fact, quite close to the points of entry. They're going to have to keep an eye out for him. The window behind him may now just cut off any kind of retreat for himself. He may just have to look to try and buy as much time as he can, perhaps even pick off a frag and get out of there. But very likely to be droned out here as Kage is going to come on in. Do they check the stairs? I'm not sure if they saw anything, because they certainly did not go all the way up the stairs. Wonder if they know, or if they're going to just go in and push in. Yeah, there it is. He's droned out, shoots it out behind him, but it's just completely swarmed as they swarm in and get the stairs and take control of that. This is a good position here for Swingsman.
A great start so far here for the boys, doing some early damage, especially on Levi, who was the big fragger for Donut last time around. They are looking to get these angles open early so they can start that push onto Attic, start that push in from Master through Trophy as well. And Mixes is going to be holding down the fort from Doom's main for the moment, but there's a lot of positions he now needs to consider. There's a lot of verticality that could come into play as well. Jake not taken out early like he was in the last approach to this bomb site downstairs. Well, Donut LFO, they're at a man disadvantage, and Levi at that, you have to wonder if maybe, just maybe, Swingsman got unlucky last week.
I mean, it could be. We might have to see a few more rounds, but it's looking pretty good for them so far. The next question is, can they flush Tracy out of the attic here? The first toxic canister does go out. The ADS shoots out the first projectile. He's going to have to run back because that frag's going to take his shield away, and now straight back onto the site. We'll have a pretty good position if he needs to, but actually goes straight back in. He's waiting for the bait, throws out another gas grenade to hold it off just a little bit longer, but that breach coming out is going to allow some pretty sick sight lines here, but Nova's actually going to start to take use of it here. What's he going to be able to pull out of it? As he is quite close to this one.
Flux finds the next equalizers at 4-4. Jeff going down, who had the majority of the frags for the Swingsman so far. 33 seconds left on the clock. Flux still playing from below, looking for those vertical angles. Mix is still poised. Top white might be able to catch someone as they enter into the building. Tracy trying to find the angle into pit as they drop and spot it. Oh, just a bit of a whiff on the spray. Means that Jake will be able to cross to try and push into Trophy or even into the bomb site itself. Nova still holding double. Lonely finds the next onto Tracy. There is potentially a frag to be found. Kage is the one on the plant. 3 versus 4. Nitro cell toss deep. Not quite deep enough. Nova swings the window. He finds it down. They find another one onto Lonely as well. Sorry, it's all coming apart here, but the Swingsman on the attack. 3 versus 2 now in a post-plant situation. Mixes just walking up. Nova finds Jake. Mixes finds Kinsey. And the second time around, it is far more successful for Donut LFO.
Yeah, a little bit too much destruction there. Post-plant, 4 Swingsmen to hold it out. They couldn't get into the positions that they wanted to, and it was all too easy for Donut LFO to come in and clean up the lone 2 attackers. To clean that one up. I mean, yeah, the plant went down. It did look a little bit better for Swingsman, but at the end, the cleanup was there for Donut, so they still look strong in that position. So I'm wondering if we go back to the bunker. There it is, to the basement, sorry. That one's going to be another one. Do we see the same strategy come out from Donut? Do they go for that meeting hall hold again? Because the vigil's being held here. There's no castle here this time, unless it does get 6-picked.
Well, it is always good to have a couple of different strategies in the pocket, and the way am I coming out would indicate that we are going to see that hard elbow hold. So there are changes that have been made here for the Donut LFO boys on the defense. On the attack, they're running the same thing. It has been working reasonably well for them. So why change something that isn't going wrong for you? Now, I think the onus is very much still on Flux, and I would imagine Mix is going to be on the roam again. Levi just playing down, hunkering down on the bomb site. He's not quite found the frags that we saw from him last time around, but he's still getting involved.
Tracy's 2 frags that he has, though, were from the last bunker hold, and it was a great one, right? He held the elbow super well, got the first push, and then just completely read the next attacker like a book, changed position, and surprised them entirely. Perhaps won't work again with the surprise element, but I've got to say, his best performance was on this site. So, as you can see, we do have Mixes and Flux up on the first floor, so perhaps going for a bit of roaming around. Do we have the hatch reinforced again? I don't believe so. No, there it is. Are they going to hold the meeting hall as much? I don't think so, but Levi pushing up, waiting for anyone, but mostly, I imagine, just trying to listen. If you can hear where they're coming from, perhaps, he's thinking about it. He's thinking about getting someone on the entry here. Is he going to give away his position? Is it going to be all for nothing? Or will he succeed on this one? No drone coming through just yet. But no, he's going to just bite the bullet and head back downstairs.
The most interesting thing I saw from the setup, though, was Nova. He's playing in security, has the hatch and reinforcements in place. A lot of barricades positioned around top white as well to try and provide some misinformation as to where positions might be held. on the defense, but Jake just jiggling around looking for that player on the landing. Not going to find it because Levi has pulled off for the meantime. Kinsey as well leading the charge. Lonely found by Mixes, who just, again, finding these key frags. Lonely, that's a huge source of information off the board. He's going to be rotating it around. He was probably holding Freezer Stairs, I would imagine. Looking for that kill. No, where was it? No, okay, maybe it was upstairs, potentially. Either way, it's still a pretty big kill to be finding.
Yeah, I mean, the Argus cams off the table are going to be super annoying there. Perhaps, yeah, must have been around over the side somewhere, but for now, they've got to worry about those players on the floor here. It's always a dangerous thing when you're the Maverick. Anyone could come and get the jump on you when you're getting detached, and even from below, Levi is waiting. He's just hoping to see a pixel of Maverick's head there. Won't be rewarded with it, but I mean, hey, nothing's really lost from it when you're just sitting down there. You're completely safe, and he can just rotate back to his position, holding the stairs. But it looks like it's going to be a change. They're going down to the bunker to push from construction.
The call has been made. Redirection does happen. Kinsey is well positioned to look to go down Big Tower Stairs, dealing with that denial, dealing with that slow stall utility. Spot Levi, but at the cost of a drone, so it's less information potential on the board. You look at the defensive positions, they are retreating, looking to cover their bases. Levi being threatened through the hatch as Flux Zeus swings. He just swings, and Kinsey's gone. Frag grenade, though. It's going to thread the needle out of E-Box. Jeff does pick that one up, brings it back to a much more manageable position. Flux Zeus, he finds another. How does he do it? He will be traded out immediately, but the damage is being done here. They keep losing these key players. It's all on Jeff now to start opening up these walls. They don't have the ace. They don't have that security. And all of a sudden, with 17 seconds left, this is looking like it might just have to be a force through one of these choke points. And there we go. We're hitting that dire point in the round. Jeff tucking into that default area, swinging out. Tracy gives up his life to Jake, who will find his first frag. Nitro Cell. Jake's going to find Mixes as well. They're just swinging unnecessarily. Out of elbow. Can they find a kill? Nitro Cell toss. They know where Nova is, but Jeff falls unable to escape in that situation. It's now a 1v1. Nova playing the misinformation game. Walks out, hits the ADS, trying to bait Jake into tarps. Look at that. Jake is not giving up an inch. They don't know they're on the opposite sides of the wall. Pre-fire there. SMG-11, it's not enough. Jake with a big 3K to get Swingsman their second round on the map.
It may have cost them a lot of lives to get that position, but once they cracked the bunker and once they cracked the tower stairs, they had such a strong position. And then it was almost like Donut LFO let them walk onto the site. They were too far back all the way in the laundry to really make a difference from it. A great little site plant, but it felt like Donut LFO were almost relying on that C4 to deny the plant, and when it didn't work, they got desperate and they had to push in. A real close one there, but the Swingsman, oh man, they made it work with what they had when they got that position, but they made sure the sacrifices that got them there weren't in vain.
Yeah, unfortunately, they just weren't able to coordinate the swings. I think if both of them had swung at the same time and taken Jake out, that was their round to take. But
defenders, protect your bombs
it's
from
not
being
how it played out.
attack.
Big 3 kill in the round. So unfortunate for the Donut LFO boys that that's when Jake decided to come online. Picked up his only 3 kills so far on the map, but we're at 2-2. This is, you know, a 300% increase on the rounds that Swingsman found in week number 1. So the improvement already starting to show through. But with the way things are going, with the momentum that is being built here, I don't think Swingsman is slowing down just yet.
Yeah, that all said and done. It's not like Donut LFO completely got crushed that round, right? It was just a little awkward at the end, and the positions were slightly off. So pretty easy things to fix. So they're going for the retry. I'm not really surprised at that. It feels like they can fix up what they messed up there and just adapt to what had happened there. Maybe hold at least either the back tower stairs or the bunker just a little bit differently, and that should do the trick. Although, looking in the prep phase, you've got Mixes all the way upstairs here, just looking to be a little cheeky. Levi here, back in T2, right? He's still looking to catch someone on entry. This is something he was toying with before. As long as he doesn't go too risky, play anything a little too dangerously, he can get out for free, but maybe rewarded. And see, same thing again. He can get out pretty easily. Doesn't have to go for anything too crazy.
Well, Kinsey being live droned out. They are looking to get themselves in so they can start pressuring in onto the bomb site. Only looking to join up. They are positioning themselves for that push down Big Tower Stairs. Unfortunately for them, there's a lot of utility denial that will be awaiting the magnets, ADSs, barbed wire, and that Malusi Banshee as well. They need to go for that two-pronged assault. I'm surprised we haven't seen them shift up a freezer take, a laundry take, something just a little bit different, because every single time that we have seen basement, it has been big tower stairs in construction. Every single time. And it looks like we might have had that call made. Kinsey and Jake repositioning. Maybe towards laundry, maybe towards freezer. They have the options, but maybe not.
Yeah, you can imagine they just don't want to be caught out by someone like Mixers again. It's just so annoying whenever they're just trying to send like one person over to freezer stairs to at least draw some attention there, and he's just quickly taken care of. So they do try and clear out the rooms, but they still don't find him. So it's mostly just to get the safety for Jake to get the hatch down as the Maverick. A little bit of a tussle goes down here at the back stairs. Levi forced over to a different position, but still has the freedom to move around. A little bit of danger over from the bunker too, so has to keep an eye out over there. But will be able to hold the stairs. The drone comes down, so they know that he's there. He peeks out, and he's rewarded. Gets that headshot nice and clean. Can he make it another one there? Still another person up on the back stairs. It means he has to keep his eyes out. Still too many angles for him to be careful of. Yet this man's still picking up frags here. Jeff could be looking for a bit of a drop down here, cutting off the rotates. But for now, it's just one frag.
Well, that was all going down. Jake taking some huge damage from the smoke canisters. Levi still not flushed out a pillar. He goes for a bit of a swing. Could have been a bit too wide there for a moment. He's great at jiggling around these corners, giving himself an opportunity. Jake tagged further, but unfortunately Levi the missed time. Kage swings it. He'll be dropped. It's Flux Zeus on the job. Looking to cover. They've got control of pillar, but they got no security and pushing into the bomb site. One playing freezer door. Flux playing tight. Nova finds Jeff with the nitro cell. And it's looking worse and worse the deeper this round gets here for Swingsman. Jake is one of the key players that clutched it up last time, but he's gone. Nova with the SMG-11. Lonely finds one, finds two. It might come apart here again, but no. It's Fluxus, tried and true. This phenomenal fifth man here for Donut LFO denies the potential of a comeback like the previous.
But that's the difference that they had to make. You could see as soon as they started losing their positions on the northern side of the map by the stairs, by pillar, they moved up. You saw how close Nova got. That was the difference that they needed to make in the previous round, and it would have changed it entirely. And obviously, it did it this time. So almost an identical round, but with one small change shows what the results can happen. So that round going over to Donut LFO, but we've also got to send some props to Levi, getting some good frags on the stairs, drawing so much attention, so much time, that even if Swingsman were to get a pretty good hold there, there was still like 20 seconds left on the clock, so they could have done it, but it still would have been a little risky, a little iffy. So great performance coming out from Donut LFO, again on the bunker, but this time they got to change the sides and head on up Storms.
I mean, last time we saw it, the Swingsman, they did lose out the post-plant situation. So at the moment, it is 50-50, one going both ways. So, I mean, look, we see some minor changes. Fluxus bringing out the Goyo this time around. They are changing little things here and there to try and give themselves that little advantage. But at the moment, Swingsman looking a far cry better than we saw out of them last week. So far, they've broken their previous kill record, which is no one getting more than 4. Jeff sitting on 6 at the moment. This is a much better showing from the boys so far, and hopefully it doesn't stop here. But look at that again. Mixers playing on that deep roam. They are looking to try and find some early frags. Can they do it? Flux as well. There's a lot of offside presence, but they're just testing the waters.
Yeah, I feel like they're just trying to make Swingsman a little uncomfortable, setting up windows, but also causing sound cues. Unfortunately for them, though, Swingsman are almost entirely going here on the northern side into tower. It should be a pretty clean entry. They've got the drones to go for it as well. There should be not really any danger heading into this one. It's not like they're playing against Pride, who'd like to hold it here in this site, but they're going to need to bring in that Maverick to open up the attic here and start their main push, while the rest of the team are going to go ahead and clear down on the first floor. Very important against a team that runs mixes and fluxes down there and just causes chaos. Because Lonely here, all on his lonesome, is certainly going to be looking to cause some damage as well down there.
Positioning is going to be key here for the Swingsman. They need to be able to flush out these defenders from that bulletproof utility. The shield playing in pit. Tracy has spent so much time holding them off, and look at that. They're going below, trying to find just an inkling of anything, any minor advantage they can pick up to try and give themselves a shot at XG on the side. Breach charge from below from Classroom will open up the opportunity to open the wall from walk-in closet, and Chef Jeff as well on the Maverick looking to open up attic wall. They're getting these angles to cover. Jake playing stairs with that 2 times gives him such a great advantage, but Kinsey, look at that positioning. He's in Armory. They're going to look to start pinching in from Trophy. And, well, I mean, it really is playing okay. I'm not quite sure what the call was there, but reaching charge, it was not. They're trying to burn that utility, trying to get that frag grenade deep, but it's cooked, it's thrown. It's only going to find their shield just a smidge further. And that would have been Tracy relegated to camps.
Yeah, and so they're going to hang out here just a little bit longer. I believe the laser sighter did point over the wall, so they definitely know, especially with that drone that is still hanging around. We'll have one more Toxic Babe after this one, so we'll be able to hold out just a little longer. That might be the time that they need, as long as he can buy as much attention as he possibly can. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kinsey looking to poke through the breach in the hole. It was, I believe, denied a little bit, at least only getting 1 tick with a Selma charge, so might be a little tough to get through. Jeff definitely wants to catch off anyone from below, as he does have the flank presence as well from behind him. Trophy to make sure, but there is no one down there. But covering his bases anyway. 20 seconds to go. The entry's starting, but Jake the first to fall. Damage onto Fluxus, almost taking his life, but he'll survive for now. One more toxic canister. Don't pop that one yet until he gets out of there, but Fluxus will die. Now it's safe to pop the Babe, and there it goes. Mixes around the corner with a swing, but it's Kinsey to pick up 2. Timer about to run out, and the diffuser is dropped. And Donut LFO will pick up another round here on defense.
Again, it's that 6th defend of the clock. You got to play it, especially as an attacker, and Swingsman did not give themselves much room to work with on that execute. Jake rappelling onto Kid's window with 20 seconds left in play. Yeah, there was no way he was surviving that, and especially not when Flux was involved. Now we go into the half. Dotted LFO, they've taken it 4-2. This is where they need to look to push it over the finish line. 3 rounds is all they need. But Swingsman heading into the defense, what can they find? It was the position they won their only round in last week, but off the back of a big dog's rush, I don't think we're going to see Donut LFO look for anything similar. We're going to be heading to dorms first, so maybe, just maybe, they can get a round off there. But Donut LFO, they, despite their hiccups and hurdles, they have been looking solid.
Attackers need to locate and
I always like to say that if we're going to see anything change up, it's when the halves come out, right? Swingsmen now have their chance for a little bit of redemption. Like you've been saying, it's, you know, a many hundred times percentage increase on last week's performance, so they've at least got that under their belt so far. But they need a little bit more here now on the defense, but that might be where they pull it out. They've got all the tools here to cause a little bit of mayhem here. That's an interesting position on the shield, a little bit more to the left than usual, but we'll see how that does play out here. But yeah, if anything is going to change, it has to be now that they're on the defense here. But Donut LFO proved to be pretty crazy here on the defense. A lot of roaming here. I wonder what their entry frags are going to look like, because Fluxus and Mixes, but particularly Flux, they're having a great round.
Yeah, and Levi picking up the Zofia as well. He was the one to lead the charge, find those big frags last week. This time round, Flux is just coming in and swinging heavy right now. Big frags put up. Man,
Already
I don't think he's looking. This is no surprise whatsoever. Donut LFO, they thrive on aggression. Kage being threatened will have to blow both impacts just to get away safely. It's a retreat into the basement. This
and they're waiting.
And so much room to get in and deal with that defensive utility. Mixes as well. They are hesitant. They're not quite sure if he did go all the way downstairs, but look at that. Mixes covering white. Levi going for a bit of a swing. They've got the setups. They're covering their angles. They are making sure that there is security when they look to go for that wide swing. They can now start to clear out white. This is not an approach that we saw work overly well for the swings, but look at the positioning, the early aggression, the early capabilities that Donut LFO are bringing to the table. This could get out of control very, very fast for Swingsman.
Well, a risky maneuver coming out from Levi to make his cross-map play here underneath the hatch. I mean, he could catch out a sneaky little defender here. Just going to go for a bit of pre-fires, but may get fired down from below. Has to just go for a few extra frags if he can through the floor. But now it's just a buck going to cause chaos by opening up the entire floor here. You cannot sit in this room here. The ping onto the defender, the breaching charge. It's going to do a bit of damage. Not quite enough to get any frags though. Jeff sneaking down the stairs here on the mute with the shotgun in hand. Can easily get the one tap here. Misses the one tap and has to book it back upstairs. Dangerous spot that he's standing on here, but can use it to his advantage as well. The time ticking down and no one dying yet, Panda. Just kidding.
Oh, cursed as it is, but the trade is there immediately. Chef Jeff will finally find one with that M590. It's Mixes to go down. Flux gonna be tagged heavy from above, but he's gonna look to swing onto stage hallway. No one there. They are just playing a dangerous game for the minute. 50 seconds left on the clock and things will slow down somewhat. I would imagine Donut LFO looking to pull their resources, looking to re-coordinate and get themselves in, and the swing is shut down. Jeff absolutely warped out of existence by that AK-12 in the hands of Tracy. Nova as well, repelling under Kid's window. Flux just trying to find anything, and Lonely finds Nova 3-2. But there we go. Flux gets the equalizer. Back 2-2 again. Tracy with a smoke grenade into the corner. Prepped and ready to go in double window, but there's no one there. Flux, they have control of the main dorms area. Looking for that plant. Flux on the coverage. He does have the angle. Nitro cell. It's thrown, but not nearly deep enough. The swing is there. Jake will take it, but Tracy, unfortunately, just caught on the lip as Lonely throws his nitro. And it will be another round in the hands of Swingsman. 3 on the board and 1 away from equalizing yet again.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser.
Feels like there was just so much chaos once they opened up the entire floor of the site. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, right? Yeah, you can get the angles on the defenders, but they can get the angles on you as well from above. And generally, if I've learned my lessons from Obi-Wan well enough, is that high ground is usually a pretty good advantage. So again, you've got to be careful with that. And then at the end there, I mean, desperation kind of plant, right? They were able to get it down, no problem, but getting out, a bit more of a problem.
Yeah, and well, we could see a map played out here where we don't go to the first floor once. We're heading to basement once again. So far, it has been nothing but the basement and the second floor. And, well, Cargate, he's hovering the castle here. We could see a similar setup, a similar SSG-style roam on the defense. And, yeah, castle locked in. This could be a case of imitation, is the most genuine form of flattery. But where do we see this castle prioritization? Because last time it was what enabled Nova to pick up that round from this elbow position. But already we see him heading upstairs. Okay, so it is going to be, I would imagine, again, a variation of that SSG style run.
Yeah, you definitely want to check out like all the rotation holes that they're going to make, so that they've got plenty of room to move around. They've got plenty of shotguns there. You got even the castle added in with a super short. You can open up basically everything they need to roam all the way around the first floor if they need to. I wonder how much of the like freezer wall they're going to be opening up, because again they're going to be looking for those retake positions. We saw Donut when they were on the defense doing the strat. It almost looked like they were becoming the attackers, right, from where they had to fall back to. So could be a similar story here, but a few of them going to be heading back downstairs. You've got plenty of castle barricades to lock down any kind of entry from the laundry too. So it is going to be a few reinforcements on the freezer wall, as you can see. Kage going to go that, but the main attention here should be on the meeting hall, right? How well can they hold it, but then also what can they do with it when they hold it?
Yeah, it looks like it is just going to be that straight up and down vertical hold, but there's so much coverage that needs to be secured here. Again, lock out at attic, slow them down a little bit if you can. But the fact they've opened the extension all the way to security, that's so much ground to cover on a vertical extension. I can understand meeting, that one makes sense. You want to be able to lock out that position as long as possible. But you look at that Levi in, they're going to get second floor control. They can drop into kitchen, look to drop down security hatch should they choose to. Already did the drone work that is coming in. Jake was looking for the angle, but not going to be given over to him in security. The drone's going to be coming in. There's so much information that has already been found. Mixes as well is going to be able to try and open up things into security. And this angle could punish quite heavily. Almost the toes being shot out there. Tracy tagged early. But the control, the position that has been conceded to Donut LFO early on, it's a little concerning.
It is going to caused them to spend a lot of time getting this upstairs hold really locked down. Levi, first one to really cause any sort of pressure onto the side itself. Of course, this Banshee going to be really annoying, but he's going to go prone just to deny any kind of swing on him from up the stairs there. A lot of rotates also going to be opened up by the attackers too, because bringing a sledge certainly going to give you the tools to do exactly that. Nova doesn't want anyone coming in through construction, anyone coming in through the stairs at the back here. Will be able to deny anything while his teammates help him out. In fact, I believe he's actually holding down the meeting hall all of his lonesome, so he's going to have to do a lot of the hatch hold, but in they come through the bunker. The elbow hold is going to be a little critical here, but it looks like they've already been pushed out somewhere over there. Yeah, there goes Mixes in on the Ash, going to force them in. And so the pillar control here, all going towards Donut. They've got such a strong position here. 40 seconds left, but here comes the entry frags up. Pixel shows up on Nova's screen, but he misses it out. Smoke gonna throw out his toxic babes for now, but Lonely gonna reposition in time. Frag over the head, but it only tickles Jeff, so he's gonna be able to stick around. 25 seconds, Nova goes into the smoke, takes a ton of damage for it as well in the return fire. Attackers losing health, but not their lives just yet. But they need to get these very quick headshots coming in, because they don't have a lot of health to be throwing around. The drop into Freezer comes in, but it's to Flux Zeus's doom as he falls immediately and is finished off. Now it's just the final push here. They've got to get the plant going down right now for Donut LFO, but they've got no one left. Mixes the lone man alive, but it's all the Swingsmen standing at the end.
The time was just not there for Donut LFO. The stall, the positioning. Flux went for the drop into Freezer. Unfortunately for him, there was someone watching that hatch and watching Freezer door as well. So it was just a bit of a misplay on the whole. Equalizing. We see Swingsman bring it back 4-4. Donut LFO must be concerned. We'd have to imagine they went back, they watched the VOD. Flux is hovering the blitz. I think this is more of the mental game, as we saw Jeff bring it out last match. And, well, Jeff, speaking of, he's going to be running the Frost. And Lonely, he's hovering the dock here, which it's an operator that you do sometimes see come into play. It's more about the survivability aspect rather than any real fragging power he has himself. It keeps you healthy, keeps you alive a little bit longer. And it's also the first one we're seeing here in OCL.
That's right, and we were almost teased with the first Valkyrie as well, but it was 6-picked onto the dock instead. Also, the Frost coming in is going to cause, of course, a little bit of questions here for the attackers here. You know, you got to keep your eyes open on all the windows. Make sure that you're not just jumping into your doom, but particularly certain areas are going to be just annoying, right? You know, you can't spend that time looking down, so entire windows are almost completely denied. Jeff could even just hold the small tower over here just on his lonesome, but he's also got Kinsey here to back him up. There's a Banshee in there. They're actually putting in quite a lot of resources here to hold this spot in particular. Another ADS going to be coming up. They don't want to be flushed out of here at all, especially if you've got Jeff sticking around. But no, it's Kinsey's just going to back out of there. Just donate a few ADS and leave him to his lonesome. See how much time he can buy, because look at this. We've got all 4 attackers here coming in to challenge him.
The unfortunate thing here is, though, for the Swingsmen, Donut LFO have already played into something similar in this defense. Pride, they tried something the same, and they weren't able to secure anything off the back of it. They got swung in, they got fragged out. They were just absolutely destroyed in a matter of seconds. So utility dump already starting here. Those ADS has now gone drone in. They spot out Jeff. He's in real trouble. 1 Vulcan shield gone. Are they going to be able to clear out this defensive utility in the form of the Frost Mats as well? But Mixes, he's going to be tagged. He's not quite sure where from. Going to be doing a bit of the 360, and Jeff will be hit with that stim pistol through the floor as well. So he's overstimmed right now. He's sitting pretty, sitting healthy. And Mixes, he's a little bit concerned about that attic angle, looking to try and peek at Levi. Oh, he loses his head up in that fight to Jeff. And with the Zofia off the board, these shields are so much harder to clear out.
Jeff has already done his job. He was just really buying time here and utility, but he's now got a frag on top of it. Anything else is just going to be an incredible bonus. So he's looking to get just another one here now that the window fully open. And it looks like being wary of this attic angle is definitely on the table. But Jeff, oh man, he's serving up encores here as he picks up another one here, setting up his team for such a stronghold. Still overstimmed here. 2 people on this window. Is he going to win this one? Not quite, but I think he's done his job. But can the rest of his team pick up the slack here? Not a lot of health on these attackers. Only Fluxus on full HP.
Lonely does go down, but I'm pretty sure all those stims are used for the moment. Let's find out. No, okay, so he had one left. Oh my lord, Kage with a long-range spray from the Vector takes down Flux. So it's Nova and mixes in a 2 versus 4 with a minute left to play. This might be one of those situations where you head outside to the roof, somewhere where you can't be shot, and use that time to talk with your team. Spray through the couch isn't going to be there. Frag grenade being cooked. Lonely could be dead, and it's going to be Mixes to steal it away before Nova has a chance. He's got control of Shower. They have the angle. He could snake himself into dining very, very soon. Looking to watch those crossfires, looking to try and get that plant down. But the nitro cells, I don't think is something they've taken into account. Kinsey as well, playing up in the Kid Storm, has that hatch onto the long angle onto the dining door. Nova is going for the plant, will pull up Kage. There we go, nitro cell toss. It is a bit of a whip. He doesn't quite land it, but Jake's coming on the backside. Kage takes the hit off of Nova. Jake is trying to rotate and round from behind, but I think he's overswung it a little bit. Mixes himself, pushing back out of Showers, coming down the hallway. Trying to look to swing in to find anything with 8 seconds left. It's not going to be enough. Jake is there. Swingsman take the round lead for the first time this season.
And this could be it. I mean, they could make it all the way to get that 3-0. That's the timeout being called. We've been talking about this a little bit here. One of the teams to be able to use it as well. They're certainly going to be wanting to just buy a little bit of time here. A tight round like this, you don't want victory to slip away. You want to be able to lock in at least that overtime. Incredibly important to guarantee at least that 1 point. I think that just means so much for teams here on the leaderboard. Even if it doesn't change their position too much, it can just mean a lot for your morale because it does set you up above the teams that didn't win anything this week, right? Like, I mean, even Pride earlier on, dropping their match, even the previous match with, Fury getting their win there. It's just something that you want to be able to lock in. So timeout here makes a lot of sense for either Swingsman to just work out how they get that one more round, or for Donut LFO, how they just claw their way back. It's a small lead, but it's certainly not insurmountable.
And Dorms coming into effect here. Donut LFO seem to be flailing a little bit. They started well. They took the half for themselves, and coming into the second, they just have not been able to pick up anything. Swingsmen have won round 7 through 9 on their defense, and the question becomes, is it just a case of Donut LFO having a very, very weak attack, or Swingsmen having a much stronger defense than we initially gave them credit for? Whatever the case may be, Swingsmen are 2 rounds away from winning out their first series of the OCL, and that is the biggest truth so far.
Donut LFO, though, don't want to be the team to fall to them either, so with that timeout, you can only imagine what they've been talking about there. That last round, I mean, just Jeff alone in the small tower on the Frost just pulled out a little bit of magic there, getting probably more than he really needed to have a big effect, but it was what kind of carried the team to the rest of the round through to victory. So we're going to head back in another defensive round for Swingsman here. They've got plenty of denial of utility there with the Jaeger and the Wamai. So again, so much to have to deal with for sure. This default cam, of course, going to confirm that at least someone is looking over there. But I don't think they caught too much else off of that one. So not a whole lot. But Swingsman certainly good at buying time and buying attention, just extending out that round.
I think I've realized why the Swingsmen are winning all of a sudden. I'm seeing a lot of polo charms on weapons here.
That's got to be
it. I think they're channeling their inner bolo right now, and it does seem to be working. Donut LFO don't quite know how to get themselves a win here on their attacking half. They did 1 to equalize with Levi. That is a cheeky angle right now. Looking to hold anything vertically. It will be that high angle, honestly, for the reaching torch to open things up into Attic. It's not something you see contested very often, but they do get a clean cookie cutter opening from the average Maverick. But this is the LMGE in the hands of Levi as well. One of those guns where you only have to hold mouse button because there's no need to reload in a round. Droning going to be starting up. Levi as well going to be opening up that Attic window. They want to be able to contest and flush out Jake from this pit position. It's going to take a while. Look at that. The reposition on the kids' window as well. They pick it out, so they have an idea. Games window open. Levi and Lonely will be the ones to go toe-to-toe. Neither of them falling. And Lonely, in fact, takes the win on health.
Yeah, and Jake here, I mean, he's in such an awkward spot, right? Flanked by almost every single angle he can think of. So really, he's just going to be trying to pull out exactly what he can. But Jeff might be the surprise factor here, but that drone is just waiting for him. So they're going to be prepared for any kind of nitro cells flying through that hatch, but he knows that, so he's just going to back on out. That frag grenade eaten up by the ADS. Do they have another one ready to go? And yes, they do. There goes the Vulcan shield and going to force Jake way back here. But he's going to be able to put that right on the edge of the flames. Oh, man, that is tasty right there. Has to be careful of the window behind him in that angle, but I think he's worked out his risks there. Uh-oh, Fluxus, get out of there. That cheeky magnet, always a little bit scary. I mean, honestly, it always spooks me when you see a frag grenade sitting there so close to your face.
Jake has not been flushed out. He had the pocket Vulcan ready to go just in case, but their game's window is open. Could be the threat. Oh, my Lord, Nova. Goodbye. Tucked in. Glass of warm milk on the side table. Still control of pit. They don't have an avenue into the bomb site for the moment. Swingsmen are holding on for dear life for the moment. Kinsey falls. That LMGE finally singing in and picking up a kill, but Flux and Tracy drop in quick succession. Lonely and Jeff to find it. Levi has to get in and start contesting. Does he spot the ankles? Yes, he does. Jake falls, a double kill for him. With 8 seconds left, he swings top white, but can't find the gunfight. Mixes alone in the bomb site to do anything he can. Nitro rip. R4C. Can he do anything? No. The time is not there. And Swingsman will move on to Matt Point here. One round away from securing their first win of the season.
And you know, we're talking about size of relief in the previous match. I think Swingsmen are also finding that one too. They're happy to at least lock in that 1 point, but now that they've tasted what these points are actually like, they want 2 more. They want to skip that overtime and get all 3 for themselves and deny Donut any at all. And the way they've been playing so far, it looks like they're going to be able to do exactly that. Jake able to get so much value in the attic there. The pocket Vulcan certainly paying dividends for sure, and he can even push a little forward from it. There was a little bit of risk in that. You could see he was constantly flicking back over to the bedroom window to make sure that no one's flanking him, no one's just going on the rappel to shoot him out from his new position, but he wasn't punished for it, and he was instead rewarded from that risky play.
Levi again, he's doubling down on the LMGE here, but we head to the basement for what could be the final round of this matchup. Donut LFO could go 1-1 in the first 2 weeks of the season. Swingsman could go the same. At the moment, this is a vastly different team than what we saw last week, and I refuse to believe it was a case where the big dogs were just that much better. Swingsmen have done some real searching, and they've done some real improvement here. They honestly, off this round, could close things out, and I feel confident they do it. Chef Jeff, the captain of the team, going absolutely huge. 12-2-7 has been racking up numbers from start to finish. And I mean, last time around, he was lucky to get the 2 frags that he found.
And it's also a really good showing from them because Donut LFO do have members that are popping off, right? Fluxus isn't a pushover at all throughout this round. Nova as well, getting a ton of value. Even Mixers in the earlier rounds getting so much done. So this is certainly a performance for Swingsman to come out and do so well, even from behind from that earlier half. Like you said, Jeff really pulling out all the stops, but this is the round that matters here. If they can pull it out here, this will be such a statement to make, but Donut LFO is certainly not out just yet. So into the bunker we go of basement on Oregon. This is always a hard one to crack for sure. Jake the Goyo on the pillar position. He's had a great time as well. Going to be able to hold that position, such a strong one. But for now, for Donut LFO, they want to clear out that first floor. Make sure no one's flanking. Nomad is banned, so you have to clear like an extra room or 2 just to make sure no one's coming up behind you.
First lifeline impact comes out. It's eaten by a magnet. But the second one does connect. Banshee removed from Big Tower Stairs, so could be one of the avenues in. X-Cairo is used to deal with the hatch in meeting room as well, so they are starting to open up these avenues into the basement, into the bomb site. They can look to play off of that. But for the moment, you look at that, Jake's pulled his shield back towards Freezer Door. They are retreating, hunkering down in their defensive position, saying, come to us, guys. We've got the round lead. We've got that security of OT should we lose these 2. Levi. He's going to be the first one into Boiler. He's hiding behind Pillar. He's looking for that long angle into Freezer. If he can shut that position down, it gives them so much more security when that execute does come.
It's going to be entirely up to Jeff here, pushing so far forward. His laser perhaps giving it away, but he's certainly all the way up. It's all or nothing on his position, and it could decide the entire round as he pushes up. Jeff turning the corner ever so slightly, doesn't risk it all, just chucks out the Toxic Babe. Time is of the essence, and he can buy about 30 seconds with that position, but it's from the E-box now. Levi pushing from the pillar inside, and now looking to take control of the side. He's still got 3 breaching charges, but I don't imagine he's got time to use them. Jeff goes down. This is Donut LFO's chance to get on inside through the elbow. They can't even reinforce that rotate. They're going to push through it. Instead, it's Kage to take the site back, but it's traded. Everyone's falling, but it's Swingsman with only 1 man remaining. Jake with almost no health either. Pistol pulled out just to survive. Here's the plant going down, but can't stop it. Gets shut down, and Donut LFO have stopped the win for now.
Explosive doesn't even begin to describe it. Chaotic, maybe, but just all over the place action everywhere on the basement. They get the kill on the player in elbow, then Kage swings through and finds 2. Levi connects with the LMGE, and well, as we head into the final round of regulation time, Donut LFO have one more chance here to take it to OT and get themselves a chance at denying Swingsman their first victory of the season. We head back down to basement. They could do it here. Kage picking up the Maestro this time. Could 6-pick it, and that's what it's looking like it's going to be onto the castle this time. And the last time we saw this castle set up on basement, they did win it.
This is definitely interesting, right? Because there's no Goyo. They're certainly changing up everything about what they just did. So they're not saying, hey, that strategy was close. We just got to fix certain things up. They're saying we're just doing completely different. The one that we won on before. Give Jeff the space down on the elbow. We'll do the rest upstairs. We'll hold that meeting room and make sure no one can take it, right? You've got the mute to deny any kind of droning. The 6-pick has an element of slight surprise. They're going to be able to rotate all over the place here by Jeff, even upstairs there. So this is going to be certainly a strong one here. They do not want to give up this meeting hall for sure, but it definitely comes down to how well can Jeff hold that elbow down on Bunker. That is an important one. He fell down in the late period of the previous round, and that could have almost handed the round over, but remember they also lost Pillar, so it was all solely on him to hold that one. Here we go. Donut LFO. Can they bring it to overtime?
Well, regardless of what happens tonight, Swingsman, every single player on the team has surpassed their previous performance from last week, so they've got that at least. But given their position, given how things have been playing out here, I don't think there's going to be enough for them. Oh, Flux Zeus, though. Here's the shotgun. They must have some idea of where it could be. Breaching around, goes out, will open security door. Jake has that shotgun, can play those tight angles, has the reinforcements and support as well. Drone goes through.
Oh, no.
It's still alive. It's going to spot him. They can't get it. He finally does, but there was so much time committed to that. They could have repositioned and gone
round 2.
Kinsey. He's in kitchen as well. Flux has the sledgehammer. He's going to go to use it. Oh, Jake with the nitro rip, trying to wait, trying to bait things out. And Nexus says, you know what? I'll go above. I'll find somewhere else to play from. Drones are going out. They know they've got that vertical control. Breaching charge does go. And we'll open the roof above. Nitro Cell could be used to great effect here, but Jake just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He still has it in hand. He's going to drop down the hatch and Freezer. Gonna look to come back up white stairs, though. And this could be the play that blows this round wide open.
Yeah, I mean, they had the drone down there, so they were certainly expecting it. Fluxus is suspecting it as well. They have all the tools they need to open a lot of these castle barricades between the Zofia and the sledge, so it certainly could be something they can crack if they want to. Not a lot of attention now on the meeting hall. They've even got the hatch blown on into it. So this should be Swingsman just abandoning it and hunkering down. They have bought a lot of time and haven't even really lost much health either. Still plenty of utility, right? They've got a lot of C4s in hand. Jake still on the white stairs here, can hold it. He's got the shotgun, can prone and just deny a whole lot of attention here. But it's going to be Flux coming on down. Oh, he swings and gets it in time, even if it's just a little off. But that's the kill that they're looking for, because now Flux can hold this very long angle down through the freezer. Levi now going to use the hatch to their advantage now. Fluxus does go down though, so the sledge cut out of the freezer. That's what they're looking for. Kage can now hold this position tightly, but Jeff falls in the elbow. That might be their ticket in here. Donut Elfo might be able to just force them to just defend on the site here. Do we go to overtime? Can Swingsman hold out to just deny it and score the 3 points? Donut LFO, the final push is coming.
Regardless, Swingsman have secured, but they're not going to be final on the leaderboard. Kage, he gets absolutely destroyed! And Donut LFO in quick succession, 3 players, 3 headshots, 3 frags. And we go to overtime, which is maximum 3 rounds more. It is a case of the 3s. And as we head in, it will be Swingsman kicking things off here on the defense for OT. And it's still anyone's game, but at least Swingsman, they have points. Both these teams will be walking away with points, so they will not be relegated to the bottom of the leaderboard to fight it out between Pride and XO. But what we know for sure is no one expected coming into week 2 that Swingsman would push Donut LFO to this point.
But they did, and that's the great thing, right? And I think both teams can be okay with the result so far. Swingsman maybe a little bit more, but you've got to imagine into overtime here, both teams going to be hungry for that extra point, denying their opponents as well. They want to be the one to sit in the middle of the pack on the leaderboard, not down the bottom at all, particularly for Swingsman. They need it just that little bit more. Donut Elfo, I'm sure they can be okay with it, but it means they're going to have to get the wins against some arguably more difficult teams later on in the season if they don't pull it out in overtime here. Regardless though, let's kick things off here in overtime with Swingsman back onto the defense, up in the dorms. This is always an interesting sight, particularly when you throw a Clash into the mix.
This is no longer a tournament of favourites and underdogs. It is a tournament of dark horses round and round. Swingsman, if you'd come into week number 2 having just seen their previous performance, I could understand the hesitation and confusion as to why we find ourselves going to OT, but they've fought tooth and nail. They have earned this position, and honestly, they've probably earned the victory as well. But unfortunately, just because they've earned it doesn't mean they're guaranteed it. And with Donut LFO bringing it to OT, giving themselves another shot, there's no reason to discount them here at the moment. Jeff doing a lot of site editing, floors, windows, rotation holes as well, just being prepped so that they can contest should they need to.
Oh boy.
Mix's drone, it's information on the board. They know where Lonely is. They might be able to explode and deal with him, because if they lose this offsite presence, that's far less contention onto this attic position. And Lonely, the window's open, he's going to be rotating up the stairs, but Nova is just playing mind games, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's going all in into this instead of retreating, going all the way up to T3. He's kind of stuck up there now, at least for a little while he considers there might be someone out there. And like you said, maybe playing mind games with him too. So pretty interesting to almost waste time for the defenders. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but it's working for Donut LFO. Meanwhile, though, on the ground floor, we are getting a little bit of presence coming in. Lonely, though, definitely has to make something work out of here. This is definitely an all or nothing type of position all the way up in T3. What's he going to be able to pull out of it? They certainly suspect that he's on there. You've also got the Clash coming out here to hold Attic as a bit of a backup player, but Donut Elfo clearing out the ground floor, going to be able to give the support to Nova. The ping's coming out. They absolutely know that he's up there, but he still frags one out. If he gets another one, it's going to be a miracle for sure. One more. He's already taken a big chunk of damage, but he can certainly get another one. Do they continue to pressure him from the same windows? Do they try to get him from below? He's already being exploded just a little bit. A Hail Mary C4 goes flying outside. Anything extra he can get from here is beautiful, and that's what he's looking for. Even more if he can possibly get that. But I think the job is done. I think he's done everything he needs. This frag coming up, even that won't stop. Lonely up here. Finally, the Madman does go down, but at what cost here for Donut LFO? Not much time left on the clock, and only a one-man advantage here for the defenders.
They need to do something. They need to do something huge here to get themselves in. And unfortunately, you've got a question. Is there enough left in the tank for them to be able to do it? Flux hasn't found much in the second half. He has been quiet, and to say the very least. Mix's position, bottom white. The swing happened as he retreated. He might be caught down on the rotate. Chef Jeff is there with the M590, and that's exactly what happens. Slugs to the chest, and all of a sudden, it's looking worse and worse here for Donut LFO. Nitro Cell prep for the double window. Toss deep, but not deep enough. They have 8 seconds to play around, and unfortunately for them, there's so many guns primed and ready. Kage finds one as he tucks into the corner, and Chef Jeff walks up and guns down Flux mercilessly. First round of OT is secured here by the Swingsmen. They are 1 round away from their first victory of the season.
Match point again here in overtime, but let's not forget they had a little bit of a rough performance on the attack, and now after some time they're sent back onto the attacking squad. So can they pull it out here in the moment that matters? They will have another round on defense if they do drop it here, but if they can pull it out, I'm sure they'll be stoked to get that one. Donut LFO, though, they get to go back onto the defense. They want to send it down to the basement. Valk teased again. Do we actually see this one come through? Banned a lot for a reason, but I think teams know that and they like to play around with it for the 6 pick. And so it's going to be the Vigil again with the castle. But surely this is something that their opponents are suspecting. It was done before, so it should be no surprise.
This is not the Levi we saw last week. He has been shut down at a number of turns here by the Swingsman, and putting him on the Vigil could be that key to unlock his potential in this round. Give him the power of misinformation. Use that ERC to dissuade attackers from certain positions. Let him have that freedom of roam to come in, pinch in, and shut down any potential at that attack victory for the Swingsman. Take it to a double OT. Take it back to a position where they can win it out. And, well, if this was around for that Vigil to pop off, it has to be this one. Levi has to go huge for the team and pick up those key frags to win it for them.
Another meeting hold, which the operators certainly have shown off yet. Levi going on to the attic tower here. Gonna break all the windows so that you can hear anyone that's hanging around outside the windows. But we'll just sprint off there. Doesn't actually have to hang around, just cause a little bit of doubt here. An attacker comes up and they're like, these windows are broken. Could perhaps there be a Vigil inside? But for now, they're just gonna clear out below the tower here. But they should have an idea that there is a defender just hanging around there down the hallway. But it should just be a bit of a top-down clear, at least for Jake's side. But maybe they're suspecting that there is a sneaky little Vigil who's rotated around the top floor here, and they do expect exactly that. So Levi, for now, like you said, he's got to pop off. ERC coming out. Everything's dead silent for him. They can tell that he's here, but again, how much time can he buy? How much time will Swingsman spend on trying to flush him out? They do eventually get him out with a reasonable amount of time here, so he doesn't get too much out of it, but now it's down to the ground floor, and it's Jeff's job to hunt him out.
They have pinched him back into showers. They can look to close in and drag him out here. Jeff with the spray through the wall. Levi still healthy. Finds Kage. Damage done. Team damage done. As you can see, the Swingsman flustering a little bit. They spot one more. It's Fluxus in support, and all of a sudden, this ground that they thought they had control of, Swingsman are being contested quite heavily. Jeff tagged up by Kinsey, just more damage being dealt after they lost Kage to Levi. And they still haven't flushed him out here. They don't have that execute onto the bomb site. Levi's going to swing. He does lose out. The pressure coming from that breach charge enough to force him to run through that shower doorway for the moment. They've spent 2 minutes trying to deal with this offsite presence. They have no clear ways into the bomb site. Jeff has forced his way down Freezer for the moment. That's no guarantee. Oh no, Tracy caught on the shield. That's going to be rough. No, Flux falling down the hatch. Jeff could be the undoing here of Donut LFO. He's found some big frags. 16 on the board. Mixers will shut him down. It's a 2 versus 3. They're looking to push and force their way in through Freezer lonely. Looking to play above as well. Mixers and Nova. They have to go absolutely stratospheric here. Things coming out. Caught from the side. Mixers go down. It's Jake. And all of a sudden, Nova in a 1v3 clutch situation. I have never seen a situation where a player has to dig deeper than Nova is in right now. He's in laundry. Has a barricade to his back. The drone will be going in. It doesn't spot him, though. This could be absolutely huge. I think he may have just escaped the information there. The question becomes, what do they do to flush him out? Concussion goes in, they hit him with a second, so they have an idea. He steps up, he spots the head. Can he find Jake? He finds a play from behind. He's wasting time, but Jake is there with the pistol. Swingsman push it to OT and take their first victory of the season, denying Donut LFO 2 victories in a row.
Man, what a well-deserved victory as well. They had to fight back just like other teams have had to do earlier tonight, and they pull out a real clutch victory. Sure, only scoring the 2 points, but I think they're okay with that, pulling it out after a previous performance last week where things didn't quite go exactly how they wanted to. I think they can be all right with that one, but standout performances from a lot of players here tonight, Panda. I mean, I think we can commend a lot of them. For Donut LFO, 1 point in the bag, that's all right, but I'm sure they'll be back with a bit of a vengeance next week because they're going to start facing some real tough teams, and that's where they're going to have to dig deep.
I mean, look, Swingsman of 2 vastly different teams between what we saw last week and what we experienced just now. And that gives me hope going into the remainder of the season that we aren't going to see this widespread of top-tier teams and then teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard where there's absolutely no competition. We're going to see competition at every single stage through this split and going into the next few as well. That is wild. Donut LFO, who commandingly took that victory last week away from such a big matchup as well. The fact that they beat up Pride, who was touted to be one of the best teams in the competition. I've been the one singing their praises as well, but they've been shut down 2 weeks in a row now. And unfortunately, I mean, Swingsman pulled out their performance. They're going to be the ones versing Pride's next week. Pride could find themselves in a real pickle coming into next week.
Oh, man. Yeah, you better hope they've been watching this week's match, definitely, to see their new opponents. But, of course, guys, we've got one more match to go. And speaking of commanding victories, last week we saw Big Dogs get exactly that. We'll see if they can do that again this week in their final match of the night. It's against Hacked You Asians, coming up right after the break. And welcome back, everyone. We've got one more for you guys tonight, and I'd say we saved the best for last, Panda, but I mean, the matches so far have actually been really good, so it's hard to say, but I mean, we've got a lot of expectations riding on this one. Hack You Asians versus the big dogs. Got to remember to unmute yourself there, mate.
Yeah, I do. So, hey, look, at least I got one of my redemption arcs. We had the Swingsman come in and absolutely, I mean, full Steve Rogers treatment from week 1 to week 2. Captain America coming in swinging. And boy, did they do that. Final matchup of the day, though. This is the big one. This is one that could set the stage for how the rest of the season goes. Hack You Asians versus the big dogs. Hack You Asians, they battled through. They took that big win against Fury. Big dogs, an even bigger win against Swingsman, who all of a sudden came out of the gate swinging in week number 2. So this provides an interesting testing ground to who could potentially take top seed.
Yeah, I mean, almost two opposite stories from last week, but let's get right into it. Let's introduce our first team. First up, it's the Hack You Asians. These guys have had a pretty standout performance here from last week, so let's go through their roster. It's Pika, Raindrops, Wazoo, Jumpstream, and Tester. So Panda, I mean, mate, look, what did these guys do to shut down Fury when it looked like Fury had just taken the game?
I mean, it went into the half 5-1 and they were just able to capitalize on any small mistakes as soon as, you know, Fury were making them. And look, just the way they took that map away. Look, just top tier gameplay. But unfortunately for them, like they've gone from facing a giant in week number 1 to facing up against another giant in week number 2. So they're coming into their opponents, which is going to be the big dogs. We'll throw them up on screen now as well. And I mean, they absolutely monstered their opponents of swings when you got Boff, King Grills, Pac-Man Down Under, Shaq, and Pants. And I mean, the capabilities in this roster alone. Pac-Man has been so driven to, be a part of the competitive scene. He tried to qualify for OCN. He's now qualified for OCL, so he still has that chance coming into the end of the year. But, I mean, the big talking point is the head-to-head matchup here for this competition. And it is going to be Pika and Shaq, two sides of the very, very same coin. Week number 1, it was very much a case of Hack You Asians. You could feel the nerves coming into it. They weren't quite sure of themselves. And then final round of the half, Pika clutches up a 1v3 post plant and gets themselves their win, gets his first frags on the board. And from there, he was top of the leaderboard within about 4 rounds. Shaq, on the other hand, the dynamic play that we see out of this guy, the creativity, the innovation, the positions that he is willing to play and has been able to capitalize off, it's like art in motion. So these two are going to be pivotal in how this match plays out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, on my side of things, right, I was keen to see Pika come out in the second half. I mean, it looked like there was a bit of a disappointing one for him earlier on, but he certainly, I don't know, pulled out the Zenkai boost or something like a Super Saiyan. So, but on the flip side, Shaq's another player that I really loved seeing last year in LPL Pro. So 2 players I'm definitely going to have my eye on, but we're also going to find out where they're going to be playing. And just like Oregon, it's a tried and true map, but we're going back to the club in Clubhouse. So before we jump into the match here, Panda, tell me, Clubhouse, I mean, is it that different from Oregon, or is it basically more of the same stuff?
Well, yeah, like it's as the saying goes, same, but different. It plays very, very similarly, but it's not quite picture perfect the same. You can still achieve some deep roams. You can achieve those phenomenal defensive angles, especially the likes of which Shaq and Pika are going to thrive in. But the attack, the avenues are almost guaranteed to be the same. You're only given so many options to get into the building, and it's about how you utilize them, how that utility comes into effect, how early you can give yourself those avenues as well. I'm so excited to see this matchup. Both these teams have players on them who played through Oceanic Nationals relegations. They went toe-to-toe. It was Shaq's team, PC419, who made it all the way through. Trident, who are now the Hack You Asians, where they made it to the lower bracket final. They were one of the best teams in the competition. There were some real upsets, and I believe they knocked out Bazaar, who was at the time Edpan and Twent, some of the guys who were playing in the other teams in this competition. So, like I said, these guys were vilified after that competition. There were accusations, hence the name that were being thrown out. And they have
they're not being subtle about it.
Yeah, look, they came back week 1. They said, actually, you know what? We don't need any augmentation to win this game. We can do it on our own. They did that. And coming into week 2, you've got to hope that Big Dogs have done their homework. They've done what they need to do to identify those points of entry, points of defense for the Hack You Asians, because if we see any of these guys given room to work and do their thing, this could be Big Dogs handed their first loss in the season.
Yeah, one benefit though of winning so quickly, I mean, apart from, getting the glory of crushing your opponent, is that there's not that many rounds to go off, right? I mean, it's also best of one, right? So arguably you saw 2 rounds of them on attack. So you don't actually have a whole lot to go off, and it's on a different map as well on Oregon. So the question is, how are these guys going to play on attack? Because we don't really have a lot to go off so far. Hack-U-Asians probably don't have a lot to go off so far either. Whereas for Big Dogs, they had 15 rounds to watch Hack-U-Asians play. So they know what they're like on attack, what they're like on defense, what they're like when they're up against the wall, what they're like when they're in overtime. So they've got a lot of info to go off here. So plenty of excitement to come out for this one for sure. I wonder what Big Dogs are going to be doing here, because they have got a ton of confidence, I imagine. I mean, they kind of look like that going into the first game of the season, but I imagine it's just going to be double now that they've got such a big win under their belt.
Yeah, look, it is what it is. Both teams coming into this, whoever wins this is going to be primed to sit second on the leaderboard after the Skyfire boys, who just, talking about monstering your competition. I think the biggest benefit, there may not be a huge amount available for the Big Dogs, but luckily for Hack-U-Asians, Pac-Man, if you didn't know, he's a bit of a content creator, and he put up a video incorporating all of their qualifier run for the Oceanic Challenger League. So there is some information available out there if you do go searching for it, but it really does become a question of how much does that really matter coming into Clubhouse here, and they are here. We're going to see our opening bands. Big Dog's going to take Maverick off the board early. It really is usually a case of Thatcher Maverick being taken out early, and then you figure out how you want to approach things after the fact. So Thatcher, it's, no question about it. It was going to come through. So now we have to see some of that vertical play come into effect. You're going to be looking at the likes of Ash Sophia to enable CCTV breach being open. Defensively, though, I would imagine we're going to see a Cade. There we go. No surprises. And I would be very surprised if we didn't see a Mirror to round it out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few options as well, though. There's Valkyrie has also got some great camera spots. There's also the ability to go Wamai band to really flush out the rafters a whole lot easier when it's filled with magnets and ADS. It's just such a pain to get that position flushed out. So there's a few things here. Mirror also an option if they want to leave that up. But Maestro, another really powerful operator on quite a fair few sites here. So the options are all there. It's really just a flavor of the month, which one you want to go for. But the big Italian stallion going to be taken out.
Interesting. Mira left through. Wemai left through. Malusi left through. I mean, huge prioritization around
can't
the
ban
Malusi
them all,
band.
Panda.
Yeah, unfortunately. And Arudi, the other one that has been let through, as we head to gym bedroom first. It seems that Big Dogs are coming into this with a big plan, and Mira, this is her strongest bomb site on Clubhouse. You set it up in the bathroom, you give her some shield coverage if you have it available. If not, it's not the end of the world, but this is going to be a very, very hard-fought victory if we see the Hack-U-Asians able to pull it out.
Yeah, interesting to pull out the gym bedroom first, though. I mean, it's not that common to pull out as your first defensive site, but I mean, they're bringing all the standard operators to it. Like you mentioned, the Mirror, Rudy's been one to pop out on it too. Almost as like a quasi castle that some teams like to run on the gym bedroom. So definitely going to be a fun one to watch. I mean, Mirror's going to be able to hold off the jacuzzi wall if it ever does get breached. There's no Cade, so it should be a fairly easy wall to breach. Team's not really bringing the bandit anymore. Perhaps when we hit CCTV, we might see it, but for now, gym bedroom, just going to be all about holding off that jacuzzi wall, right? Because it's going to get open.
Yeah, it is pretty much guaranteed at any point in the competition, but I mean, it is a question of how well they execute, how well they can clear out the defensive utility. Those two Surya gates going to make it that much harder. But this is interesting. We could see an aggressive hold. They're extending. This is very, very bold. So they've got the Mirror in bathroom. They've opened up that left-hand panel so you can see all the way out onto the jacuzzi balcony. This is aggressive, and this is a playstyle that definitely favors the Big Dogs who love their aggression.
Because it also saves up a few reinforcements for the CCTV hold. They can extend their defense so far out. And now look, yeah, the CCTV wall certain to be open for sure. As again, okay, it's not really any denial at all, but it's going to cause so much chaos here as Shaq, just from the red stairs downtown, will pick up a free kill. He's got so much defense, gets out of it for free as well.
The highlighted player matchup already coming into effect. I talked about how these two players were going to be the linchpins of their team's respective victories should they have come into effect. And Shaq, I talked about those innovative positions that he holds, the audacity that he has in some of his pushes. He was holding top red. He pushed down, found the angle onto Pika, who was mid-animation to Claymore going down. Well, it is enough said. Frag grenade being cooked, throwing Shaq. He loses just over half his health, but he's still alive. Luckily, Wazoo in the right place at the right time finds the frag, avenges his fallen teammate. Nitro Cell was thrown, but it's dropped. Pac-Man as well, found by Wazoo, who is putting in a massive effort here. They've pinched on Pants. He is in a lot of trouble. They could execute any second. Swinging SMG-11 in hand, though. Insane to go down. Who has since joined back with the team? No more jump stream, unfortunately. But looking for more. Can't find it. Wazoo on a triple in the round is looking to undo the big dog's defense.
King Grills, though, all the way back here, definitely hunkering down, has the mirror to help him out in the other way for the hold. But with all the frags that Hackuations have managed to pull out, this also frees up the entire balcony, right? They can move on out, they can clear out a lot of these windows here, even make a way through Logi, deny that mirror, force them out of it. As you can see, Boff has to go all the way back onto the site, hook up with King Grills here, throwing a barricade as a small last-second defense there, and it's going to be all about these bullet holes. Can King Grills actually get something from it? Surya Gate going to be denied now. He's going to have to try and kill him out through the window, but it's a drop through the hatch to go for a rotate instead. 30 seconds left here, Panda. One mirror left. Boff, he's going to have to be careful of that one window, but King Grills, I imagine this X factor here from all the position changes he's been able to do. He's been spotted out, though. Should be caught out on any kind of rotates unless he wants to go downstairs. But again, bullet holes are going to be the order of the day, but served up cold. Wazoo is going to be shutting that one down. A trade King Grill sends back. He's just going to buy 10 more seconds here. It's a 1v2. This is doable for sure. Plant going down. All he needs to do is deny it. Easier said than done for sure, but it looks like it should complete here. He rushes in. Time not on his side at all, unfortunately, as he's cut off by the angle. A tight one for sure, Panda.
Unfortunately, he saw the foot too. Just wasn't able to recognize it for what it was on the bomb chassis. And Big Dogs, they lose their first defensive round, not only in this map, but this season. So far, they started map number 1. They won all their defensive halves. They went into the attack. They've rushed down Laundry Stairs on Oregon. They lost that one. They won the next one, closed out the entire map. This is their first defensive loss they have suffered. And, well, they decided not to go back to gym bedroom. They're going to be heading downstairs to church instead. Bomb site is an interesting one. Has been very, very 50-50 as of late. Both teams, attacking and defending, have been able to find success. But look at this. I'm loving this. This is an adaptation on that SSG room. I would imagine we're going to see Mute Mozzie playing up Master Bedroom, playing up on that deep roam, looking to pinch in from behind once again. This is a position that can just absolutely undermine attacking teams.
I was thinking, like, maybe they could do it with the Aruni as well. Again, as kind of a sort of castle replacement, but the Mozzie does it just as well. So definitely going to be so much drone denial up there. Going to be almost impossible to flush these guys out. Any kills they can get going to be bonuses because it's all about wasting that time. A lot of long angles can be held downstairs in the church by the defenders, so you don't need everyone down there. And if you're quick on those impact tricks, you can flush them out of the kitchen, basically deny that point of entry. But you have to be pretty good at it. And with the Habana changes, a few months ago, it's just so easy to get around that. You just pop on 2 X-Kairos every so often, so it's a lot harder to deal with it. So now teams are relying on this, where they get the mute, they get the Mozzie upstairs, basically don't let them into the building at all if they can.
We have been seeing more and more teams running that Logi player on a basement defense. You can open up the roof above the kitchen hatch, shoot out the X-Kairos from that position as well. Maestro was an operator that a lot of teams, especially in North America, were running in that position. You can put your Evil Eye one of the filing cabinets and it gets you a perfect line of sight. But at the moment, they are opening that hatch. They are looking to get themselves that top-down clear. King Grill's in this position. Here's the explosions. It's just information available to him, giving him that indicator that already Hackuations are going for that top-down clear. Block the first victim. Insane to find him, but the trade is there immediately. Shaq finds him. They lose a sledge, but Pika, there he is. He's got his first kill much earlier than he did last week. They lose 2 off the bat, and Big Dogs, they're looking far weaker than they did in week number 1.
But here's the X factor. This is a big investment here for Big Dogs. 1/3 of their remaining defenders now pushing upstairs. Shaq, he's got to get some value out of this and importantly, get out alive. So there's the freebie. What else is he going to get? He's actually hunting for more rather than heading back to the site. So I quite like it. But this is the sort of play that they need to make here when they're down a man. It's now 3v3. Half the round now burned down, but they need more than that to really get value out of this hole.
There's time. There's plenty of it. Equations, they can regroup, coordinate, consolidate. And looking to stall things out with that toxic canister bottom main. 3v3 is entirely doable, but without Pika and with Shaq still on the board, the Big Dogs got to favour them just a little bit. They're still trying to hunt out this deep roam, and Shaq on the backside. That's not 2 enemies resisting, that's 2 free frags. I think they may have completely misdroned him here.
No
I don't
way.
think they saw him through the debris. Wazoo, is he going to find it? He swings, he wins the gunfight, so they must have just spotted it out, giving the indication that maybe they didn't. Shaq gone. Means they can now start to pinch in onto the bomb site. X-Kairos out of the kitchen hatch. They can look to march down main stairs as well. And Big Dogs, this defense is a far cry from week number 1.
Yeah, but 30 seconds to get the drop execute done. Raindrop's going to go down and look down the hallway to cut off any kind of other angles to deny the drop. But Pac-Man's in position to stop anyone just dropping down. A risky run to the boxes, but makes it instead. Even across the door from the hallway. Now exactly where he wants to be. But no, they get him from downtown. Wazoo from Dirt Tunnel going to be able to make his way onto the site. Banshee burring away, but he does make his way there instead. The plant going down, but who needs a plant when you can get the frags to win?
Asians take the opening 2 here. And this is the most rounds taken away from Big Dogs in the season now. I mean, it begs the question, what the hell was going on last week? Because it's not nearly the same that's going on this week. Shaq, unfortunately, wasn't able to find much more. He was the highest rated player after week number 1. 1.6, I believe it was. No, 1.81 at the end of the day. 11-3, 100% cost. And so was Pac-Man. So they are being shut down here. Shaq definitely needs more freedom. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see a vigil come into effect. But CCTV is the next bomb site of choice. Buff will 6-pick onto the Bandit. Makes a little bit more sense here. But this is the potential to be the flawless rotation of bomb sites to the attack, which is not something you experience every day, especially on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean, CCTV, I think this is the true test on Clubhouse, like how well a team is going to be able to play, at least on the defensive half. They do have, all the tools they kind of really need to them. The only one you sort of want a little more is the Maestro. Maybe K to have not to worry about constantly bandit tricking all the time and the danger that comes from the CCTV window. But the mute is also there as like a little bit of a backup or denying certain walls as well. But the main thing is that I see no Wamai. So Rafters is going to be a little easier to take depending on who's going to opt to hold it. You'll still have some ADS for sure, but you'll certainly be missing the addition of Evil Eye helping you out. Magnets absolutely everywhere. So perhaps they're not looking to defend it quite as hard as a lot of other teams do.
I mean, it's gearing up to be that horizontal extension here. Pac-Man heading over to Strip, might be able to go for a run out. Some unfortunate soul on the attack. It is a common run out, but every now and then it just slips you notice. 2 minutes 30 left in play. They're doing a lot of work to drone out here. Asians want to cover all their bases. They want to find Shaq, and he's been found. There we go. That's the run out. Raindrops goes down. Somehow he's found it too. Yeah, all the way out from Strip. No, where was it? Oh, no, it was the Billiards. No, yeah, maybe. I don't know. It was a run out. Regardless, I'm pretty sure it was Billiards, and then he reinforced himself back in. But Asians, they have entered the building. Now looking to push on from below. Zane with those frag grenades could really upset this defensive positioning. It's not something you want to have to deal with, and there's no way to deny it from that position.
All right, Pika, he's been 50-50 through the round so far. Is this going to be one where he pops off, or if he drops down immediately? So far, he hasn't been the first to fall, but all his utility dropping down, his health bar dropping down a little bit too. Yet to return any fire for now. on the defenders as they are just spread out throughout the entire building at the moment. I mean, Shaq on the ground floor of the garage rather than the rafters. You've got Pac-Man down under roaming around through the bar. This is such an annoyance to them. I imagine Hackuations, they're going to, start to turn a little bit more attention over towards the CCTV wall. It's going to be pretty much impossible to break through, though. They're going to have to get rid of that bandit. Pika has been dropped, though. The question is where, and can he get back up, because he hasn't been finished off just yet. And Hackuations, I imagine they certainly need him to pull out a win here. Yeah, so he's actually outside. He's going to be all right, and he can get back up. But this is now only a minute left. Pika on death's door. Shaq hiding behind the boxes next to Bike, and so he's actually going to be fairly hard to flush out, despite not being out on rafters just yet.
And unfortunately, with points disabled in comp mode, Shaq had absolutely no idea that he had downed his counterpart on the Zofia. So will be resurrected for the moment. 5 versus 4. The time is just trickling away here. Hackuations will need to pull something. Zane pushes in through Logi, will walk his way in through Master. There's a barricade in his way. He's going to have to open that one up. And with Shaq still on the board, there is no certainty that if an execute is successful, that they will be able to secure the round win off the back of it. Tester pushes into Con. Will open up that wall. Pac-Man playing behind it. Impact goes out. The trick is good. This utility is just being denied. Tester throws in his stun. He's looking for another, but Wazoo pushes onto the bomb site. Boff as well to find 2. Pika drops to King Grills. They tried to double up, but Tester has to force into CCTV window. Boff on the rafters to secure a third. They just lined up for him. And Big Dogs will secure their first round this half.
Yeah, I mean,
and it was just the clock that undid it.
Yeah, I mean, that clock at the end, just forces them into such an awkward position. I mean, running through the smokes is always a really tough choice to make, but when the clock is red, you kind of got to go. So with that all said and done, I mean, look, Big Dogs, they'll be happy with that one. Shutting Pika down earlier on, but raindrops as well, almost immediately at the start of the round there, is just so valuable, right? It just frees up the defenders, especially on one of the maps where Maverick and Thatcher are both banned there. CCTV, it's just impossible to get through unless you can shut that bandit down from the CCTV window. You just have to go from the other direction.
Well, it is a bomb site where you have to
Defenders,
pressure
protect your
multiple
bomb
angles
being
to go for a
defused by
successful
attackers.
execute, and they couldn't do that. And Tester was at the very end forced to funnel in, as was Wazoo and Zane. Boff was just able to line up, knock him down. Boff, speaking of the man himself, is going to be running Warden this time. Something that we have seen him. It's a pocket pick for him, and he plays it very, very well. Going to be interesting to see how they look to position that. No smokes, just the flash grenades in the hands of Wazoo and Tester. Unfortunately, those glasses won't do anything for Zane, because those are frag grenades, and they're a little bit less, gentle.
I mean, there is kind of that, like,
5 seconds
slight
left.
visual effect. I mean, really, his glasses should deny that too. Come on, Ubisoft.
Attackers must locate
Help him out when the
bomb.
frag grenade blows up his eyes. The glasses should totally protect him from that. But yeah, regardless though, it's going to be a fun little pocket pick. Interesting to see how it does play out. So Big Dogs, it was a little bit rough on this one. They did lose Shaq a little early on, although he did get at least 1 frag. But once his position fell down from the red stairs, that is where things got a little awkward. So here we go again, as the wall going to be very quickly opened up. I mean, this should be expected pretty quickly by the Big Dogs, but already work control up on the rafters here, already fully controlling this garage side. So Big Dogs, they're going to have to be totally careful of this one. I don't think they're pushed up on the defense as much. Nope, the drone spots him out onto the red stairs. This could be a quick, easy kill, but no, Pika. Oh no, crossfired by Boff there. That's going to be shut down, but they do know his position now. How quickly can they deny it? Oh, Buffy gets another one, and Shaq as well. It's the opposite of how round 1 went. Even Zane, he's not going to be able to get the frags as the ADS are eating them up. He learned from last time, but he has to go in and get the frags the old-fashioned way instead. We'll get 1, but is this just too little too late, Panda?
I mean, it's never over until it's actually over. 2 versus 4. It's going to be a hard one, I'll give you that, but it's still not over. We've seen crazier things in the realms of Rainbow Six Siege. They do have a way to get into the building, but it is on the other side of that building from the bomb site itself. So they're going to have to do something to either cover that ground or relocate. Jam is still going down very, very late in the round in pocket. And, well, I think Zane and Testa, they have their work cut out for them. We've seen Testa clutch up before. He's found some big frags. Won that Cafe match that we saw against them in Fury. But this is a slightly different beast. A very aggressive, very unrelenting defensive setup from Big Dogs with Shaq and Pac-Man both still on the board. They're going to be hard-pressed to find any leeway. With a minute coming up close, I think this is just a case of use the time available to talk with the team, figure out what to do, and if you find a frag, you find a frag.
Yeah, I mean, just getting here through construction, just such a tough job. Even the Shuriya gate is forcing out that one extra flash grenade so that they know what's coming. But here they move into Logi, live droned in fact with only 2 people left. But Big Dogs nowhere to be found here. They can easily just rotate back onto the site. And the whole time, Haku Asians, they know they have to swing. And every time they swing, they give away their position by those shots by. The sound is just deafening for Big Dogs to listen out. But oh, Testa, he gets in and gets one, but is dropped immediately. It's got to be up to Zane to finish this one off. He has too many angles to be looking out for at the end here, and will be shut down. A big one from Big Dogs here. A nice early start on that defense.
Yeah, the Big Dogs coming back in and proving that their bite is just as bad as their bark. Haku Asians, they thought they were in the clear with the opening 2, and well, we're back even once again as Big Dogs, they find their feet after that initial stumble, and they're looking to close out the half in their own favour. 2 rounds to go, 2 rounds apiece at this point as well, so it could still be that 3-3 split, could be a 4-2 split. At the stage, it's still too early to tell. Both teams have been going neck and neck, and Pika really still hasn't felt like he's come online yet. We will be heading back down to the basement. Last time we saw it, it was the Haku Asians that did win it. They took it out quite cleanly at the end of things, and it was a 1v3, and Wazoo was one of the linchpins as to why that worked for them. Pushing in through Dirt Tunnel late into the round, catching the Big Dogs unawares. With Boff, though, it's going to be a 6-pick. They do pick up their Valkyrie, so information is going to be key. Pika, switching away from the Zofia onto the Jackal as well, of all things. The uncertainty is evident.
Yeah, but I mean, I think they're just playing that off of what Big Dogs did last time, but it's not going to be a whole lot of roaming this time, I imagine, with their operator lineup. They don't have the mute, they don't have the Mozzie. Instead, a lot more standard things, right? King Grills on the Legion, just a lockdown on the downstairs, Boff on the Valkyrie. I mean, likely to just get a little bit of intel on the kitchen, perhaps, just to deny the hatch as long as they possibly can, deny the drop. But for now, we'll take a look at it, but we'll see if the Jackal does pay off. I mean, there's a lot of soft floors. You're going to be able to perhaps get a bit of a surprise on someone. People running around upstairs are going to be giving their footsteps away. I mean, Boff doing it right now. Jackal goes through there. Pika is going to be able to pick up at least his position. So it is going to be a bit of a hunker down, I believe. But let's see a bit of spread on Big Dogs. But once we get a little look at them again, we'll see where they are. Yeah, King Grills actually just playing off the stairs for now, but mostly just, I imagine, to get a few extra goo mines down before he has to retreat back.
Quite sure that damage came under raindrops, but it was just under half of his health bar gone. Pika at the moment looking to open up CCTV. Nitro cell thrown, and as that all goes down, raindrops will be put in the DB&O state. He's still alive. I believe that was from Jacuzzi, potentially, that he was being threatened. The pickup is there. Testa will grab him. I would have to imagine that is where someone's playing around Jacuzzi, someone's playing around that wall.
Or he fell.
Just a wall bang to take him out. You'd hope not. We've already seen one of those in the last week. Wouldn't want to see it again. But as we do conclude the first minute of this round, there's no real evidence that Big Dogs or Haku Asians are going to run away with this. Top down clear, though, has been effective. They've gotten the second floor. They're working their way down into the first, just confirming that there is no real threat there before they go for the vertical pressure and the hatches. This Jackal scan already coming into effect.
Yeah, and you can hear the X-Kairos coming on out as well, but oh no, King Grills, what have you done to Shaq's head? It's been ripped clean off by a teammate, and now we've looking at a Haku Asians man advantage. Yeah, raindrops on death's door from falling down before, but still, they've managed to pull off an advantage. The hatch goes down a Moto, and here's the value of the Valkyrie. Those are some sneaky black eyes for the Valkyrie. Man, getting so much value, and with only a minute to go, this is going to be a pretty good set of value here. Pac-Man has to rotate out of blue. They know the drop is going to be a big threat here, but he has to keep looking down the oil pit, has to keep looking down blue to make sure no one's flanking behind him. But man, I think Big Dogs, even with that one death, they do have a lot of value in those black eye cameras.
A lot of value in the information, a lot of value in the defensive positions. Huge amount of value in that utility. Just all the angles that have been coming off as well. Playing church door, might be able to find something through the hatch. Pac-Man as well in blue. They're doubled up. This drop is going to come momentarily. The question is how much do Big Dogs have in the tank to be able to resist it? Vertical angles being open, but we're hitting at 22nd mark. Something has to happen, and it has to happen soon. We are going to see that explode onto the bomb site. Ticking away, frag grenade in. Boff's still alive. He's able to avoid the majority of the damage. Spray through the hatch. White screen, in fact, is Kingdrill waiting for that push from Moto. That plant is going down. Tester on the job. The Pants is there, so is Pac-Man. Pika falls as well. All of a sudden, there's not enough bodies to cover. Zane finds one. The plant still being secured. Wazoo, can they deny? Boff sees it, and he shuts it down. The Big Dogs just clean sweep evacuations as they go for the plant attempt. Despite the best efforts, they had the positioning, they had the avenues, just not the time.
And they didn't manage to clear Pants out of the dirt tunnel. He just peeks his head out, already denying the plant with the Toxic Bay, but just goes in and finishes off just a little bit quicker. I mean, they did go for the retry on the plant there, but the damage was already done by the Big Dogs, so props to them for holding that one out. And it feels like Hackuation's almost walking into that trap there, even after Shaq getting team killed there. So a bit of a messy round on that one, kind of from both sides, but at the end of the day, though, it was Big Dogs to hold that one out. Over to CCTV once more. Again, we've got Bandon popping up. Still yet to see the Wamai. So I imagine we're going to see a very similar defensive hold come out from the Big Dogs, where they kind of have someone hanging around on the floor, maybe hiding behind bikes in the garage. But the rest of it's going to focus more on construction and that direction coming over from the western side.
Well, the Big Dogs, they thrive off misinformation and lack of information as well. Shaq, that is his wheelhouse. The less you know about him, the more freedom he has to work, the more damage he can do. I'm surprised we aren't seeing any real prioritization around flank denial, the Nomad, the likes of that, but it doesn't really seem to matter to the Big Dogs. They brought it back. They were down 2 rounds. They bring it back. They take the round lead for themselves again. So they are in a position to take the half very favorably for themselves. Pac-Man doing well. He really is stepping up to fill that void. I mean, the Big Dogs roster, incredibly capable fraggers, each and every one of them. They prove it round after round. Shaq even killing his own teammate to prove that point.
I mean, you got to boost your numbers somehow, right? Kill is a kill, apparently.
As I always say, kill is a kill. Doesn't matter who it's on. You can get yourself a 7k in the round. It looks even more impressive, but...
Look, I think Shaq might disagree on this one.
No, he 100% agrees. He's a big fan of the kills. Doesn't matter who it's on, but...
Yeah, he understands. Like, you know what? I'm a numbers guy. I get it. I like getting frags too. But let's get into round number 5 here on CCTV. We've already got a bit of balcony control, and I think this is great from Hackuations. They need to get that bandit out of there, and there it is. The frag lands, and now the wall is all theirs to open up here, and that is the big difference from the last time we saw them on the site.
Breach is open, damage done. Boff, no chance at a bandit trick after that. Ate the frag grenade, pin and all. Shaq, though, still in garage, still has rafters control, can still control this angle. The man is a real threat no matter what range he's playing at, especially when he's running the 416. It is his gun, and he knows exactly how to use it. Drone's going deep. Pika has a lot of information for them to work off of. Oh, Shaq, he's going to pull back for the moment. He's rotated. This man is just undeterred. No chance that he's scared of a gunfight. We'll happily take it. Doesn't matter who it's with, doesn't matter how many people are threatening him. He will look to take it, and he will look to win it.
He's been droned out so many times. Droned out so many times, and he's still here, holding the door behind bikes. A 4th time droned, and he still hangs around. When are they eventually going to go on in? I mean, he waited too long, and now Shaq is getting the rewards from it. Can they even get the refrag? Nope. Shaq is just the final boss here in the garage. It's completely impossible to stop, despite how many times you drone him. Trying for the pinch now, trying for the flank. Will he stop that too? Yes, he will. Shaq the God.
Shaq the man, Shaq the one-man army. He's locked it all down. Garage is his. He's not going to give it up. Kingdrills finds Wazoo. And all of a sudden, it's Pika alone, swings into the site, finds the first. Can he find anything on the back of it? It's a 1v3 clutch situation. Has the lifeline, he's going to shoot out the ADS. 27 seconds, so entirely doable. Concussion, eaten by another ADS, swings in with the M762. He's going to be tagged, he's in trouble. RG15, it's not enough. Don't bring a pistol to a shotgun fight. Pants is going to win that every single time. Despite Zane finding that opening frag. It is a running joke with the big dogs. He plays without pants. We don't know for sure. We won't confirm or check it anyway. But going into the half, big dogs, they take themselves that lead. Asians, they are at risk of being swept aside. It might be that big victory against Fury was a flash in the pan, but you gotta imagine there's so much more in the pocket.
I mean, I think that round is just an example of what happens when Shaq is absolutely unleashed, right? He was just sitting there solo army. Yeah, they had one on cams as well supporting him, but he was the man to get the damage done. Challenged every swing, challenged every angle, and won basically all of them, and then dipped it through the oil pit. Absolute legend in that round, and I thought it was going to be a big difference once they managed to get the bandit. I thought Accuations were going to make a huge impact on that round, having just all the different angles, but unfortunately for them, apparently Shaq chose that round to activate.
A big shout out to the boys, Boff, sending me some love in chat. I'm a big fan of them, and they seem to be a big fan of me, but it doesn't matter. I have no influence on the outcome of this match. They're going to have to bring their absolute best to deny Accuations a chance at the comeback like they achieved last week. Round number 7, CCTV Pika picking up his beloved Jaeger. You think the man's cracked on Zofia. He's even more so when it comes to the German himself.
5 seconds to
They're
insertion.
4 seconds away from the action phase. The setup is there. The defense in position.
Attackers are moving out to
Zane on
locate the
his
bomb and defuse it.
debut CL showing. He's not quite found the numbers he would have liked, but he's still doing some big work. Hopefully, he can round it out as the half deepens. But look at that, Tester. He's on the bandit trick for the moment, looking to try and deny any chance at a breach.
Yeah, they put a lot of resources into this as well. I mean, ADS to protect Tester too. The difference here is that Big Dogs, they bring in the Kali, so they are going to be able to, get rid of these bandit batteries pretty easily as well. I mean, the big AoE is going to be enough to deny both of them too. Going to be pretty tricky to trick even with all that protection for Tester. So this could be a pretty easy wall for Big Dogs to open. But, I mean, if Accuations do manage to hold it, if Tester does manage to trick it out, then it suddenly makes it a whole lot harder for Big Dogs to break their way in. And this is the round that Accuations really need to start turning it around, because it's CCTV, one of the better sites. So let's see if they can do it. Start the comeback now.
Exactly what they need to do, but Accuations, they're going to try and deny any potential of coming in from below. Drone economy already, there's 2 left. One in the hands of Shaq, one in the hands of Pac-Man. So they don't have a huge amount of info gathering potential available to them. But in saying that, the team like Big Dogs have proved time and time again that information gathering potential is not necessary for them to pick up a round win. Players poised and ready to get themselves in. Impact from below will enable this wall to be open. Pac-Man on his beloved ace. He loves his operator. Zane finds the kill on the Bob to open things up. Thermite down means that they may have to go for a 1-entry assault onto the bomb site. Pika still floating around cash, not quite sure where to position himself. This is interesting given that Boff has been one of the lead fraggers for the team.
Yeah, and I also realized I'm an idiot and that Carly got swapped off of, so that wasn't a thing. But they did get the batteries with the lifeline, so King Grill's going to be able to hold that one and make it open. But like you said, the thermite down means that wall might be their main point of entry. An interesting little angle that Shaq is trying to go for, but this is why the Rafters is such a strong position for Wazoo to hold on Awamai. Oh no, from the oil pit, Raindrops flanks him down there. He's looking for any kind of revenge coming from the Big Dogs there, but unfortunately nothing's gonna come here. The defense still holding everything tight. Pac-Man not gonna be able to get inside with the Toxic Babes blocking it off. Shaq is gonna have to get these frags up here with the Banshee whirring away, and it's gonna give him completely away and his life. 20 seconds left for Pac-Man to get the biggest clutch of his life. Otherwise, I think Accuations, they're gonna even things up just a little bit here, making it 3 for 4. Pac-Man, I think he knows he's a bit done and dusted.
A flawless round win going the way of the Accuations. They have proved themselves a violently capable defensive team. And I use that word for a reason. Things explode, they kick off with such a vengeance that you don't know what's happened. You hacky Asians will sweep over you with no resistance whatsoever. Violently capable because they will win their gunfights. They will take you down. They are the immovable object. Big dogs are the unstoppable force. And at this stage, it's impossible to tell who is going to be the one to budge.
Absolutely, man. I mean, look, going down to the basement now, this is another one where teams have a bit of flexibility in kind of how they want to play it. The Bandit, I'm sure, is going to get 6 picked off here. Yeah, there it goes. I'm sure the Mute is definitely going to be an option. This allows them to maybe think about heading on upstairs with the Mute and maybe the Malusi. Although they also have the option to just go for the hunker down strategy where they just turtle up, head down to the bunker and stay down there. I mean, the Goyo kind of suggests that perhaps that's what they're going to be able to think about doing, but it's all still on the table, and you can imagine Big Dogs are going to be thinking about that too. But remember, this is where we've been asking questions like, what does Big Dogs actually look like on the attack? We saw all but 2 rounds of them on the side last week. One of them a bit of a meme round where they sort of rushed through Freezer. But here on Clubhouse, rush is a little harder to do unless for some reason the defense goes bar and stock, and I think that's kind of the reason why you don't.
Obviously, you weren't watching the 6 Invitational qualifiers. There was a particular round with some of the APAC North teams where literally we were about 10 seconds away from this point and people were already running down main stairs into the basement. So rushes are entirely possible if ill-advised at the best of times, but no, I think Big Dogs, they're a little bit more reserved when it comes to a match of this situation. If they can win this, they find themselves top of the table, I'm pretty sure on round differential alone. So, I mean, they're going to be coming at this, swinging their absolute hardest, and with Shaq playing in the Ash now, picking up that role rather than the Hibana, this is where he thrives. If he can find these angles, if he can swing, win those gunfights, I mean, you talk about Ash Jägermains. This man was bred in a lab to be an Ash Jägermain.
I'm sure he'd be glad to hear you say that, but now he's moving in, being a live drone. They know the value of this man. He's going to be able to start opening up that floor, breaching charges as well, but instead we'll use the, the breaching charge to open up the floor from a nice safe distance to just make sure no one's going to be able to pick off his feet while he's checking out his drones downstairs, but looks like he's going to be totally free to open up all the floorboards that he needs while the rest of his team is going to be looking to flank down through blue. Looks like it's just going to be a focus on getting these hatches open along with the buck. I mean, you can just open up absolutely everything, make the hallway an absolute death trap for the defense, so they basically just have to sit on the sides, look up at the hatches, and hope that they can catch you on the way down.
I mean, we're getting deeper into the round. It's a point where Haku Asians could equalize should they win this. And utility being used, Jack and the boys and the Big Dogs using those drones to clear out utility and flush out those positions.
Oh, did he miss that? Oh, rough.
I think it may have been caught on something there, or just went a little bit too deep. Obviously, the nerfs that happened with the radius of the breaching round means that you've got to be much more precise. Same with those impacts. Oh, that pixel angle is filthy behind the armory boxes. You need to hit those shots because it's such a tough position to flush out. Check on the drone, looking for that information, looking to feed it through. See, honestly, I think he's probably just using it for himself so he can run in and get the big 3K that he's looking for. The Pac-Man covering the angle. Oh, just spots the head, but it's too little too late. As we get even closer to that explosive point, no kills yet. Utility dumps straight through the kitchen hatch. Pac-Man hits himself, but there's a toxic canister below. He's going to take some of that damage, get in, look for that default plant position. Shaq covering the cross down that 90 hallway. The Ingrills as well comes down. Orpit finds the opener. Pika to go down 4 versus 5 with 20 seconds left on the clock. Shaq, Bob, and Pac-Man find 3. The plant is down and it's all on Zane. He's been the big fragger for the team so far, but in a 1v4 clutch situation, it doesn't matter. We had a flawless round last round, and Big Dogs answer with a huge one of their own.
Yeah, everyone just popping off on their respective jobs. Everyone dropping down immediately, just exactly when the defense not expecting it. They're all completely blind. Everyone winning their gunfights, and then at the end, just the smoke from the dirt tunnel. Almost the reverse of what we saw Haku Asians pull off there. Looks like it's going to be a tactical pause here for the teams to get a little bit of time, recoup themselves here. I mean, Big Dogs, I'm sure they want to lock in that one more round here on the attack, just to at least lock in that 1 point. But Haku Asians, I'm sure, are going to need the time to chat as well, find out what's going on, especially after a round like that.
Yeah, I mean, Big Dogs bouncing back with a vengeance. You go down flawlessly, you treat it one of two ways. Either it's demoralizing, it cripples your mental going to the next one, or you get angry. You say, no, we're not having any of that. This is our turf. This is our house, as Boff loves to say. Anytime they're winning a map, you'll see it in chat. This is our house, and they're looking to prove that here. Theme Park has been their house. Oregon has been their house. And, well, they're looking to prove that Clubhouse is their house also. 5-3 as we head into round number 9. Big Dogs, they've been dealt their most destructive match so far. Haku Asians taking 300% more rounds than we saw out of Swingsman, but they're not secure just yet. Big Dogs, they need 2. And they can close it out, secure themselves their second victory. But I have that feeling just in my soul that we could see again the redemption arcs come into effect. Haku Asians have proved themselves an incredibly capable defensive team, and I don't think that round is any indication of what they're capable of.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think if anyone watched last week's match, you never sit down and say, all right, cool, we're 1 round away from overtime. What's the worst that can happen, right, against a team like Haku Asians? No. You have that timeout and you say, all right, we need to do everything possible to make sure a repeat of what happened to Fury doesn't happen to us this week. So Haku Asians, though, on their side, I'm sure they're looking for that same kind of magic. It hasn't been round after round, kind of like when they played Fury, but it's been close. So on the defense, they definitely seem more capable, more favored for themselves here. Raindrops, although early droned out, he's probably going to have to run quite far back to Wazoo. Make sure he's got that backup. Not going to be caught out, but it's Wazoo. Man, I like this where you just cut off the drone economy as early as you can. It's a bit of a risk, but they haven't spotted him just yet. Any extra drones to take out here is just valuable, especially after the clear out before Big Dogs a flawless round. See if they can pull it off again.
Drone's ready.
2 rounds coming into the fold here for the Big Dogs. 5 left of 6 that they started with. So they are looking to just open up those long angles. Boff with the drop shot through the Logi hatch. Shaq here as well. They are just coming into this coordinated, looking to shut down any roam threat. If they can, and Boff leading the charge down main stairs, looking for that angle, anticipating someone coming out of the bathroom, but the drone's there to provide the information to know that they're not. And this is just an early pullback. Haku Asians definitely hunkering down on the site right now. Vertical control will be moments away, and Boff will be the one to do it as he crosses the stairs, confirming that there is no one there, and resistance patches will not be soon to follow. The Big Dogs, they're in a prime position for this contest to start up.
Opening up the hallway, this is where the defenders once more get flushed back into their sides, flushed back into blue, and once more, Big Dogs gonna head their way into the kitchen. That is where a lot of the battles did go down, but let's not forget, they won the gunfights everywhere else as well, in blue, even towards the dirt tunnel at the end. So you have to be ready for all of them. If you lose that fight in blue, that's a whole avenue you've got to pull defenders over to. So they need to make sure they've got that one on lockdown. Again, they can't lose it. Big Dogs still just looking for anyone, making sure no one's rotating out, no one's being cheeky. Anything a little bit strange is going to be how they cut them off. A dangerous run through on that hatch. Coming out from Desta, but doesn't get punished for it for sure. But here we go, just complete hallway control, even getting to deny the Banshees too. But here is where the difference will need to be made by Haku Asians. Shutting down those pixel angles, maybe even perhaps shutting King Grills down in blue. Raindrops, that was what they're looking for.
Big frag onto Pac-Man, the ace, the breach, the man himself that usually is the one to go for the plant toxic canister below the hatch. This is going to stop them from dropping it. They don't really have the opportunity, because if they do, they're going to take huge amounts of damage again through that same hatch as Raindrops found a frag. He is absolutely removed. Kingrills pushing up. Team Flash shuts him down. Pika, though, still can't win the gunfight. He's taken down the plant in action. Jack swings in, finds Tester. Boff finds Zane. And Wazoo is the last one left. He's denied the plant for now. Boff, he needs to find some way. The plant will be picked up. And Wazoo in church needs to deny Nitro Cell. Unfortunately, Boff is watching the cross. It could have been huge. Luckily, though, for the big dogs, Shaq got in position early and secured themselves that extra time. And with Boff watching, unfortunately, again, Hack-U-Asians, despite the resistance they mounted there, weren't able to take the round away.
I was ready to lose it when King Grills was pushing down and got team flashed. I couldn't believe he still managed to get it. At least it wasn't a full white screen, so he did manage to still get the frag out there. But that could have been exactly where they lost it. That round was tight at the end there. No time to res to get the fallen teammate up. They just had to rely on that one cross angle. A C4 in hand absolutely could have saved the round, but they do pull it out. Everything else went exactly to plan for Big Dogs. So once more, might not have been flawless, but that's okay because they've locked in that overtime, they've locked in that 1 point, and now they're looking to push it all the way to the end, score 3 points, and head right to the top of the leaderboard.
Gym bedroom is the call. 2 rounds in a row. Basement has just not worked for them. They could have gone CCTV, but they are doubling down. And with Mirror available, we're still not going to see it. Goyo and Aruni in play, plus the castle. They are, I mean, you talk about the bunker hold, you talk about hunkering down. This is quintessential bunker play.
Still going over towards the CCTV hold as well, so still a bit of an extension, so not quite as much of a bunker, but it is still an entire top floor hold, but it could all fall apart there at CCTV. If they don't hold that well enough, then suddenly whole lot of the map opens up for Big Dogs. They can take the balcony, they can push through construction. It's not like there's going to be a mirror this time to work it out. They're relying a lot on these castle barricades, the Shuria gates from the Aruni, and even the ADS and Goyo shields, right, just to help them hunker down. They've got a little bit of mobility to rotate through Logi, but oh man, this is an all or nothing kind of hold, I've got to imagine.
Well, that is it. That's the case. If they lose this, they're out. This is their chance at overtime done. But the Big Dogs, they're not going to let loose on this chokehold that they do have. And, well, this could be the final round for the Hack-U-Asians this week. And what will be the final round for Tester, potentially with the team, as he is stepping away from the roster because he has to move to work. Unfortunately for the boys, that's why we see Zane back in play. There are, unfortunately, some roster restrictions, which means that they can't change and chop things. So, unfortunately, it would be a bit disheartening to see Tester bow out on a loss, but unfortunately for them, they did have to verse Fury week 1 and now the Big Dogs in week 2, and I mean, they are just living up to the name. Oh, Wazoo spots the back of Shaq, but he's going to keep going. Pre-fire from Pika does find the kill. It's exactly what they need. Shut down Shaq. You shut down a lot of that aggressive entry potential. Boff with the bullet holes might be able to find something, but the job very much done for the defenders here. They can look to pull back, return to Nas to set up that bunker hold and spray through the wall onto Raindrop's. Going to push him low, but not frag him out, right? He's still playing around that condor. They have found the resistance that Hack-U-Asians have been lacking for so long. Pika, he's still here in cash. Might even look to rotate in red, but white screen. He's still alive for the moment, not dead just yet. He's playing around the table, spots one. But unfortunately, Pants has just as much information on him as well. And the man count equalized here with just over a minute to play.
But the difference is Big Dogs are actually getting progress through the building. Now up to construction. All they got to do is get this crossfire from Logi. If they can do that, then they can make the site. All these castle barricades may be annoying, but Habana can break, I think, a total of something like 8 of them. So, you know, she's going to be totally fine. Pants should be able to find a way into the gym to at least create a little bit of pressure there. No one can kind of hunker down over on that side. King Grill's now making his way into construction. This is the kind of positioning Big Dogs were looking for. A long 2x site should give him the advantage in this gunfight, but that shield is going to have to get destroyed, and that's exactly what he's going to be able to do, forcing him out of the bathroom. The gym is just not an option for the defenders either, as Tester falls. Boff making his way through Logi rotate. Another defender falls as Zane goes down, and Boff, he's just looking to flank them out, make sure that they can't get any denial here, and there's no way you're going to be able to see him from all those different angles. One defender remains, and Big Dogs, they've done it. They've shot right to the top of the leaderboard.
Unfortunately, you know, Hack-U-Asians couldn't do it a second time. Lightning strikes the once, and now, oh boy. Oh boy, well, it was nice to have the big dogs in the competition, but we probably won't be seeing them picking up another win again. Shaq has entered all chat, and we all know what happens when that goes down. Well, it sucks that the big dogs will be finishing the season at the bottom of the table. That's just how it works. It is how things work here in Rainbow Six Siege and ANZ. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. But no, look, on the whole, a phenomenal match for the big dogs. Boff, again, consistently leading the charge for the boys, putting in monster efforts round after round after round. And big dogs, yeah, look, it wasn't just, an unfortunate result for Swingsman in week one. They deserved that win. They played it. It was just that much of an outclassing. Now that they've beat Hack Asians as well, I think big dogs, every team in this competition is going to be hard pressed to knock them off that first place throne.
Yeah, I mean, Big Dogs, probably not a team that a lot of people would have picked to be the favorites coming in, but they've made the statement very loud and clear. We're here not just to play as, a bit of a meme team under Pac-Man Down Under. We're right to the top here, and we're going to look to defend that position. Hack You Asians, who beat out Fury last week, doesn't matter. We can take them down just as easily. Round difference is looking great for these guys, but man, I'm keen to see so much more from them so far. They're putting on such a good show. Shaq is a player I always have my eye on, and he put on a great performance today. I mean, that hold in the garage was something I'm probably going to remember for a little while now, but for that all said and done, Panda, I mean, that's all our matches. We've had some pretty good ones. So you said the story was path to redemption. Who got redeemed today?
Just the Swingsman, unfortunately. Hack You Asians, they couldn't carry on their week one performance. Unfortunately, Pride couldn't bounce back from that either, and neither could Exto. So unfortunate that they didn't go the way that I hoped for. But look, it gives us hope looking forward to our next week of play. Obviously, this isn't it for us in the competition. We've still got another week to go. In fact, we've got several more weeks to go. And look,
and then a few more stages.
Yeah, if the matches this week are exciting, I'm just as excited for next week. I mean, look, this is going to be where we start to see teams truly being tested. Match one next week, it's Skyfire versus Fury. Both teams very, very capable. Skyfire have come out and would be the favorites in that matchup. But Fury, they're looking to bounce back with a vengeance, so I can imagine they might look to do some damage here.
Yeah, I mean, Fury probably on the upswing for that one. I'm keen to see that match, Panda, but for now, we've got to call it out because it's, 1:30 in the morning here in Kiwiland, but also we're all out of matches for now. So until next week, everyone, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer, but it's been us here at the Oceanic Challenger League and LPL. So thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you all next week.